Just want to welcome everybody for what we call round two, it seems, at the Architectural Association Design Research Lab Thesis Reviews. My name is Theodore Sparopoulos. I direct the program and have the privilege of introducing people to this beautiful audience and to these students who are basically taking the opportunity to share their 16-month journey with you and with the people online. The DRL is really a space in the AA for experimentation, and it's a place where design research is really trying to speculate, to construct new understandings in terms of how architecture can participate in a host of many real-world problems. Over the day, we're continuing with 9 thesis projects that will be reviewed. Subject matters from seaweed farming to gamification to the future of housing development to the metaverse to cyber-physical. Basically anything that can be thought about as an architectural problem or an urban problem has a home here. And the students are basically working through a series of different problematics, trying in an unapologetic way to see how design can participate, how architecture can kind of enable, I think, a better future. The future in this context is today. This isn't about a form of speculative reality. This is about how architecture and urbanism can be instrumentalized and really challenge the conventions and orthodoxies of the way that we think, the way that we create, and the way that we produce things. So we are very thankful for the critics who are joining us. Because we know we do quite intense days going from 10 to 8:30 or 9, continuing those conversations over dinner and then asking them to do that again. But the conversations are really open platforms, trying to make the work as accessible and as open for people to understand really the process, the methodology, the failure, and the successes. So with that, I'd like to introduce the first team. We're going to see 4 teams in the morning. We're going to take an hour break, and then we're going to continue with another 5 afterwards. So I think my math is correct. That's 9 teams. We're going to try to keep on time, 20 minutes presentation. The rest is conversation. And we thank you guys for your attention and joining us on this conversation. Thanks. Bye.
Hello, everyone. We're from Studio Sparopoulos. My name is Paul, and these are my teammates, Jare, Louisa, and Sukanya will be joining us online. So the title of our project is Mobile Seaweed Farm. As cities evolve, there are many consequences such as scarce resources, explosion of population, and waste. Plastic waste in particular, which through different channels mostly end up in the ocean, affecting its ecology. The bigger particles which are visible usually float, and they can be collected through different design methods. But what's more important is what you don't see, the smaller particles which break down into minute elements called microplastics. They are continuously ingested by aquatic animals, and through this process are gradually leading to the extinction of species. This has become a global problem because it's affecting the wider ecology, as new research has shown that microplastics are also being seen in humans. From an environmental perspective, seaweed aquaculture has given us a possibility. This project looks at it as technology that can clean up microplastics. It uses its natural ability to generate mucus during its growing season to collect these minute elements. It also looks at the prospects of seaweed farming as infrastructure to aid this process, scaling it up, making it mobile, and producing more seaweed which can augment and replace many products and industries in a sustainable way.
From our research, we have found that 8 million tons of plastic is being released into the ocean per year. 25 trillion are macro, but there are 51 trillion microplastics. These are entering our food chain and contaminating our oceans. As you can see from this map, the concentration of microplastics in the oceans shifts between vortex and coastal areas. Therefore, we are working with a phenomenon that is time-based and moving. But how exactly did we arrive at microplastic collection? By using seaweed. Our first experiments showed us that microplastics interacting with magnetite create electrostatic binding and allow these to be collected by a magnet. This works both on water and outside water. We have then exposed brown seaweed, Fucus serratus, to microplastics in a semi-controlled environment and realized that when removing the seaweed from the water, the microplastics come attached. This is due to surface adhesion and electrostatic binding of the nanoparticles. We have additionally simulated this with the presence of current and estimate that 15% of the total surface area is likely to collect some microplastics. These then get collected after the mucus layer of the seaweed is dried during harvest period. Microplastics adhering to the seaweeds is a challenge, and we aim to transform it into an opportunity. We have been working closely with multiple experts from seaweed farmers to bioplastic producers to clarify and understand what the possibilities are to use seaweed as technology within a farming system. So from our research into the methodologies of how to collect microplastics, we have understood that seaweed is, in fact, the most ecological and naturally occurring. But why seaweed? We understand it can collect microplastics, but seaweed is also used in the food industry, in the pharmaceutical industry, in household products, in the textile industry to produce yarn, in agricultural industry as fertilizer and feed, and it can be used as a plastic replacement thanks to its plastic properties. It is for this motive that seaweed production has been increasing for the past couple of years. These are the percentage of specimens cultivated globally. From the specimens investigated, we have identified Fucus and Laminaria as being capable of being used commercially, Laminaria for food and Fucus for collection of microplastics. These are both produced in West Europe. Seaweed farming has a relationship between buoys and lines, with distances and grid organizations that are specimen specific. It is estimated that you can obtain 1.5 to 3 kilogram per meter between 3 months of growing Laminaria. These systems, however, are fixed within the coastal areas, but our project aims to scale them up and move them offshore. By building up on current strategies and forms of infrastructure, we have developed a mobile seaweed farm system that uses seaweed as form of technology. This system operates in 3 stages: on-site net production from November to December, farming and filtering from January to March, and harvesting from May to June. This creates a circular system that is accompanied by a circular usage of the seaweed itself. How so? Through the on-site net production, we explored seaweed as a material used in our infrastructure. Then we analyzed the patterns in accordance to the specimens and operational needs of the system. And finally, we analyzed the pattern production. From our initial material experiments, we realized that we needed oil as an ingredient to make the material hydrophobic. We produced small quantity samples of pebbles, flakes, filament, tubular, and sheets of varying thicknesses. When further investigating these samples, we have realized a secret ingredient could be used to make the material more resistant: cellulose. This new material, we speculated, could be used as part of our seaweed farm infrastructure as well. We started exploring on-site net production systems, firstly through printing directly on water exposed to current conditions, using a KUKA robot. The floating test proved the necessity of using anchor points to sustain the structure. We have realized from our material tests that we could try to achieve catenary structures that would hold the seaweeds. Then we carried out tests in search for an agent fit for this purpose. Firstly, one that kept a fixed boundary and distance through floaters away from the water. Secondly, one that was controlled through a flying balloon. And finally, a hybrid that combined both strategies, floating and flying. Utilizing a known cured bioplastic mix exposed to current conditions on water, we realized that the nodes ought to be displaced from each other so that the infrastructure remains afloat. Although we initially explored 3D printing on water as our process of on-site net production, we were met with the question of scalability. And from our material studies, we have realized that instead of printing on water, we can weave seaweed rope made out of seaweed bioplastic or seaweed yarn, therefore closing the system. We have tested the behavior of a large number of pattern units under current conditions on a pool and realized that they packed. This is known as circle packing, and it is a behavior we have also observed in lily pads. This behavior allows for maximum surface interaction between circles and allows them to move from center to the periphery and around easily and without turbulence.
After initial research, we went on to study about seaweed farming. We know that the basic unit of the farm would be a farming line around which the seedling lines of seaweed would be wound. And we analyzed the stages of seaweed farming, and we know that we need to consider catenary logic because with increasing growth, the seaweeds would grow in length and weight, and that would cause sagging in the lines. Next. Then we considered different patterns within circles for farming structures. We made physical models and analyzed dispersion of weight, and we understood the estimated seedlings in each pattern. We also simulated weight distribution along the pattern networks to understand sagging and to find out which patterns would have optimum sagging. So the two species that we consider are Laminaria and Fucus. Laminaria is the biggest species that can grow up to 3 meters in length, and it can weigh up to 3 kilograms per meter of a cultivated line. So we know that this needs longer lines in linear direction of 2 to 3 meters in length, whereas Fucus, being a smaller species, it can be farmed on grids with a spacing of 30 to 50 centimeters. Next. So going on further, we started analyzing the growth-related sensitivities in each pattern. First, we analyzed sunlight. We took Cornwall in UK as our site because that's the largest seaweed plantation in the UK. We analyzed each pattern with and without seaweed and according to its sag and the sunlight penetration that can be suitable for growing seaweed on each pattern. Next. Following the same criteria, we combined different combinations of patterns together and checked if there are beneficial combinations that can be utilized to get interesting, useful sunlight penetrations. Next. After sunlight, we studied current efficiency in each of the patterns. We know that the line alignment should be perpendicular to the current so that it crosses drag, slows down the water, and this means that there will be more nutrients available for the seaweed's blade strip. So with this in mind, we simulated time-based simulations for each pattern to understand its drag capacity. Further on, we studied different combinations in clusters to understand drag, and we know that the patterns with more porosity needs to be on the edge of the cluster so that they cause a gradual change in drag, and the inner zone will also thereby get more nutrients. After this, we considered the weaving of the farming lines. We proposed a simple floating agent that has a triangular equilibrium, and the central space would be free from where the nozzle shall release the ropes. Next. So the weaving agent has a structural component that has 3 floater legs, followed by a propeller that is controlled by a rotating motor and Arduino component, the farming rope that can be refilled, and the printing nozzle in the center. In terms of agency, the weaving agent moves around the ocean and weaves the ropes within the rings. So the next would be weaving process. We have the rings as the boundary onto which there would be magnetic anchor points which can be used to weave, and the principle of movement is that it should be continuous lines so that they have a structural uniformity. Next. Further on, with that in mind, we tried to simulate all the weaving processes for every pattern, and we understood that those with 0 or least number of poses is most feasible in terms of weaving process, and that would be more efficient to get desirable structural consistency. Next. So following these research, we cross-referenced each of these farming parameters like optimum sagging, light porosity, current efficiency, weaving efficiency, and species specificity in the patterns. And we have shortlisted 4 among these patterns as good to go for a farm, for a range of a farm.
Next part of the project is the farming and filtering, where we designed individual net systems, looked at their individual net behavior, and then looked at their collective behavior. We started earlier with the balloon system that we prototyped earlier during our physical test, trying to continue that system and try to design it in a way that it controls the net. And then we found that it had challenges of length, depth, movement, and then we decided to try the sectional inflation system around the ring. We did initial tests of inflation using different materials and shapes of buoys. We found that our rig buoys helped in the control of inflation across its length. And then in terms of materiality, we found out that the rubber silicone could inflate and expand past its own shape and form, giving a proportion force that might help in movement. Inflating and deflating alternating sections of the buoys in the ring also created the potential of creating a parametric fast farming system where the depth and length of lines are controlled by the ring size. With this knowledge, we designed a farming system based on sectional inflation with the buoys around the ring. The system will serve as an adaptable scaffold for growing seaweed with all the patterns. It had complementary design parts which include the meta buoy stabilizer, the inbuilt system of pumps and sensors, and then magnets at the side that helps in attraction and aggregation. So this sectional inflation system is a parametric one in the sense that the size of the ring can be increased for any pattern and any type of species. We have 10 fixed buoys which hold the pumps, and then they inflate the other ones continuously to increase the size of the ring. 20 buoys give a 10 diameter, and then 30 buoys give 15 diameters. The active buoys, which are designed with rubber, while the other ones are designed with plastic. So the rubber ones inflate like the silicone type of behavior, where the proportion for expansion gives a force that helps push the net in the opposite direction. With this, we simulated with one buoy movement, one buoy movement, 3 buoy movement, and 5 buoy movement, and then found out that the 3 buoy movement was optimum for multiple size of rings. As we hinted earlier, to the use of circle parking logic to aggregate these farming systems in open sea, these systems will use this inflation logic to aggregate, singularly disintegrate from the cluster, and move actively as a whole while propelling in the same direction. Also, this sectional inflation system will be sensitive to the growth of the seaweed, controlling its depth and length for adequate sunlight based on its growth length. It also provides the basis for the farmer to control parameters of the line for different species and conditions. So in cluster situations, the size of the net shows the types of species, also shows the area of the farm, and then shows the growth period, trying to give back information to the farmer. Since we know that these systems will require energy, we took advantage of the circle parking on wave and then used the wave force to try and generate movement in their connections, which propel generators and provide energy for the system. In the aggregated circle parking system, we designed the farm with multiple species separated by a distance. The Lamera will be farmed in the interior from December to May, and to be farmed majorly for food and edible production, while the focus will be farmed in its exterior, where its properties for collecting microplastics will be utilized. The focus species farmed on the exteriors forms a dynamic microplastic barrier, while the Laminera species farmed in the interior, while the aluminum species are farmed in the interior. With this aggregated farming system, we created better farming conditions for edible seaweed, while creating a dynamic system that collects microplastics in the ocean.
Our farming scenario tend to based on the microplastic map, seaweed farming countries, and where seaweed grow naturally. And we tend to use ocean current as our energy. And we focus on Cornwall, which is the largest seaweed plantation in the UK. As we mentioned, our farming agents tend to move by ocean current, which is uncontrollable. So our agent need a farming range which is based on the microplastic map. When it is close to the low microplastic area, it tends to be active and move to the high microplastic area for most of the time. They just move passively by ocean current. Since there is a timetable of seaweed farming, the range decreases over time, so they don't need to take a lot of energy to move back to Cornwall in harvest phase. So our target is to use our farming agent to remove the microplastic as the number of farming season goes up, the amount of microplastic tend to go down. So as we mentioned, our farming behavior has 3 phases: seedling phase, growing phase, and harvest phase. For the seedling phase, we explore how our farming agents form cluster and move in the ocean. Ocean current may seem complex, but when we focus on a small area, there are only 3 types of current: zero, single direction, and double direction. When we put magnets and sensor on our farming agent, which means nets within a certain distance will attract with each other. Current will help us to form larger clusters. Then we test different types of current and different directions. But actually, for now, the cluster is random. As we mentioned, we have 2 different seaweed, one for collecting microplastic, another one for food. So for the growing phase, our behavior is to our behavior of microplastic net is to move outside to be the boundary, and the food net just stay inside. In fact, clusters formed by current are in different sizes and in different positions. So they need to check distance. If they are close to each other, they can form clusters. If they are not, they tend to move away and form other clusters. For each single net cluster, when we change the percentage of boundary nets and center nets, we can get different clusters. When we focus on center net inside the cluster, in fact, we found that the amount of sunlight the net can get is related to its position. The net in the corner always gets more sunlight, while the one in the center gets less. So smaller cluster help to get more sunlight compared with one single larger cluster. But in a natural environment, all nets are dynamic due to the wave and wind. Therefore, farmers can control the attract distance to form larger cluster or separate from each other into smaller groups. For the boundary nets, their behavior is controlling the aggregation and separation of different clusters. One cluster are separating the center nets, also separating in 2 groups. The cluster joined in another one. The cluster needs to increase its radius in order to get more space. And then we go back to the current. Another important factor is speed. So some part of the ocean is calm, while some others are not. And there tend to be strong waves there. Then we test how the waves affect the cluster. When a cluster has a small number of nets, it is difficult to reform a complete cluster. And when a cluster has a large number of nets, the cluster can recover in a short time. So as the cluster move from low-speed area to high-speed area, they tend to aggregate into larger clusters. At the same time, they tend to check the distance. If they are close, the smaller cluster will join in the bigger one. And this is the high population simulation when the cluster and when the cluster move from high speed to low speed, they separate. We enjoy this farming system working with this logic in ocean environments. In summary, at seedling phase, the cluster is in a natural state, and in growing phase, they form certain clusters like this. And for the next step, we tend to use shapes to harvest them.
communication of information within this farming system is a relationship between the net and the farmer, where the farmer provides information to this farming system, such as the seaweed growth and its global location, and then the net responds with its with ocean conditions and then its specific cluster location. The last part of the project is the harvesting, where we also studied the individual net behavior for harvesting and then its aggregated and collective net behavior. So the weaving agent which was used to produce the lines will be used by the farmer to collect the continuous lines easily. When this is done for each net, the agent is used to weave back the line, completing the loop and the circular system in which we produced earlier. So in a larger scale aggregation, since the interior of laminaria species are ready for harvest first, the boat goes in and then the boundary is still kept intact to protect the species until they are completely harvested. For night conditions, we designed the systems to have lighting systems, green showing the growing phase and yellow showing for harvest. And then they also act as markers for other systems that are in the ocean. So during the harvesting, the farmer goes with the boat and then harvests the farming nets based on the nearest one and consequentially finishes till the harvest is done. We envision a scenario where this farming system is responsive to nighttime and daytime, where during the nighttime it has its color on and then during the daytime it becomes like a transparent buoy system. For the harvesting use case, since we found the laminaria species made for food in the interior, from this system we suggest that it will have less than 5% contamination of microplastics, which would be good for food, medicine, feed, and other edible situations, while the focus farmed on the exterior, which is meant as a microplastic barrier, will be used for processes such as biofuel, bioplastic, or go to processes such as plastic separation itself. So we envision a high population of these farming systems acting as infrastructure, producing seaweed, working with ocean environment, and cleaning the ocean. Thank you.
So these are our initial experiments, material experiments. And we have different types of sheets with different thicknesses and also pebbles and flakes, tubular shapes and filaments. These were our experiments with the cooker robot. These were some hot glue gun experiments trying to show the seaweed growth in stages and different patterns. This is a cluster. Here we have the seaweed on rope, and we actually brought some microplastics to pour into the seaweed to see what happens.
So you don't have to feed the seaweed too much.
And this was one of our initial 3D printing experiments with an Ultimaker, where we 3D printed components and tried to make nets. These were our catenary experiments with weights of different patterns. This was a test of a cluster as well with a 3D printed ring. These are small models of our weaving agent. These are magnetic connectors for the farms. And this is our final urban scale model showing the different size of the buoys inflating and deflating in a scenario.
Thank you. Lovely and provocative, and perhaps it'll work. Well, I guess it is now. it would be starting with just a detail. I mean, and everything is about details. First, I do love the idea that you've taken this from such a comprehensive view of the system. And I'm just thinking in general about this architectural approach generally as a training for problem solving at the system level. And so I admire that and appreciate that. And I think it's a role model for a lot of design schools. So thank you for this clear paradigm of that, as the other projects have been too. So just a few details. Do you think it might be possible to use something like yeast to produce gas instead of having to use a pump? So you're in the water has opportunities, the sun has opportunities, the temperature has opportunities, and probably it might even have a life expectancy when it dissolves after a certain length of time, and so you don't have, then you do have other problems about your ropes, but ideally, it seems to me if we could do without little engines, that would be a great thing. And if I were to participate in a project like this, I would be looking for biological solutions that you seed the biology and then it produces the matrix or the scaffold or whatever, and you're looking for a kind of broad-scale distributed cellular kind of approach that's coming from all sides. And that might be controlled with little electrostatic things to keep them separated or something. So the little electrostatic thing would come in and then it would leave and it does its thing. Or so there's a little farmer that's attending it and your machinery is the little farmer, but otherwise everything else is happening. This isn't to criticize this. It's to propose something alternative to, so it doesn't require machinery and Arduinos and things which could go wrong under harsh salt conditions. Just an alternative, I guess. I mean, I just admire the project. I think it's delightful. We have a lot of seaweed where I live, and it's fun. And you always wonder, well, they come up on beach, and who eats them all? But somebody must, so, yeah.
Yeah, I think this one's working as well. Great way to start the day, I have to say, just with something that's really important somehow in terms of Earth systems and how we deal with these issues of the biosphere. You know, everything that I see in these juries, I want to work. I want to support the success of it. Now, one of the issues you've got with microplastics, which are ubiquitous, is they don't necessarily rest at that layer in the sea. I mean, recently they found microplastics at the bottom of the Mariana Trench. So they do sink as well as float. So you're only touching not even 1% of the, I mean, if you think about it, you know, in those terms, you've got to have something that goes deep. And then I was thinking, well, you know, if you have a mechanism within whatever you've designed that sort of can go down, retract, you know, detract, retract, you know, that could help. But then you've got issues of migration of species and entanglement and all those things which actually fishing creates as a problem right now. And then I was thinking, well, if you think about jellyfish, they're incredible autonomous organisms. There's no batteries. They feed by releasing long sort of tentacles, and then they pull them back up. So in a way, it's fine being a sort of superficial surface of the ocean idea, but if you really want to tackle this, these are not, you know, plastic bottles floating on the ocean. They're microplastics, which are pretty much everywhere. So I don't know if there would ever be any time beyond the DRL for you to look at something as in-depth as that. But that's not to take anything away from what you've done, because I'm with David on this. I think it's wonderful. But how do you find those biological synergies with Earth systems that are autonomous. And, so then there's the other thing, forget what I just said, but come back to where you're at now. Post-farming, so you've got this seaweed that's embedded with a percentage of microplastics. What do you do, what can you do with that seaweed once they're embedded? I mean, can you use that combination of seaweed with the polymer to generate something else? Is that something you're thinking about as a material?
In the use case during presentation, we said that the ones that are embedded with seaweed, they are suitable for things that are not edible, so such as making of bioplastic, making of biofuel, or they can be completely separated during the plastic separation process, where the seaweed is dried and then the small plastic can be removed. But they are not, since we're farming 2 species, they will not be used for edible processes such as food, feed, medicine, but they will be used for other processes where they can be tailored to.
Well, because you've got to take it out of the system. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yes.
Because it doesn't stop there, because as human beings, we're pumping so much into the oceans, and that has not been arrested at all. So, it's cause and effect. We don't want to get too far on that, how to solve that, where's the filter on the washing machine, for example. Yeah. It's the key. So it's like always these sort of secondary scooping up, mopping operations, when in fact you should be looking at both ends of the problem too, I think. And take ownership of that space, because it's a really important territory. There are contemporary companies like Parlay, for example, who I work with, who scoop up ocean plastics, mainly nets. Yeah, what sorry? They sell it on, and they work with people like Adidas. They did the shoe and everything. But they don't do enough, to be honest. I think there's some marketing thing going on there which I don't like. But that's a superficial thing of nets. But then I was thinking, how do you bring fish farming and trawlers and all that into play? How do you tax them to support what you're doing, because they're part of the problem, I mean, they produce food or scoop up the food, but they're not responsible. And it's like, how does that system make the whole thing responsible for itself? I think it's a second. I'm going too far, I know, but that's very interesting to think about the whole system itself. Yeah.
Just a quick comment on the system approach. There seems to be a tension between it being autonomous and you having control, which in many ways has created a layer of support infrastructure that actually might be constraining the opportunity of what the system can do. You've done a really fantastic effort in looking at the material resource being a closed loop, so you have the seaweed and then we use it to create the net. Yet I feel that the circular framework, it speaks towards agent behavior, but in many ways may constrain the possibilities of what structures and net patterns and directionality your net can have. As we said, Ross mentioned depth. And in many ways, it could be interesting to further consider if actually that constraint is removed. How can you look at the system and your agent as more a guide of growth? And to be able to have a guided growth of the net, which is symbiotic to the growth of the seaweed, and then actually you start looking at variability in what this final structure of this net is and how it floats and where it concentrates based on the different scenarios. And then, again, a little bit maybe in terms of the taking further to its conclusion, the cycle of actually what would this, before being harvested, this structure of seaweed have as an effect in the ecosystem and as it lives, in where it's grown and in what form it has taken in the end.
find myself picking, first of all, let me just say I'm really impressed with your project and your work and all of the different directions this has gone. Picking up on a couple of things about what happens after the fact, I get curious about this plastic embedded seaweed that you have. I almost wish you could have your own year-long studio with architectural students, but also design students working on it. I would like to see you go to KOS, and then you're talking to KOS as your client, who is going to produce a new line of bio-infused vegan or semi-vegan, would it be vegan, footwear and also definitely trousers, and just kind of see what things, what products and what services might result. I say that a little bit cheekily, but if you consider the changes in fast to slow fashion and some of the things that have come out of the intersection of architecture and design and fashion over the last few years, there could be some novel directions to take it as well. But most of all, I'm just going to come back to exactly where you are, and I'm noticing that, save for Nisya's comment about this question of the locus of control, we're all thinking about the edges and the possibilities of your project because of what you've succeeded at doing with it. So, very well done.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I really like what you just said about, that all of those ideas really make us think about the next steps, and feels like we would love to work on it. And I'm actually would go a step further. It almost feels like there's a need for another department which is just collecting those ideas and this input and then quickly testing them, almost like a pre-seed incubator space. That maybe for another day, a discussion for another day. But I feel like you are at this point now where you could go a step further and just check the kind of basic financial model behind an idea like this, like by just estimating the cost it would take, what is the scale you would have to reach for this to become profitable, and not go into any depth, but do like a really top-level calculation, and that would just ground it very much in reality, because I do feel that this is absolutely where we're going, and those products and those companies and those businesses. And yes, at the beginning, there's maybe a heavy kind of marketing angle to it, and and it can be frustrating. But at the same time, now is the time to pitch those ideas and work with the forces that are here. And so, I feel it's really lovely that you got to this point that allows us to think like that and to get excited like this. Thanks.
I think a lot of the intentionality around the work, I think, is demonstrated in terms of all the people that you guys have reached out to. So I think that as a contribution to the studio, even if it's been painful sometimes, has been a very positive thing in a sense, because you realize that a lot of people working in this space are almost 100% marketing, and Harley, to be honest with you, is one of those companies where on the one hand they're doing a lot to bring an awareness, but on the side of actually doing the job, to be honest with you, they fall quite short. I think the points that David and Ross made in particular, I think, are very important. I think the issue that the team was struggling was, first of all, making a completely closed cycle where they produce, they print. I very much like the fact that they went super low tech and the rope, and it's a kind of hybrid of somehow bringing more traditional strategies that are very easily and accessibly scalable. At the same time, bringing very basic kind of notions of like circle packing and harvesting and things that you can find in a lot of industries, in the fishing industry and crabbing and all of that kind of stuff is a good example of those things. I think where the project has to start to now consider is that this is an architectural problem, like first and foremost. And I think that, I say that because I think it's moving into the world where These things are technologies in themselves, but they're not tech, like startup tech and corporate tech and things like that. So they may need to necessitate those models to obviously be put forward, but I think the demonstration is almost inverted, like proof of concept is here. Industry partners are there, but they're always trying to kind of leverage the fact like, okay, we're going to give you some bioplastic filament and we want, 50-page contract for really bullshit stuff. So I think the thing is, how do you disrupt that model? And I think there are seeds of that, I think, in the room. So I think that that's important. I think the circle packing, the depth, all of those kind of things are there. But as soon as you start to get into that, it becomes a very high-tech solution. What I like about the restraint of this project is at the end of the day, it's 2 circles and some rope. The Seaweed does all the intelligence. The logic of it actually intervening in those production lines, I think, is very, very seamless, actually. You don't need to make the argument that it can be used. It is used. But I think to the point that Jan is making, it's not a business plan. It's just the simple metrics of seeing how you can disrupt a series of different production chains and to see that this kind of infrastructure potentially has not only viability, but can actually be done quite immediately. And the seaweed depth and so forth, how far do those catenaries with the seaweed growth go? Sorry?
Sun limited.
No, I understand. But the sun limit means that it has, 15 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters, whatever that is. I'm basically mentioning there is a large volume of seaweed and microplastics that I think does a lot of job there. But it would be good to know how much and to actually use that as really viability tools to be able to talk about how that then, in a very natural way, without scaling the cost of going deep and all of those things, is working. And then you can maybe leverage further developments, more kind of high-tech things to deal with stuff. But how much of that gets resurfaced? You start to work with scientists instead of the business companies. I think it starts to work a little bit more, because I think this is like basic second-grade science that can just enable this project to actually go very, very far.
I think it would be very valuable to maybe find a little bit more about the behavior of seaweed. It doesn't grow everywhere, and so it obviously wants certain things because it's very successful. So if it could grow, it would grow. So I don't think you can just say, I'm going to seed it over here and it's going to grow. It'll more or less. And it would be so nice if you could find a biological method by which your rings could reproduce. Solving massive problems, you can't generate enough of these things. Just consider how big a square mile is, or a square kilometer, just how big it is, and how big one of these things are, and how many would be required to fill a square kilometer. Now consider the ocean surface, and you see that you're into the very large numbers of how many you would need. So, just to make a difference around the periphery. So the only solution of anything massive like this, it seems to me, is one which is biological and therefore involves reproduction. It doesn't mean you can't reproduce your things, but... I'm finished. I don't mind, I like to stop. The point was reproduction.
No, I think we're having a little quiet talk about that. And, this has to go on, this project. It can't end here. It's too important, okay? And there are worse startups in the world that get funding and whatever so that's one thing. But, at the Royal College, there's a caveat there that, students, if they develop something, that's partly the Royal College's IP, and then they develop it out. And with having the umbrella of a big institution, it seems more serious. This is much better here than what you're doing. And well, you need money, and you need to run this place, and whatever. You've got to set something up. Jan was completely right about that. It's so, I'll sit on the train, I'll be so frustrated because I've seen something that has great potential, partly because, and I think there was a subconscious reference there to the medusa, to the jellyfish, because the jellyfish is almost nothing. It's quasi niente, as they say. It's really nothing. And I've always been, since a kid, I've been shocked by the fact that this thing moves and does and whatever. From nothing, you know, it's a gelatinous material that just is biological. So again, David is right. You've got to kind of continue this, because to build it is nothing. I mean, it's really nothing.
This might
You're
be.
not building a car, are you? I mean, for God's sake, you got to get some money from. You got to kickstart this. Why don't you go Kickstarter?
This might be a good point for me to jump in on two things, both on jellyfish and Kickstarters. As a sideline, I was talking to Theo yesterday. There was a wonderful documentary about a young scientist who did a lot of work with jellyfish and found that, in fact, jellyfish contribute a great deal to the movement of currents in the ocean. So not only are they rising and descending through the oceans, but the way in which they move actually generates small propulsions that actually help to maintain currents. And really simple experiments. In fact, she not injected them, but injected their bell with milk and did these incredible films of the way in which the propulsion worked in water in very, very minimal means. But that brings me to something much more important. A lot of the conversation, again, that I jumped into the second half of, is about marketing, is about the financing of this project, and I think that's one interesting point. The problem the AA has is that question of collaboration with the expert. And I always get frustrated in any architecture school that there is a tendency to have to cover everything from first principles and to gain a level of expertise in the course of a year when you have people who've been working their entire lifetime on questions of bioplastics, people who are marine biologists, presumably marine zoologists as well. And because we don't have that institutional affiliation, you can't sort of run down the street and meet a marine biologist. I think it's important to consider how you start to set up those conversations so you don't have to do so much work. So that if there is a way of bringing this forward, there is one level at which that is research, where there's a possibility to ground that thinking in something that is working with people who know better. And then the other side is the question of, how do you take these ideas forward without becoming purely commercial? And I think that's a really interesting conversation that I would like to start, without it being about bringing money into the school, but actually, if these ideas are supposed to be important, then they have to have another life. They can't be just a degree. They can't just finish in what always feels like a halfway state. And there's so many projects I've seen yesterday and just now that it's an artificial end, pretty much for all of them. And then you go off and you go into practice and do someone else's work. It's a very interesting question. So I think I really encourage the ongoing conversation, and it's not just for me to come up with the model, so I'm open to ideas and perhaps we can flesh something out.
Just to your point, there's a lovely space in Venice, the ocean space, that is funded by TBA21, a German kind of art collection, and they would take something like that and take it further, and non-commercial and whatever. And I love your idea that it should be biological and reproductive, but at the same time, let's also put some sensors and scan the ground and sell some data. So I think you have to do both in a way, where. We have to find clever solutions. And I think the problem with experts or the niche for architects, I think, is to make those jumps and connect those dots that people who are just stuck in their silo cannot see because they're too one-dimensional, right? And so I feel like there's a lot to explore kind of going forward.
The competitor right now would be, there are some people working on a kind of microorganism solution which can digest the plastics, and then it itself can be eaten. So it transforms the plastic into something that's non-toxic. But when you do that, and then it reproduces on the megatrillion scale, what are the consequences of that? So, it's so unsafe to do something because if it's successful, you might end up with a skin over the whole ocean.
Destroy the whole ocean. Yeah. Fuck up the planet. Don't boil the ocean.
No, I'd jump ship completely. I would, humans are developing bioengineering at an incredible rate, and genetic modification, chimeras, all this. It's really incredible. So you identify species, and then you genetically modify them to do the job. So you harness nature at a direct source that's non-mechanical. You understand me? That's where you go with this.
And AI will help us.
Full on.
But it's a great project because it's so paradigmatic of taking it from soup to nuts. I mean, it's all the way from the beginning to the end. So I'm going to take this back to where I am as an example, but many of them as an example of how architecture can move into the pure field of system problem solving.
And if this is about design research, with the capital R in research, to take up Ingrid's point, I think it's really productive to consider research collaborations from an institutional standpoint and who the AA would need to partner with and what kinds of funding sources might be available to enable projects like this and the people in the different fields that would be required all to come together at the ground level, not bringing in architects or designers later, but to work on the concepts and to come up with IP agreements that allow some kind of tech transfer. That's where things really...
I would just say one thing. I'm very, I feel like it's a very interesting conversation to have. I'm going to put my, let's say, cards on the table. I don't really believe in institutions, I believe in people. And I've worked in labs, even in labs like in Boston, where, to be honest with you, institutions can't collaborate between departments, let alone between other places. So I'm saying that with only one caveat. I think it's important to facilitate those conversations with the right people. Those right people feel that this thing is important and they do the work. If the experts knew what they were doing, this would have been already solved. And this is where I think that architecture, even in the history of those kind of labs, we say architecture like the Architecture Machine Group, Media Lab. Architects have a big role, and I think what we're trying to do is to show that students working with nothing, I mean like zero, no financial models or whatever, can bring some hardcore research and development on the table.
I mean, what I would suggest, the mechanism, I mean, I've done this kind of agent-based processes, occupancy simulations, and it started here illustratively, developing ideas and concepts and utilizations. How did we generate the next level? Two mechanisms in parallel, research grants and PhDs, PhD group, and then now we have internal research team and push the next level. But I think that could be a mechanism for that here too.
I mean, I also want to echo what you say. I worked in a very large institution. I got all of my students to have collaborators. That was the premise for their thesis work. All those collaborators were generally fellow graduate students because the institutions themselves, the departments themselves, would never give up their time. And it required such heavy bureaucracy that I think is the antithesis to what this school is about. But it's very easy to scavenge and to be resourceful and to share a conversation, and absolutely from the very beginning with individuals. I think once we start to have institutional collaborations, we burden this school with a kind of infrastructure it can't sustain. So I think it's a very tenuous, but it's an organic process that I think has potential legs. You do it already, but I think it's interesting to maintain that conversation.
There's a very, very, very simple solution, right? And in the end, I think it's all about aligning incentives, because at the moment, other departments are not incentivized to contribute because they have their own student numbers to fill up and they have their own budgets and their own reporting. And so align incentives, and then the other bit is, we have to create systems, processes, platforms that allow us to share IP. We cannot co-create across different disciplines if we don't have a legal framework that allows us to share IP. And the European Union is developing really interesting kind of fundamental legal framework at the moment that allows us to share IP between different unequal partners, if you like. and I think there's a lot of interesting stuff happening at this moment in time in that space. And so once we have aligned incentives and we have a method by which we can share IP in this process of co-creating those solutions, then I think we're on to something.
Yeah, just to clarify, there is shared IP between the AA and the students, and this is a charity. So at the heart of it, there is no model to work with people like us that is more incentivized with doing, let's say, the right and the good.
But then how do you get others in, right?
No, the problem is, the problem, well, I'm saying is the conversations, I think, are important to facilitate. The terms of engagement, to be honest with you, from my side, doesn't rest on others. It has to bring others up to speed with a kind of model and infrastructure that we work with, which is leveraging actually not necessarily just problem solving, but also identifying, making legible, and doing a lot of the hard work that sets this up to be a much more meaningful and accessible conversation. So I think that's the power of I think, a lot of the things that the students are bringing to the table. Not just this team, obviously everybody involved in the school, at least in this program.
Add one really important point. This, if we call it an institution, I don't like to, it is free of things like the ref, it's free of tenure track. There is no particular model for the way in which people produce research. One can talk about what dissemination is, what making ideas public, what contributing new knowledge is from first principles, and that is an immense position of freedom. So for me, the incentive is that freedom for others to come in to have a slightly different conversation that doesn't have the same peer review publication structure. And that, I think, is absolute, that's gold. I don't know another institution that has the same liberty.
We'll have those conversations soon. Anyway, I think we're going to bring this one to a close, and we'll continue.
Hello, everyone. We are Team Exodus from Angel Studio. And the first part is the thinnest part. Our project responds to the studio's brief by tackling 4 main aspects: mobile architecture, minimal space, self-sufficiency, and hybrid environment. Our generation is and will incrementally continue to struggle with large challenges. First is the energy crisis, which also developed sustainable energy and recyclable material. So here, for an architectural concept, we define the first keyword, self-sufficiency. In Hong Kong, one of the most crowded cities in the world, lots of people cannot afford a home, and it also happens all around the world. Then people try to escape from cities and start downsizing living spaces and simplify the lifestyle, which is known as the tiny house movement, to live in a more movable and ergonomic house. So our project will include mobility and minimal space. With global warming, we are faced with different critical environment conditions. We should use more sustainable energy, and our house should be adaptive to varying environment and movable to avoid the catastrophes. So we will contain mobilities and hybrid environment in our project. So based on dilemmas and possible solutions, we can conclude 4 main aspects: hybrid environment, self-sufficiency, minimal space, and mobility. These 4 concepts can be identified in regional pastoral communities in the form of nomadic lifestyle. So Exodus is an integrated project about the tiny nomad housing units, which can adjust to variable environmental conditions and can offer a self-sufficient way to transformable housing and living. Then we research deeper in the 4 aspects. The first is the hybrid environment. Based on the nomad research, we find grassland is potentially the best place to test our project. It can be adapted, it has a huge area, and it is less and less in use. We can potentially attract more people there from big cities. We chose to contextualize our project in a part of the Mongolian Manchurian grassland in China. We're surrounded by several big cities, and it may attract people to come and live a new nomadic lifestyle. And what would the lifestyle be like? We research about the Mongolian nomadic lifestyle. They have a seasonal migrating behaviors. Summer in mountain steppe, which has more resources, and winter in desert, which is warmer. Our migration route would be like come and go between summer in Talagan Meadow, which has more water and food supply, and winter in Ulagan Oasis, which is warmer along the 2 main rivers. There are mainly 4 camps during the journey. Terminating and winter and summer camps where they will have 4 months stability, and autumn and spring stops are mainly setting against the critical environment conditions and storing wind energy. We will illustrate the scenarios by self-sufficient collective behaviors later. As our units face complex and changeable climate conditions, very strong wind that cross the continent, but also offer gentle geographical conditions, our proposal is to create a spherical living unit that can roll actively and passively. We are not always moving on the road. We also have a habitat mode, which means our unit can transform and compress to create more human-scale space inside, and we may use some skeleton, origami, or scissor system to test the transformation. For interior design, to meet different human needs during the journey, we have to provide an adaptable minimal space for activities throughout the year. And the way we make a minimal space is like we collect data of body shape in human-specific behaviors to calculate how much the space is without wasting it.
Then we go to our second chapter, which is unit prototype. In this chapter, we start from our inspiration of transformation prototype from flower, budding, blooming, and from bloom, inflating and compressing. Based on this transformation prototype, we did a lot of research on scissors, on deployable structures like scissors, and also exact surface for shape folding, and also pneumatic surface for activation and deformation. Based on this research, we start to iterate our unit from flower to sphere, from undeployed mode to deployed mode. And in this process, we find that origami system seems to be the most helpful one for our structure. So our unit comes to be the one like the right shows. In our unit, we split it into 4 parts: the center core for the stable use, the interior interface for habitat people use, and the main structure for the transformation, and the exterior shell for mobility and protection. All these 4 components correlated with each other and collaborate together to form our shape. For the structure strategy, we divide into 5 pieces, and we use Hoberman sphere as our reference to make this structure. First, we go to our primary structure, which we use scissors as this main structure, and it also activates our whole transformation. During research, we find that when the scissor structure deployed, the interior area will increase, but the outer one will not increase so much. Connect with this primary structure, we have our secondary structure, which membranes are following the principle of origami folding. And we find that when the scissor structure deployed, the height of this origami system will come down and the height will be reduced. Also connect with this secondary structure, we have our high control structure, which is made by scissors. And these scissors are different from the former one, it's a 3D one. And with the help of this structure, it can not only help us to control our height easily, but it can also keep our core to be always in the center of our unit. Also connect with the secondary structure, we have another structure that is for mobility, and it's also following the origami shape folding. And this structure is larger and more stable than the former one, and this can offer a stable structure for the mobility and for the interrupt from outside. Then we go to the gyroscope. With the help of the gyroscope in our center core can be always stable whenever the outside is rotating, is moving, and it's always be stable when it's in a sphere mode or in the flat mode. With the help of all the 5 structures, our unit can transform smoothly and reasonably, and the interior face will also change with these structures from a sphere, which is better for rotating, to a flat mode, which have a lower height but larger space for people use when habitat.
before getting to the details of the interior design, we analyze the daily human behavior by converting deposed movement series into voxels, and then count the sum of internal voxels and external voxels to calculate the spiritual repetition. In this way, we have created the database of minimal space for basic everyday behavior. During the experience, the user travels to a suitable settlement, shifting from mobility mode to habitation mode until the environment or season changes, and transform into sphere state again and move on to the next settlement. Through the behavior of flipping, we offer a choice of two living patterns that make the unit can be both self-sufficient and suitable for group living. In the both mode of habitation, the core provide support facilities, whereas in travel, the core is only space in use and required to provide, such as bathroom and kitchens, both of sittings and short time of sleeping. In that way, we divided the core into series parts, including the cabin cab and the kitchen and the bathroom. We have also designed deployable furniture to optimize this experience, such as we offer the footrest and the face carvings. As the occupations arrive at the settlement, the unit deforms and the main living space becomes a ring-shaped area, contains the workable space and the furnishing facilities. We have divided the workable space into 16 parts, and using each part as a module, design different types of function area there, such as we have resting functions and sleeping functions in different modules. By combining the different numbers of these modules, different functions space are created. Different combinations will provide multiple spiritual organization. For example, different directions after entering the house. And also by increasing the modules that are combined together, we can generate different patterns of our living room. In response to the need of people to which these units are applied, we can organize the different spiritual configurations to provide a variety suitable for living as a single one and also as the communication. At the same time, the unit can generate different size of the bedroom and the living room, and also provide us different varieties of the amount of our living room. The maximum number of users is 4, as we designed before. We can see that in the living mode, people rest and work and communicate in the ring-shaped area, and in the mobility mode, people gathering in the cabin bay to have a short rest there until they go to the settlement part. And also under the facility course, we have a water tank to ensure people can drink and live better when they are traveling a long distance. The external semi-transparent membranes interface and the height of the unit will allow people for both interior sightseeing and illuminations, as well as the user's privacy. And now the video shows us the first view of users' navigation through the interior of the unit, with the workspace space linking functional space, like we can see people can communicate in the seat and also rest in their bed. The hall is also linked to the outer space and gained access to the center core, which provide with our supporting areas there.
So we tried several versions for mobility, from shooting to rolling in early version. Also, we tried combination function of wind catcher and pneumatic membrane in late version. Here is what we have now based on origami. Each component consists of membrane, wind catcher, and skeleton. For passive move, we learned from tumbleweed. The reason why tumbleweed can rolling with wind is there are some lifts on its stems, and the winds can blow these leaves, then tumbleweeds can roll. Here are wind simulation and wind analysis in second CFD simulation. When the catcher trapped the amounts of wind, which means sphere with wind catcher could have more wind power to move. So after wind activated, membrane keeps still, only wind catcher on our unit open accordingly. And the wind catcher on each component will open certain degrees as shown below. And this animation shows how our unit behaves when it's on wind activation. If our units need to move spontaneously instead of passive move, our units need a new system to do more active moving. So once this unit is on pneumatic activation, a membrane on the bottom of this unit will inflate. By pushing ground and using reaction force forward, the inflation area ratio on each component showing as below. This animation shows how unit behave when it's on pneumatic activation.
And we are going to introduce the collective behaviors. And there are four units with different forms that undertake different functions in our community. A living unit is for the people live, and water storage, water transport and food storage, and also the electricity supply units are for the resource collection and utilization. And the shepherd unit is for the herdsman to graze. And for nomadic people, natural resources are the key to their life. So our unit will moving along the river, looking the suitable places to live and graze. And the movement of our community has multiple stages. And first, a small number of units will explore the suitable place, suitable location for the community aggregation in front. And then the power supply will be taken as the center. And the rest of units will be arranged near the electric supply unit for the aggregation. And there are two important factors for our community, are access to electricity and the water resources. As a result, the location of units will cluster and be close to the resource-rich direction. And as nomadic people's housing, always on the move is their way of life. Therefore, in different seasons, our aggregation will change different forms according to the natural conditions of the place and connection rules set by us, which is best adapted to nomadic life. And this graph shows how our unit aggregation would respond to the uneven field. And let's see what happened when, in different seasons. In spring is when we can use more water collection system. And the summer is when most of the weather is sunny. So we can use energy collection system like solar panels as well. And in the phase 2 extreme weather, by forming smaller packaging to ensure safety, like in the winter, in the autumn, there is a drought. There's extreme climate called drought. And thank you. That's all.
So in the first part, this is mostly what we are researching during the phase 1. We research on the auxiliary patterns to see the structure of surface, and we generate a structure that can be applied to a more suitable scale. And we try use the inflation to activate the auxiliary surface as well. And for this one, it's actually at the very end of our design. This shows the sections of 2 main mode we are using. So in this one is the more flattened one. This is when people are using it for inhabitation, and this one is for the mobility one, when the whole unit turn back to sphere, and this one is more suitable for rotate, so people can travel in that. And this is the center core there where we gather around when the whole unit are travel. And this one shows the kind of modules that collaborate our interiors. And with different modules combined together, we can generate different interiors to fit different, to meet different people. And also we mentioned that if there are 2 or 3 or 4 people are gathering around, we can generate different patterns there. And here is showed the separate part of our modules. This is the gyroscope core, and this is the core in a large scale, show the table and the seat people can use during their travel. And this is actually the external shell that we are using for the mobilities. The inflation part and the structure inside of it. This one shows the main structure we are using there. As Louis have said before, this is the main structure we use to activate the whole unit. As the reference of Hoberman structure, we use the scissors to compress the whole unit, and the origami structure will make the surface can follow the transformation here. This is the research we have done before for the origami part, and apply that to kind of structure here. And also, as we said before, the Hoberman structure is kind of very important part of our early research, and we successfully applied that to our final design. And this is all the different kind of scissor structures we have done there. And this one is now used at the top and the bottom part of our unit. This is the early version of that part. And this one is actually more like a 2D version of our activation part. Okay, I should turn this around, sorry. And for this one is showing the different units are using our clustering part, as we have a more severe one, which is more like a full storage, and we have a support there, can be opened to gain energy from the sun. This is the models shows the transformation for the support unit there. This is when they open their panels, this is when they lift up, and this is when they rotate and close the little panel there. And this one shows when there's when the winter part, like people are gathering around to make them feel more warmer, and in the summer part they are separated a little bit. Okay, and this is the origami structure that actually shows the whole transformation, which is the main part of our whole unit design. Okay, thanks for that.
Guys, behind the lectern, and we're going to start the discussion, okay? Thanks.
Can I start? Because I love this. I mean, this is a pet subject for me as an industrial designer interested in architecture. Okay, so since about 1990, I've been working on ideas for nomadic architecture, rollable architecture, and off-grid. So all those things. Partly because I'm interested in lightness, dematerialization, that kind. Rather than creating edifices in cities, I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in the potential of people who leave cities, actually. And there's a huge percentage of people who leave cities and seek another life in the country, but their options are very minimal. Stone cottages and old architecture. They can't live in a modern way. The great thing about being off-grid is you're off politics, you're off everything. No, really, it's very important these days. And since 1990, I mean, the world has changed, and it is changing rapidly in terms of the quality of life, in terms of air quality, lifestyle, the whole thing, how you raise children within nature. But you want to stay modern. You don't want to give up. So you're on the cusp of doing something, I think, which is very relevant. And so, I get it. I think there's some anomalies here, in terms of the way, and it's happening a lot in different units, there's a disconnect between the interior and the exterior. You've got this sort of very permanent, heavy interior in a really incredible ethereal exterior skin. That would never happen in nature at all. So I think you've missed the boat on that one. The other thing is that, since 1990, and within at least the last 5 years, there's a massive investment in drone technology. So there's no way you'd roll this. It would be a drone. I mean, you'd have a lightweight structure, and you could, if that sat there for a few months, it would recharge, and then you could easily fly that to another location. So in fact, you would be looking at extreme lightness. I mean, that's super thin polycarbonate windows, fenestration, that kind of, I mean, like things that collapse, even elasticated transparent windows. You would go hyper light. And we also live in an age of composites. There are incredible composites out there now these days, super lightweight. And lighter than actually the sphere that we passed around, probably. So my take on this is you've got everything kind of in place to a certain extent, but then I know you've got this dream of it rolling, and it's very poetic in the way you show it, tumbleweed, but tumbleweed doesn't really know where it's tumbling, does it? We will migrate, because that is a condition that's going to just increase, of course. And maybe there are parts of the world which have extreme temperatures in a particular time of the year, but which are very habitable, like Morocco, for example, is very extreme, but then other times of the year you want to be there. And this idea of off-grid, total independence, movement, fly where you want to fly, even if it's a leapfrog type thing. I think he just should revisit that aspect of it. That's all I've got to contribute without picking it apart.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't going to be quite as articulate, but it was approximately the same concern. We love it, no question. It's beautifully presented. It's really interesting. Now let's look at one aspect more of the solution, and it's the aspect that was understudied. And so I think that's what bumps into the concern here, Ross's concern. And so I was thinking about the transport problem. First, if you're on roads, my God, what traffic jams. If you're on roads, why would you stay on roads since you're wind-driven? You have very little control over where you're going. But if you're not on roads, whose property are you going over? You can't run this just like that. And how slow are you going to go? Did you calculate how long it would take to go any distance at the speed of wind, haphazard like that? So, but again, without the articulacy of Ross saying that, well, you know, it's going to fly. Flying would be a great solution to all of those problems. So, in the context of a study, I think you wanted one more step, namely, if movement is one of its one of your primary objectives, you have to address like what actually happens in movement, and that would raise a whole class of questions. There could be quite other solutions than the one of flying, and then you might also propose those. But it's a beautiful thing.
Let me help with that, because maybe it wasn't fully explained. Does that work? No, it doesn't.
Okay.
All right. Is it, well, I love the project, but Ross didn't quite get one of the aspects of it. I mean, I agree with the super lightness, and if you do this beautiful pneumatic animation of rolling, you probably should be light, and if you want to use wind, with these sails, which more would need to be bigger, which is a lovely idea, it also needs to be super light. So I agree with you with the aesthetics of the interior and so on and so forth. But this doesn't have to fly. I mean, they have sheep or horses. I mean, this is a real nomadic. They've studied the kind of monadic of the grasslands, and there's no property, by the way. You know, these are open, vast expanses in Eurasia or Mongolia, etc. So that's, and maybe you haven't heard enough of that, how we interface with these are actually, the audience of this would be probably the nomads who are now living still these lives partially settled and so on. And then attracting those city dwellers to join in. But that's my understanding of it. So if you fly, what's going to the horses and sheep going to do? But I do think, and I do believe that, you know, drones of, you know, full house as drone is energetically questionable. I mean, so I think that's part of the explanation. But I think it's more than poetic. I think the speed of migration is that speed which is the seasons. Right, where the transitioning is part of the process. It's not that you travel. My understanding is 1,000 kilometers, but you do every day a little bit, and so on and so forth. Yeah.
We're down one mic. It is a project about rolling, and I appreciate where you've taken this. We had a bit of a side conversation wondering about the experience of being a resident or passenger inside. You know, side note, when you're designing a heads-up system for a car or a display for a car or any kind of VR system, you run the risk of making people sick to their stomach. And so there'd be something pretty gentle here to figure out about how to not make somebody feel, have vertigo or get sick with and what you're saying, say that, please.
No, yeah, well, what we're saying is how much do you actually want to be seeing of the rolling? There's an exercise to deal with the experience within of the transformation and the motion mode and the transformation mode, how it's experienced and how that advises the interior.
And also to talk about the interior, we've seen modularity and living in a number, I think, projects from the same studio, but I really appreciate the way you've approached this through the wedge format, through the notion of function. I think that you, probably most successfully of the projects we've seen so far, have talked about how ergonomics and function might define the interior space. But you know, overall, I'm really quite fascinated with this project. And then if I can take it back up to the macro level where we were to begin with, and this idea of rolling across steppes and plains and polar landscapes, I find myself thinking, and that wonderful tumbleweed video that you showed of, you know, tumbling over the tumbleweeds and tumbling over the brush, it made me wonder what kinds of logics and architectures we see emerge because this is to move with the wind.
So where it's going to follow on the landscape is also parts of the landscape that are shaped with the wind. And longer term, there's going to be very interesting interaction between the dwellings that you've designed, the wind as the visible, invisible force, and the landscape in which you find yourselves. But very provocative.
Topography. You know, could you plot out a few paths that this could actually take? And if it's uphill, there's coefficients of friction and there's the amount of force required. You might need a sail. I mean, sail is cheap. Wheels and spherical wheels, they're cheap. They can inflate and deflate. There's a lot of, engineering. A lot of engineering questions that where the rubber meets the road about this kind of interesting solution.
Yeah, I think there's something beautiful about the speed, to travel at this very slow speed. And I also didn't get this bit that you're traveling with your cows and your sheep. I mean, it kind of makes sense. I love the project, but the one thing that I'm missing is much more kind of what happens in between those pods and how is the relationship articulated with nature and with those animals maybe. And I think there is the kind of whole communal aspect which I would presume would happen there, and it's almost like a layer that is missing.
Yeah, I think you communicated with your imagery the wrong thing. I mean, on the left, I'm with it, and then I'm looking at this lovely Cotswold scene with these people who look pretty successful and whatever. And I think if you put it in the right scenario, I wouldn't have even posed the questions I posed. Yeah, well, farm animals. I mean, you wouldn't be living like that and milking the goats. I mean, I don't, So you got a straight. Yeah, it's lovely. Yeah, lovely. It's like an open farm experience. But there's this. Yeah, what are you going to do? Kill your own animals? I mean, you're living in there. You see where we're at. Yeah, but it's incredibly well described project. I mean, it's incredibly competent, I have to say. And if you did have more time on it, I mean, it could really, you'd need to develop out one or two new scenarios. And I would stick with the idea personally of the drone, because you can lift a lot now with drones. And it's almost a drone anyway. I mean, you only got to add. Well, the cows have to find their own way. I'm sorry. It's the way life goes. I mean, it's just that we're going over there, and. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think the value of the project is in its kind of prototypical kind of development, but I think there's a long-standing history of mobile architectures, and I think what's really necessary is to really clarify what we mean by a kind of new nomadism. In the 60s and 70s, I think there were a lot of experiments, and I think the issue of community, commune, the idea of being off-grid, the things that Ross and Patrick and Jan are mentioning, all of that stuff have definitely kind of histories, and you can, I think, understand better what you're contributing to that history if you're a bit more aware of it. And there was like Drop City, all kinds of experiments. There were social experiments as much as they were kind of new kind of architectures. And I think that plays a very significant role, because maybe the part that does not really problematize the scenario, that's why we can talk about cows and sheep, or we can, I'm sure somebody could look at this as a high-end Burning Man, Elon Musk kind of hanging out with all the corporates for a day. And I think that's where I feel like there's a real shame in the project, to leave it at that level of openness. So I think it's important for you guys to kind of look, I mean, this could be Halley 5, 6, 7, 8, Arctic expedition instead of, tin cans on hydraulics. It's actually talking about a different thing that enables this kind of mobility to really demonstrate, right? And I think that there are these things, and you guys, I think, are aware of some of it, but I think you've come a long way in terms of the project. I think the production has been very positive, but I would be careful of like this kind of nostalgia, you know, because the reason that I think of it, like, you know, you see like farmers like herding thousands of sheep with one drone, you know, really trying to develop a kind of strategy where it's not about the mechanized world, it's really about how systems are actually at play, and the scale of these things right now still is like the Futuro, you know, designed as a ski lodge that was off the grid, that could be just dropped down by a helicopter, and that's why I'm saying like the value systems of these projects potentially have a lot more agency if you lead that conversation, I think. It doesn't change the way that you're working on it, though I feel Hoberman is always a trap, because Hoberman has done one thing and he's done it well, and it's done really well for kids and toys. It becomes very difficult to see it beyond stadium, you know, roofs and things like that. You're talking about something slightly different. So I think the reliance on Hoberman to describe the project is not necessary. The interiors as well still talk about domestic life. That's very familiar. While I think people that will want to explore this are potentially going to be motivated by something radically different. And I think that that should be expressed, because this isn't lifestyle, this is living. And then the whole idea of off the grid has so many conditions. But it does remind me a bit of like Bucky Fuller and the aluminum homes, this kind of super accelerated process that could be taken one step further by being mobile, and this is where I think the comments of lightness are really important. It's not just lightness because we just want to be super light, it's lightness also for material efficiencies, a whole series of other things that I think are super important to talk about. Otherwise, we're kind of talking about like vehicle design for architecture, and I think that that's not actually what you guys are working on. So I think, you know, you should be commended as a group for coming together in the last portion of this space to really put together a presentation that I think really is high level and can have a good conversation around it. But I think the serious discussion topics of the collective cannot be somehow taken out of the discussion, because that is an ecosystem not only between nature and these kind of machines, but it's not something that we're romanticizing. It has to somehow work. Plumbing, all of these kind of things that we're talking about. How does air, ventilation, water, these things all have to start to be addressed in a project like this, because in some sense you're taking it out of the codependency of existing infrastructures, which are streets and other things. Not just for mobility, I'm talking about like everything that would plug into this, and somehow embedding it into these skins.
I'm just thinking about human experience, okay, meaning, you know, for what you would pay for this, it could be radically cheaper than a house, okay, because you don't have the land plot, you take it all out, strip it bare. It's basically between a car and a yacht somewhere. And you think, gosh, I'd love to take my family to the snow, and I want to spend 3 months up there. And you go, you know, even if you just put that within a European context, where you can go from desert to mountains to snow, it's just an incredible way of living, relatively cheaply. I mean, not going to roll all in those distances. So you would keep one version, one variant for the steps and how it's being presented, and I think, and that's great. But you know, there's food is everywhere, by the way. So you know, it's one of these things where you don't need those systems anymore. And also with the internet, you're so connected. So you're connected to nature, which is radically important these days. Plus, you're connected to the world. I find that as a condition that could be explored, really fabulous. I don't know. I don't think I'm the only one. I think there's people who think that way now.
I agree, and it's somehow bringing back also certain conversations that people had in the States with Airstreams and all of that. I think the question is, how is that different today? Because I feel like, for example, like if these kids were living in there and they're sort of getting their drone delivery from Amazon, that would not really embody the things.
Yeah, but if that really folded up tight, and you could ship it to California, and you're professional, and there's something great happening in California, that's your home. you ship it out there, slow ship, and you go and live out there. You know, you understand me? So you go to when you pose the question about nomadicism, that's a great subject. You know, why are we moving? Is it, you know, effective climate? Is it a professional thing? You know, and I'm a designer, and yet everything's made in China, but I'm not in China. I'm not in the kitchen. I'm a chef, but I'm not in the kitchen. Everything is really becoming very remote. So I don't know, it fits into that.
But I just meant like some of the scenarios could also be urban. I mean, the idea of mobility doesn't necessarily have to be in this. It could be. It could also just be the issue that, for the most part, the idea of temporary occupancy can have very different timelines. My thing is that these kind of projects, all kinds of projects, should be kind of speculated within the spectrum of possibilities. And I think it could be an urban dwelling unit that's not really tied to things. I mean, you see people on caravans visiting Paris and all kinds of stuff. I'm just suggesting that it's open to interpretation. I think the students should use their imagination to see it in as many different contexts, to give, let's say, as many different options of things so that they can take informed decisions about the size and the scale. If it's urban, it has to be much more compact. But to be honest with you, even if it's not urban, it has to be compact to a degree to be able to deal with other issues, efficiencies of movement, if that's its main driver.
So I think all of that notion of operating within possibilities starts with a framing of assumptions. So we might have assumed before, Ross said, you can have food everywhere. Well, if you didn't assume food everywhere, you have one design space. If you assume energy costs, you have an energy space. If you assume energy is is free, as some people are starting to ask, how do we design in a world where energy is free, then it's another assumption. So each set of assumptions sort of constrains the design space very powerfully, and it would be constructive, I think, in the form of these proposals to articulate explicitly what some of the design assumptions are, because then if you relax one, you can get a wildly different space. So you say, oh, you know, we can, with the cost of drones and the way we could just store up some energy, and then we'll rent a drone or a drone fleet, and boom, and we'll be able to pay for the rental of the drone fleet, I guess, and so on. You know, under those assumptions.
Or one way is to say, like, since mobility and movement is such an important part, can we look at energy models that, you know, either piezoelectrics or other things like wave gardens and other kinds of stuff that has been developed in the past as being fundamentally, you know, bracketed with constraints on all of those different subjects. You could assume that nothing is free. And I think that that's not a bad part. Maybe it's too constrained, but then it's more to that visionary part that I think enabled a lot of those things to be put into practice. I don't know, all I'm suggesting is that the project is interesting when you take that as possibilities and you use a quick thought experiment.
What happens if you look at it from a class perspective or a low resource perspective? So if you're dealing with nomadic people, you're looking at people who have for many, many years, many centuries lived nomadically in Mongolia. How is this produced inexpensively enough to make sense? And it's a lot different than sort of New Age travelers or, you know, Burning Man then and now. It's different than the Mars camp in California. It would actually, it begs interesting questions of what the interiors would want to afford and could afford, and what you don't imagine, but what the people there might want to best use them for. And then another set of iterations that direction could produce other kinds of possibilities. You know, it would be really interesting to see what it looks and feels like in that capacity as well.
Even if you take the subject of who's on the move, and you realize that most people are being displaced, there's no need to enter, you know, the vernacular version of this. A lot of people, for social and political reasons, on the move. There are post-disaster scenarios that need quick deployment. There could be a whole series of different issues that just come on the table when you just ask one of those questions without taking too many assumptions of, changing everybody's approach to dealing with the landscape and nature. Maybe we should learn from those things ourselves. But I just mentioning it mostly because I think the project is in an interesting position now to be able to do that, regardless if it's here or taken further somewhere else.
And just a quick one, I think also the effects of aggregation is something to be considered in terms of the scale of aggregation and what multiplying effects that can have on resource management, on a lot of other things, and deciding where the constraints need to be there.
Yeah, I think these comments open really to very interesting topics. I really like this discussion. I think one thing this project made me think about is about density. Do we need to really think about densifying? Is there a way to challenge, the trend, and a way also to really imply an architecture that can be actually dealing with nature in a different way. So maybe picking up on the comments on those experiments of the 60s, 70s, early 80s. To me, there was something there. The idea of plugging into an infrastructure. If you think about Super Studio, ArchiZoom, at the end, the idea was to create a large infrastructure where to connect. Here, so the difference, I think here, which is potentially interesting, is that you don't need that infrastructure. You can actually move your own infrastructure, which I think it's something to think about. Do we need to really, prepare the ground for continuous and incremental density, or are we, maybe working on a different approach where we try to be as much as possible self-sufficient, as much as possible trying to really work with nature as a collaborator. And I think the comments on the lightweight aspect and the materiality, the comments on the prototypical aspect as well, which I think is very important. This project didn't start from the site. Okay, so and that to me is quite impressive. I congratulate the students for that, because they found actually something that really, to me, it's meaningful in terms of also dealing with the speed. Coming back on the comment that Patrick made, which is very appropriate on the idea of slow life, following nature and also having the capability to be part of a larger community, which is not just humans, which I think is also important. But I really like the discussion, and of course there are many issues that were not addressed, but I think it's an interesting ground for to think about what we are doing as architects. Potentially we focus on densifying cities, and I think it's we should not really take it for granted. It's not something we are forced to work with. We can try to find alternatives, I guess.
I think it's super exciting, the whole infrastructure bit. I think at the moment there's a bunch of companies like Fifth Element or so, they manage to cram anything you need from your electricity, your grey-water recycling into the size of a shipping container. It's still a shipping container, but storing energy and recycling your water. There is solutions that we have been developing for a long time now in other areas. Funny enough, not in architecture, but it's the big military ships. If we take their units that they use to recycle their water and how they store it. Yeah. So I think there is something interesting where we are at this point where all this infrastructure can become mobile. But I really feel like maybe this is was articulated before, but what I thought was most about now is the motivation, or you talked about the kind of limitations that you start with. So when I grew up in a kind of hippie commune, like a failed experiment in the early 70s, and my view is that the motivation really was very badly articulated, and was very much people were against shit. There was a lot to be against, but they hadn't quite figured out what they were for. And and maybe we are now at a point where we are much more able to articulate what we are for. And that is a really beautiful starting point, right? Because then you can work backwards from there, and then you can start to imagine, people. And we, in our studio, we do a lot of work around kind of, imaginative characters, and we imagine personas and imagine how they will live, and then, from those behaviors, you then start to evolve design ideas, right? And I think that would be a really interesting next step to investigate the core kind of motivation. Why do people want to live like this? What is actually the value, the benefit?
If you were part of a nomadic community and you don't want to pack the tent, you got one ready to go. And it goes slowly, and you follow the streams. You'll need to have some way of directing, but you follow the stream.
Yeah.
They already live that way, but it must be a real hassle to pack up and unpack. Yeah, you've seen movies on that.
Hello everyone, good afternoon. We are Team Bao of Studio Bhushan. Today we will discuss our thesis proposal on how we can optimize the use of London's backyard and back gardens to create an active and denser community which eventually helps in the densification process of London through the cyber-physical platform, a journey from online to on land. Currently, London being one of the mega cities around the world and with the highest population density in UK is yet quite sprawl as compared to other cities such as Manila, and which is 10 times denser, and Paris, which is 4 times denser than London. However, if we compare the land areas, London is thrice the size of Paris and 28 times bigger than Manila. Thus, this clearly indicates that the urban fabric is expanding. If we look into London's current land use, nearly half, that is 47% area of London's land is open parks and backyards, out of which 75% are majorly private backyards or back gardens, which sums up to nearly 35,000 acres of land categorized as an open space. One of the major reasons behind London's sprawlness is NIMBY, that is not in my backyard, a movement initiated by many groups opposing various construction in their neighborhood, hence resulting into expansion of London. This movement in London was first observed when the proposal for motorways was introduced, which could have possibly divided London into multiple segments. The proposal to this monstrous plan was eventually dropped down due to this oppose, which proved to be very effective and advantageous. Unfortunately, this oppose started to be more and more frequent, resulting in opposing any construction in the neighborhood, leading into its negative side. Presently, due to NIMBY, many proposals are kept on hold or are being rejected. Hence, this lead us towards the question, if not here, then where? The major reasons which promoted NIMBY more often were quite clear and acceptable. People were worried about property and private spaces. Hence, the local were concerned about the damaged neighborhood, the lack of trust, as well as the increase in crime rates around the neighborhood. Hence, we propose an interactive methodology to convert the ideology of NIMBY to YIMBY, that is not in my backyard, to yes in my backyard, which allows local and investors to use this backyard and open space more efficiently and safely by forming a decentralized organization which incentivizes them to use this space for forming active community via consensual participation, and which eventually helps them in monetary benefits. Through governance tech and spatial tech via interactive gaming platform, we can incentivize users to densify the neighborhood with a decentralized organization, which can optimize the advantages to the locals as well as the investors and diminish its negative impact, creating an opportunity for an individual as well as the collective to develop an outcome that can maximize social welfare. Thus, we propose to use these backyards and provide a platform to create an active community by maintaining its historical value with various multi-level open pockets, frequent neighbor-to-neighbor interaction, consensual participation, and eventually a profitable return.
The reason we choose Notting Hill as our site selection is that the sharp conflict between the demand of high-end realistic stage in Notting Hill and the multiple activities and cultures is the main reason for us to choose this site. And whether it is weekly polo ball market or the annual Notting Hill Carnival, that's the noise, population, and other factors are the impact on the high quality life environment. This impact will inspire residents to protect their properties and the surrounding areas, resulting in a strong NIMBY tendency. So we think that if the NIMBY problem in Notting Hill community can be moderately solved through games and special designs of arts, then other areas of London is also possible. So in order So in order to So in order to solve NIMBY, our whole GovTech design is to aim at having a good negotiation and voluntary. So first thing, we are introducing the air rights. What is air rights? The amount of FAR, floor area radio, could be banked and exchanged across large areas. Low-rise buildings with just a little leftover development space could, for example, exchange FAR systematically with a growth-oriented area. Persist would then fund improvements both for individual house owners and communities. The advantage of this regulation model is that the sales receives funds that can be used for construction within the community, while the buyers gain more space for development and reduce the population loss from rent issues. Based on this learning, we want a little adjustment for air rights, not only on roof but also on the facade, but backyard expansion are content. So air rights, we have introduced a community bank as an agency. So it will give profits of rent air rights to external citizens or external people who want to join this community. And also for these internal and external players, they need to give their air rights to the community or contribute to the community. So we go through the game.
Let's get deeper into governance tech part. The player can be categorized into two groups. One is external investor and other is internal investor. Here one can choose an avatar and name it respectively. Moving on to the selection of suitable zones, one can get all the related data of backyard areas like light qualities and most importantly, cost of voxels, and so on. Subsequently, following the aim of densification, we have developed 4 types of game. First is rooftop expansion, second is communal zone, third is commercial zone, and fourth is residential zone. Here, the residential extension is carried out through the voxels, where the game now offers a selection of exterior, interior, and facade options, where player can customize their spaces according to their needs. So so in first case, so there are multiple possibilities to get ownership of the air rights. So in first case, Yatharth and Lily are neighbors, and they are and Yatharth is interested to build a dual voxels on half of their facade. So Yatharth asks her if he can buy air rights of Lily, and this case shows owner-to-owner negotiation, which can incentivize profit to one and quality of space to other. Can you play? Yeah. So this is another option where two person are interested to buy one voxel of the neighbors, so they have like they gave their offers to the owner. Yeah. So this is one of the option where two neighbors can share the space. So together they can get into the inventory and they can take into all the options they have, and they can confirm the inventory and they can share the spaces whatever they like.
So here we learn our first rules of facade extension is that we learn from a game called chain reaction. So first is if you are in the corner side, you can have 2 directions. If you are in the edge, then 3. In the corner, 4. So in this, how to introduce this with our roof game is that if you are in the ground floor or top floor, then you have 3 directions to explain with neighbors. So you can exchange your air rights or your extensions or sharing your space with your neighbors just nearby you. But if you are in the other floors, that you have 4 directions with your neighbors. So next, the rule second is the contribution rules. As we said before, that our whole game is set up with negotiation and voluntary. So community game Zoom development is about contribution. So buy a unit, you provide unit. That means when you buy voxels in commercial area, roof extension, or residential area, you have to give a certain part of voxels to the community, which, well, together we can build a better communal area. So, for example, we take as an example of these individual buildings, the 4th floor, the 5th floor. So in this, we like just select like 36 conditions. In these conditions with the rules that 4th floor only has 11% of chance to achieve more than other floors. So with introducing the auctions and the bidding system or negotiation, that it can help the 4th floor to achieve more possibilities to get more scores. So residential game relationship here, we all just talking about local citizens and the communities. Let's move to the game part, roof part.
So in the roof part, investors has started like taking the voxels, and here the bidding process started. And as an agreement, as we discussed, if they're buying something for their own, they need to give voxels to the community, and here they can start to customize the spaces, and they can have their voxels.
So compare with facade, that the neighbors only like is 3 or 4 neighbors is a 2D selection. If you can regard it as a 2D chessboard, then we go with commercial roof area 3D selection. It has 26 neighbors. So in this, we can show that in Unreal, that when you go in, you are directly tell by those avatars that the gray one is that you cannot be treated, because in the neighbor limits, we don't want to make things chaos here, so we set up rules of the neighbors' numbers. That the maximum is the maximum empty place is 6. So you will see some gray villa here that is cannot be traded or used or share space. So this is a simulation for when playing the game here, that it takes steps for external and the internal person. So here is the scores of one options. Here the scores is 11430 for roof and 7631 for commercial. The properties on the roof is for 114, 18 on the commercial, and the internal player has returned to 67 voxels to the community. 47 is from roof expansion, and 20 is from commercial. Also, there's the externals also has the scores. So the whole white blocks are the area that needs to bidding, because and circulations, the numbers is 1600. Yeah, and
moving forward to the spatial tag. Why we use spatial tag? Why we need spatial tag is to incentivize users in the design process. That is towards participatory design. Currently, The design methodology mainly follows monotonous design process and conventional construction techniques, resulting into rigid design which may fail to adapt to users' needs and requirements. However, to overcome this rigidity, we require professionals who provide interdisciplinary design approach with various novel construction technologies and who can cater the needs of users as well as provide a possible approach towards maximum social welfare. Thus, with this approach, we can incentivize users through enhanced spatial quality and unique experience, as well as mass customization can reduce the cost of construction effectively. Moving forward to our design proposal, we chose one of the proto-sites of the Notting Hill as a tentative site and started to zone out the programs which can be helpful for the neighborhood, such as the zonings were considered the programs were considered as communal spaces, residential extensions, commercial zones, and rooftop extensions. For the residential extension, we started to determine the needs of the user, the local users, and how they can extend their modules with different interior bases, which can be as per their customization which they need, which can be kitchen, bedroom, office, and also they have the possibility to expand it as a whole studio apartment as well. Similarly, the initial experiment started with providing a catalog of different iterations of the structure which can fall out for the extension of the existing facade on the Notting Hill site. Similarly, after having that customization, the user can have user can identify the requirements, and then similarly, as per the requirement, they can customize the facade, which are adaptable as per the different size of modules which the users would like to would require as. So as the aggregation starts, the users eventually by default they start making the neighbor-to-neighbor negotiation, which can eventually help to gain some open spaces for them to as a shared space, which can which acts as a multi-terrace gardens as well. Looking at a single individual unit of residential expansion, the whole unit is divided into like 4 parts, where the main structure is has been determined by the robotic hot wire cutting, which has been casted with concrete. Then the walls are made of plaster wall. It can be plaster walls as well as timber banded walls, and the openings as per day as they customize. Here we can, as we mentioned, that the neighbor-to-neighbor negotiation helps for the aggregation of the modules. One can also have double-heighted and triple-heighted spaces where one can interact on different levels with neighbors. In the way of to prototype the residential unit, we divided the skeletal structure into 4 parts, and the 4 parts were then cutted through robotic hot wire cut, which took around 8.5 minutes to cut one unit, taking towards the total time of 30 minutes to reach one unit, to achieve one unit. Yeah. This is one of the aggregation which we can find on the while people are the users completed their aggregation. As soon as the users complete the aggregation, architects or professional comes into the picture, and they start providing the circulation and the walkways around so that it becomes more easier, as well as architects provide light well for the existing building so that the existing building is not at all discarded from the light as well. So the existing units gets the light, as well as they have the extension part for them as well. This is one of the iterations which possible outcomes which can be achieved. Moving forward to the commercial was provided on the either end of the backyards so that it can incentivize more external users. The modules were majorly funicular modules were designed for the commercial modules, and their genotype and phenotype were made in such a way that it can house different programs of retail, exhibition space, reception, etc. For the interior modules, different adaptive designs were made possible so that user can customize as per their number of voxels selected, and then they can use those interiors modules as they buy, as the process of buying goes on. So the commercial iteration which we have is like used by different topologies of the columns, funicular columns, and the circulation helps for circulation which has been designed by architects in the commercial as well helps for the access to the rooftop areas. Moving forward to its robotic hot wire cutting, the funicular component was divided into its vertical segments and horizontal segments with multiple joineries tried out so that it can interconnect with each other in a very optimized way. For the rooftop extension, majorly the program housed for the co-working spaces and Airbnbs where people can have privacy as well as a view to work while working. Architect designed the structural truss network, and then the aggregation of the shells carries on as per the user customization. As the rooftop extension needs to be much lighter, the shell structure were used by the fabrication method of fabric formwork. Same method goes on for the co-working and interior modules as well. The combinatorial possibilities, how user can customize their interiors and as per the requirement. Some of the views where user can have like in the co-working spaces on the rooftop. Similarly, rooftop can also be used during the night time, as the landscape of the rooftop can also be used as a gathering spaces for the community. And moving forward to the communal spaces, as these voxels are bought and units are given to the community, the decentralized organization can now decide how they can move forward to provide community something in terms of parks and different other necessities which the neighborhood requires. So the community decentralized organization, as per the requirement, they start providing the swimming pool areas, library areas with parks to move forward for children parks, children play areas, etc. So here, as we look at the overall possibility, we can say that the neighbor-to-neighbor negotiation and the interaction between the community is enhanced more ways, and this can act as a prototypical site for the backyards, which can be used in different possible sites as well. Thank you.
Where, on every level, I think there's a lot of movement at the moment. So it's very appropriate, I think, to go a bit deeper into that project. I think you touched all the relevant elements. I think we're seeing a lot of progress being made in using real-time 3D digital tools for public engagement. We're at a point where even more conservative places are considering rethinking the way they engage. And I would go so far to say that we're almost at a point where there's a shift in the way we understand public participation away from this is a box ticking exercise, something I have to do to get planning, to really identifying the value that's in there. Because the moment you engage with people who live there, you actually discover values that are mutually beneficial for the city and long term. And so this is all to say that I think it's super relevant. I think it's great that you touch on all the different elements. There's a bunch of things, since we're here to critique, there's a bunch of elements I think that one could take to the next level. In terms of the structure, I think a lot of the projects that we are involved in at the moment, they're very much focused on figuring out how we can do all this without increasing the carbon footprint, ideally reducing it. So going heavy on materials that help you do that. But then there's another thing which I maybe didn't get quite, but the Shigeru Ban has a fun project where he's building styrofoam buildings at the moment. And so this kind of discussion between wood or mass timber construction versus really super lightweight styrofoam stuff that you can attach to buildings or on top or on the side. There's a lot to build on, and it feels very much like the beginning of something that is super exciting.
As a Notting Hill hillbilly for 30 years, living in exactly that area, I know the kind of people who live in that area would not want that. Okay? Those, I'm not talking about myself, but those houses start at about 10 million apiece. They're owned by high net worth families, and they would not give up their garden for anything. So for me, it's a bit of an odd choice of location. I think you haven't really thought that through. And it's that particular location doesn't need anything like that, because it's not really a thoroughfare. There's not enough activity. Further up at Ladbroke Grove, where there is some social housing near the railway lines and so on, that's a really better site, because there's no benefit for the wealthy people in having that next to them at all. They're not going to give up anything. But people who are maybe already in social housing could see incredible benefit from that. There's maybe a swimming pool, there's wonderful, services, social services, the hospital, medical. Then it starts to make a lot of sense, because it's an upgrade, not a downgrade. So that, I don't want to kill what you're doing, because that's, unfortunately, I've been sitting thinking, that's how people are going to feel about the location. But that raises big issues worldwide about this sort of lack of access through hierarchy or whatever. But the idea is great. It's just where you insert it. So I think, from my point of view, I think it's just the wrong location. I'm a big fan of Shigeru Ban. I'm a friend, and the thing is, I love the fact that he has this incredibly alternative way of thinking. I was building a project in Poland, and it was going to be left, it was a castle, and it was going to be left for long periods, and I said, how the hell do you close a building like that? He says, oh, you just make the roof hydraulic, and you just flatten it to the ground. So he just closed it. That's the way he thinks. So this idea of using lightweight, super lightweight packaging materials, if you like, then I quite like the dialogue between these very classical permanent buildings with a sort of impermanence. And maybe that facilitates a whole new mindset, I think. And there are coating technologies now where you can spray an egg and chuck it off a skyscraper and it won't break. It's incredible. I've been working on a project in Portugal with that. So I like what Jan is saying, because it brings another dimension to it that's so opposite to the physicality of what's there that you sort of can't argue with it. When it's hybrid, half this, half that, then no. And already it looks like it exists to me. It's, in scenarios that exist already in London. So I think it's pulling you back rather than it being some, and I'm not talking about being radical. I mean, it doesn't have to be physically radical. It just materially could be very, very, and also this idea that the carbon footprint, the introduction of new energy systems and so on, which drive the aesthetic. I think it's really interesting. You know, you're building pre-insulated architecture, which is a big issue in this country, by the way, at the moment. I just think there are other little pockets of things which you could have brought to play, but I mean, it's a very complete project. Yeah, thank you for all your effort.
I quite like the tension of Notting Hill as a thought experiment. What if we view it as maybe not, it is NIMBY, right? And you're trying to turn NIMBY on its head. So we have to take the logic that they've brought to the project. But I find myself thinking about the framework of value-sensitive design that has been used for anything from software to discussions of people in the war crimes tribunals in Rwanda as a way of looking at values in tension with one another. And I think if I can pick up the different kind of bits of things that we're already talking about, maybe that's something that you're doing here architecturally. Because really we know that nothing is this or that, it's always the other. And the more complex something is, the more multiple complexities are in place at the same time. And maybe it's always easy to put the wind farms next to social housing because social housing and it's publicly owned, versus, you know, in the background of a $10 million home. But what would it take for someone there to negotiate an air right for something else? What is the other that would happen? And architecturally speaking, what's the intervention that becomes possible? I don't know what the answer is. Maybe you do, but maybe together that's something we can take up. Oh, totally.
I have the idea that the underprivileged are the people who are looked after. They have the leapfrog effect of modernity.
But we have to assume that this is, if they're going to place a project in Notting Hill, and their first couple of slides are talking about YIMBY versus NIMBY, then they're trying to challenge that, and then we have to talk about what it takes to challenge that privilege. And maybe the answer is nothing possibly would do it for a home that's been in the family for a long time or is bought by external investors, you know, as we know is often the case, right? But what does it take to put those tensions in? I see Patrick is waving.
Yeah, I think it's a very pertinent, very timely, and a great project. I think the discussion whether this is well placed in Notting Hill is maybe a distraction. Maybe you're not aware of some of the things Ross is talking about, but you can generalize it across London. There's so many, whether it's, you know, Clapham or Finsbury Park area or these kind of even lower than Notting Hill, two-story row houses, carpets of those, right in the proximity of major centers. And maybe you picked it because there was a very large, deep garden spaces you could do something with. So you just put that to one side, but I think even for those who own high-value property, if they could unleash further value, they might consider. Maybe Ross is right, his intuition that's not particularly these very, very high-value houses, but across London, there is obviously enormous development potential to get these kind of carpets of terrace houses upgraded and densified at least to the kind of level of Georgian 5 stories and beyond. And I've been in discussions that I know the YIMBY people here in London, they're active and are trying to empower street by street to break the NIMBYism, where you have the community participation is basically in wider groupings and neighbors who would block something happening at any point. But if you empower the landowners of a particular street themselves, or block by block, and you ask them if they would want to densify, and hand that right over to them, then that probably there's enormous incentive to do so. And there's a lot of urgency to do so, because that brings, as you can see in the project, it not only brings more residences into these areas, but you could actually enhance the quality of life through additional amenities and so on. Whether that is quite documented here, it's kind of beautifully argued, and I do like the particular outcome of that. It has kind of vibrancy, and you maybe have to quantify the additional commercial spaces, this whole underground community world, the garden, the residential is maybe the most tricky one, where these things pop out, and we're struggling with access of light and a degree of independence of these units. But still, I think it's an important project. But I want to point out against Jan, this is different from a community engagement, which is usually a too large community, where you have positive incentives, you only have negative incentives. And here you have to break it down to those who potentially could benefit. And then it seems legitimate for those who are most affected, but also who can weigh the pros and cons, as well as, in a sense, they're indirectly representing those who would come in and move in. Because the landowners would then, these would be new people, of course, which these additional spaces could be offered to. This got some traction, by the way. In the Conservative Party.
One more thing, though, about the history of air rights. If you look at the architecture of New York and the histories of how air rights have shaped architecture in New York, you start seeing novel constraints and novel forms arise from those constraints. It's constraints of policy and law and negotiation. So then I think interesting questions begin to emerge about how do it's not voxel. It could be much more intricate, frankly, a lot weirder, and there might be some really interesting possibilities that start to emerge when you see the law encroach upon the form.
I think this project for us, in the studio, brings home, or at least tries to articulate several of the topics that we've been trying to articulate for the last couple of years, at least, or ever since Patrick kind of raised the issue of very low density around London's parks, right? It's close to only 30 people a hectare, and so it's, and also, and so this is second or third of these kind of projects that are trying to reuse parks or intensify the use of parks. And also, in this sense, it resonates a lot of affinity that we have to the ideas of Jane Jacobs in terms of operational resilience of cities, not only build infrastructure to build it for once, but how do you maintain it? How do you consensually fund it, and so on, and the other aspects being of density, urban density being one of the key levers that we can push towards sustainability, by far, order of magnitude, 2 or 3 orders of magnitude more than any material choice you can make. Just densifying a city brings, immense benefits to the carbon argument, but also just affordable housing and so on, rather than saying to be affordable we need to go into Eurasian nomadic lifestyle. Why not be in the city, which is one of the reasons why we are here, and so in that sense, we have always supported this prototype to be tested in Notting Hill, whereby we, as Molly was saying, we really need to contend with what can design bring to address the value proposition of something like WeWork, in a way, they do take on very high value residences and still provide additional value, or still unlock additional value for people, or make it accessible to a wider number of people than just a few owners. And so in that sense, this project is indeed a very pertinent starting point for many other projects to pick up on, as Jan was saying, like ideas of like participation, like using new technologies, particularly gaming technologies, which has an educational quality, like, and engages a wider range of or younger generation of people, like and also offers them entrepreneurial possibilities, like, and also this project is beginning to highlight the value of design for city level innovation, right, like that, and all of these aspects, to us, like this project kind of begins to set forth like a new trajectory, which we can build upon, as Jan was saying. None of it is fully resolved, but like the key ingredients have been placed on the table, and like and so it's it's highly enthusing for us in the studio that the level of conversation is bringing forth these multiple layers of urban densification.
I think it's true that there is a lot of thematics that are being raised by the project, and I think there is a point of contention which is really tied to a certain feeling like it has to be in Notting Hill as a statement of purpose. I think if we're going to take the city as a problem, and I think for the studio and for yourselves, I think you have to see it as, not really being like a manifesto for radical change in this way, because it leaves itself very vulnerable to, I think, a whole series of issues. To impact the city is that it's prototypical, it can be deployed, it can address different sites, it can address different architectures. And I think that's where the gamification and the scalability of those kind of residual and resilient kind of platforms to be able to deal with scale and larger impact from, let's say, 1 building, 2 buildings, but neighborhoods, I think that that's where that can go home. I think the reality of the project at this stage, and something that you guys should probably think about, is, there were a series of thoughts or even realized projects that talked about like the corridor as a street to bring communities together. And I think one of the aspects of the project that seems a bit of a limit is not to, let's say, for example, let's say like the provocation of Ross, swimming pool, this, that, other kinds of things that bring people together and brings community together in very different kinds of things. If you're augmenting a social housing estate or you're augmenting a neighborhood, those needs may be very different. And I think part of your kind of generative logic, strategically, should be to be able to have an open ear to that, but then to be able to plug it into your game and see how it can allow the systemic aspect for it to be resolved. Because if I look at this scenario, it's very Smithson's in a sense. Extension of a large kind of throughway that becomes the common ground for community. It's a very, very nice idea. But the practice of it, also in a city like London, means something very different. There's not a lot of time. You live next to neighbors that you never know. So how do you instrumentalize architecture? It has to be more than sort of giving the opportunity of space. It has to kind of give the possibilities for people to have agency in that. So I think that there are certain things that are in our control and there are certain things that are not. And that's why I think it shouldn't be somehow left too much to site and to these other forces or to legislation. Because I think you're trying to demonstrate the use case that somehow enables that conversation to happen, because it's not happening. So that's also where I think this stuff on the table, if it's like Shigurubon and foam and all of those things, it has to take the next level of conversation. It has to feel that that is a real strategy of augmenting different kinds of buildings, because you can't assume that those buildings are designed to take these loads. Lightness is an objective, in your world. And just take that on board creatively, right? You don't have to start with that, but that assumption, I think, is very meaningful. Because otherwise we are looking at this and, maybe it's the Barbican, maybe it's this, maybe it's that. And those are very different projects, designed from scratch with a certain intentionality that they had to make a public offering. Those days are gone, actually, in some way. We see that, like at best we get some random privatized plaza space decorated with some idea of a kind of new kind of occupancy and general public goodwill, but these are not what we're needing in a city like this. So I don't think you can make the assumption just fill in the park spaces. The assumption is you have to instrumentalize the city. And you need to give us as much in-your-face kind of versioning of that to really create the possibilities for people to be like, you know what, that would be really great to have. And it's not that far-fetched. I mean, when Foster put a swimming pool in an office building, if you tried to propose that today, people would be like, nonsense, what the fuck are you putting a swimming pool in a corporate office building for? But that was an idea of actually just bringing workers together, right? And it had a certain vitality, but that kind of got, let's call it, optimized out. The city is actually pretty resilient, so I think it could cope with a whole different kind of series of implants, but you have to think about your project much more as augmenting buildings in the built environment and less Notting Hill, that particular thing. I know you're going to say something, and my point to you is that... No, absolutely you can. It's not hanging, it's just not this kind of orthodoxy that you make the world black and white. Because that, I think, takes away the agency of what you're doing. You could have this argument with me all day, we could have this whole argument, why NIMBY, why YIMBY, whatever, it doesn't matter. The point is, like, what agency do you have to actually engage in that? And I think you have a lot when you start to demonstrate possibilities, and that's my only thing. I think the agency of the architect is offering, creating kind of plausible scenarios, and the gamification and the new models of participation is more than community design, because also community design never really worked at scale. To bring all of the people together, to draw the plan out of what the city is in a workshop, these are kind of very superficial things that were attempted, and they were never instrumentalized because they made the assumption that everyday people, in some sense, could take those decisions without the knowledge of infrastructure and all of these other things. So all I'm saying is, I'm trying to empower you, so you can leave it there. And my point is that the students are doing a really good job, but I think it's limited when it's just tested on a site without a larger scope of potentially implementing it. So it's something to consider. I'm not suggesting that, you know, it's the demands of one team to do that, but I think it's the scalability of those platforms and the gamification that have to work at scale to make it plausible to move beyond, let's say, building design or even planning tool into something that actually gives people information. If we take these decisions, this is the impact. And so in some ways it becomes probabilistic, it becomes versioning, it becomes iteration, but it also gives people a stake in it, beyond assuming that people that have money can then incentivize money. I'm saying that more like decision-making, in your case, I think has a whole host of different actors, and some may know that they have agency, and some may never have ever felt that they had agency. So the tool is an empowering element in all this.
So you could summarize just by more user scenarios.
More user scenarios, no dedication to a site, it's just a testing scenario. And what would happen if this would actually really be regulated and planned, and you were given the go-ahead? How would you actually...
Yeah, I mean, you might find a lot of speciation if you had more user scenarios, and then you get sensitive to the driving forces. It just, you know, a bigger taxonomy.
Yeah, no, definitely. I mean, like, I'm not trying to defend like the amount, like a particular choice per site. Like, of course, the intention has always been that Notting Hill is just a first. I mean, we know that's not going to happen, right? Like there will be powers that will prevent it, but like as long as there is Ross's friends, yeah. But like you know, like for us, like it is like why do urban densification is precisely to kind of have a vision for London, like something like Tokyo, but that is more historically layered, right? Like in yeah. But I don't know why you're getting so aggravated.
Like having a conversation, there's suggesting is if you're interested in densification, show me all of
No, yeah, I was getting, and not, yeah,
show me
was.
the difference of what that is to other parts of the city. Then you can make the argument of densification because you're actually working on densification. If I ask how many units, how many square meters are you really densifying? We don't want to have that
Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm saying, like, this is like, sure, but this is like, you know, like, that's why I was trying to say that this would be a kind of springing project for other projects to follow on, because it's laid, like, you know, it's bringing out these aspects, like, I mean, until this project came along, like, these aspects have not been fully, you know, put on the table, right, like that, if we had done, like, a kind of tabula rasa thing, like, somewhere else, like, these aspects wouldn't come about, like, and that's all I'm trying to say, like, I'm not trying to say that, like, you know, we should defend the choice for Notting Hill, like, yeah, of course, maybe we should see how this prototypical system can be deployed in other parts, like Ladbroke Groves or even Finsbury Park or, you know, wherever, right, like, and, but we still have to commend the team for, like, doing what they've done, like, and so we shouldn't, yeah. Yeah, well, yeah, exactly.
Offering less polemics, more opportunity, and the only difference that I would say is different contexts have different needs. So just even having that enables the students to have even a larger taxonomy to deploy. I'm not saying anything more. I'm not angry.
Okay, there's something quite beautiful, right? If it's possible, if you could, you know, take this and really start thinking a bit like we do in other fields of research, right? Where we build on top of existing research, and so, you know, take this Unreal model, take the ideas that are here, get the next year to not do the same thing again, because it takes time to get to that point, right? But add to it, right? And create an open source kind of platform that we can add to, because it's really...
That's what DRL is.
Yeah.
That's what's happening.
Exactly, but I think that is really the beginning of that, right? I mean, in this particular case. So I think it's super cool.
But there haven't been any metrics. So, I mean, it's very relevant how many extra space, how many extra units you've got, and then how much light was lost, and, you know, what's the disutility for some, and what's the value. You mentioned criteria, but you know, there hasn't been any plotting. So here are like 25 solutions, let's say. Well, let's see them plotted against the curve, and where's the optimum lie? You know, so before you can generate multiplicities of these things under different conditions, you have to measure.
Look, I think you got to stop this, because this is this unit is taking on really tough subjects. Okay, I mean, these are problem-solving, non-glamorous subjects, and I really commend you. I mean, you know, you get it on the chin every time, because it's not some funky metaverse or whatever it is, and you know, no, it's true, and somebody's got to deal with this, because it's not only a condition for that particular part of London either. I mean, London is so grungy, and it needs a complete reboot. So, you know, there should be much more effort put into this, and hence the discussion.
Yeah, no, definitely, and also to like, you know, not think like London is like all pristine, right? Like, as you say, it's grungy, and like, there may be a few very high value houses, but most of it is like kind of decrepit and like, you know, like ready for, you know, renovation at least.
Okay, that sounds like very nice way to segment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. We are Team Vortex City from Patrick Schumacher's studio. I am Michelle, along with my team Amana, Trishul, Ben, and Yao, will be presenting our project on metaverse urbanism. With the dawn of Web 3.0 and an unprecedented shift in the way our daily activities have moved to online platforms, society has begun to embark on a paradigm shift. Owing to this, a significant influx of business investments into this virtual domain has also occurred. With various adaptations and interpretations of virtual platforms, users are often on a quest to find meaningful interactions within the virtual realm. We now live in an era where the virtual environments have become a necessity as opposed to the earlier choice. On analyzing various trending metaverse platforms currently at use, there is a strong focus on the creation of a hyper-realized gaming platform that appear to have a strong disconnect from the physical world. On further studying the motivation of users to enter into these virtual spaces, one begins to realize that users are looking towards these platforms as not just sources of entertainment, but as platforms for engagement and work opportunities. With this, we categorized our users into asset owners, experiential visitors, periodic visitors, and event attendees.
For our project objective, as a response to the growing trends and the way metaverses are shaping up, we believe in conceptualizing a platform that is rooted in the physical world. As a step to develop these virtual environments further, our vision of the metaverse was conceptualized as a point where physical and virtual realities merge. With the advancements in VR and AR technology, various levels of immersive experiences are now being realized, with an approach of curating experiences for foreground human interaction with the virtual realm of our project aims at providing a platform that enhances user engagement with an information-rich environment. Vortex City proposes to have a virtual extension that is influenced by physical world in terms of legibility, thereby facilitating an easy onboarding process for users by creating a sense of familiarity within the metaverse to create a seamless transition into the virtual space. As part of our thesis framework, Vortex City mainly focuses on three main aspects of legibility, user interaction, and user customization, where legibility speaks about aspects of navigation in terms of parametric semiology to enhance user movement and orientation in the metaverse, while user interaction is enhanced by various technological advancements of AR and VR, where the virtual spaces are governed by user consensus. Customization basically focuses on real-time dynamism based on user requirement and the ability of virtual spaces to provide adaptive and evolving environments.
Further moving on to the site study, after several explorations, we chose this site because it has an interesting topography with a large bay, a smaller peninsula, a crater, and there's an interesting play of valleys and hill in the hinterland. The area of the site is roughly 36 square kilometers, out of which 42% is water and 58% is land. In order to conduct evaluation of the landmass, primary aspects of interest were identified, namely topographical elements and the distance from the center. A procedural study was undertaken by analyzing the valuation of land by taking into consideration various aspects of topographical elements. The land valuation was higher near the coastal areas and lower as we moved towards the hinterlands.
Moving on with the urban fabric, the first layer of our urban fabric basically speaks about navigation. The velocity flow fields were explored where the movement of the users could be governed by the degrees of curvature generated by control parameters. The catalog for the same shows how the control parameters provides a unidirectional flow and a central vortexal flow is achieved. The degrees of curvature would also be utilized for the purpose of orientation and pathfinding across various levels of movement that could direct users to certain aspects of the city. With the ideas of navigation in place, explorations were undertaken to demarcate various regions of the city and classify them as zones of urbanity and suburbanity. For zones of larger interaction and centrality in position, tight urban vortexes serve as a source of attraction and legibility within the city. For zones that are decentralized or suburban, curvatures that are more unidirectional enhance the connectivity between these urban vortexes. The first simulation basically speaks about the flow fields being simulated on site, which shows its response to the terrain consisting of elements such as crater, the bay, and the hinterland. On the basis of the land evaluation map, a study was conducted to test the behavior of multiple vortexes on site. The points marked could be assumed as potential city centers of the vortexes, following the demarcation set by the principles of urbanity and suburbanity.
On studying the nature of parcel generation in existing metaverses, we wanted to bring in the idea of a land parcel distribution system that is dynamic and adaptive in nature and could transform with user demands. As a secondary network, we tested an adaptive Laplacian simulation to generate parcels. Velocity that is generated from the above-mentioned velocity flow fields influences the Laplacian algorithm to generate land parcels that are reconfigurable and adaptable with respect to certain parameters of change. To study the functioning of how the flow field simulation along with the Laplacian algorithm, we undertook certain procedural explorations. The systems were overlapped to achieve diversification of parcelization. Market linkage to parcelization. We also began to attempt to link real-time market value fluctuations to parcelization. As within the metaverse, owing to fluctuations in market value of varied plots, this adaptive system reconfigures plots to accommodate such fluctuations.
On rationalizing the above simulations, we generated a network that had a complex variegated order. For the functional distribution of zones, we wanted to stress on the intermingling of functions, and hence a certain portion of functional segregation has been proportionately positioned with respect to the strength of its closest vertex. The parcel sizes range from 50 square meters to a few large developer-oriented parcels at about 7,000 square meter.
In the height study, we formed the height of our building according to the site relationship between the mountain, the coast, the crater, and the vortex center, so as to strengthen the interaction of the city, and at the same time to make the connection between the three vortex center to more closely through the urban heights context.
By creating spatial differentiations within the paths and geometries of varied areas of urbanity and suburbanity, an evolving spatial identity is formulated as users cross the different spaces of the city. Here we see how the various zones of urbanity and suburbanity create a legible semiological order within the city. The vortexual flow draws users into the hub of centrality within the vortex centers that house major public buildings and activities of dense interaction. These are some stills of the generated urban fabric that sits on site.
Next, we move on to the system of accessibility and navigation. So we have designed two login systems, one for the desktop users and other is for the VR login. The desktop login system has a guest as well as a member login, and it shows different events happening in the city and also gives us information about the number of users in the city. It has other features such as information about the user and his assets, a chat box. The user can also select various important city centers and plaza from the login screen. The user will also be able to zoom into the city map and select the location where he wants to teleport to. The VR login system has also the information about the users, events, etc. It also has a 3D model of the city with which the user can interact and choose the location to teleport to.
This part is a transportation system. We take a city center as a starting point that divided then divided the city, the whole city in 22 parts, and set up 22 stations. User can take a solo or social qualifying to the other location, and if you are far away from your destination, you can choose to teleport. And we will show the process of transportation. This is the teleportation. It should be a long trip, and I think it's difficult to use to get information from very long far away. So we use a 3D map, city map to show to give them make them more directly and more easily. After they select the location, they can move it very faster. And the second one is the port flying, social port flying. We set up the port flying path that allows multiple paths multiple ports to pass at the same time. And the screen of the port can display the nearby information and the events. And the user can discuss with each other. If they are interested in the image, they can go to that directly. The third is walking. After open the nearby map and confirm destinations, the navigation clue will be displayed on the top of the screen, and follow this clue, user can go to their destination.
We then move on to the basic frameworks of the city. For a metaverse to sustain a strong economic framework enhances its ability to remain viable in times of constant change. The main economic framework of Vortexity was categorized into two segments, one being a token system and another being an asset system. The token system was further classified into transactive tokens and reward tokens. For the reward token system, the DAO periodically releases certain situational goals depending on what the DAO determines is required at that given point with each usage category. On the completion of these goals, the DAO rewards users with reward tokens in the form of X. This reinforces activities of progress within the metaverse. Within the metaverse, aspects of collective experiences versus customized experiences have been brought to the forefront. We went on to study how different levels of user action would trigger various physical environment alterations and the range of its impact. These were classified into an individual sphere, a segmented sphere, and a public sphere. For the individual sphere of influence, actions of the user affect only his personal experience and environment. For the segmented sphere of influence, actions of the user affect the environment of users within a certain closed environment or within certain proximity from the main user. For the public sphere of influence, actions of the user affect the larger collective as a whole. This formulated the main framework out of which user experiences were designed in the city. Then moving on to the urban block.
We try to use crowd simulation to guide our design. We set the user spawning point in the Vortex center and also set the attraction points and the attraction weights for the surrounding buildings with different functions. Then we try to simulate the different exploration behaviors of the users with different preferences on the pathway. Through the heat map, we can clearly understand which parts of the roads are suitable for placing social pods, how to place access pathways to the buildings, and where zones for facade reactions are needed. And then come to the adaptive parcelization, as within the metaverse, owing to the fluctuations in market value of the varied plots in this adaptive system, reconfigures plots to accommodate such fluctuations. Plots that remain on the market for a long period of time will either be broken into smaller parcels or amalgamated into large ones. The DAO would also determine which regions could undergo these adaptations with a consensus of the neighboring asset owners.
Upon further developing one version of the adaptive parcelization at the urban vortexes, an elevated Laplacian pathway was introduced to form multiple layers of connectivity in the city. A dynamic filigree facade system was also introduced with aspects of customizability. The elevated Laplacian pathway also houses social pods of gathering that behave as hubs of information and interaction within the city, thereby creating portals of exchange and dialogue throughout Vortex City.
Further moving on, we have designed a user-responsive facade system. We wanted to introduce an idea of porosity in the facade rather than having an enclosed bulky mass. Therefore, we explored the idea of filigree in the facade system. So we explored various parameters of control. Taking forward the idea of filigree, we further developed a facade system by introducing the idea of user responsiveness. The facade will be dynamizing as the user interacts with it. It will also be based on the function of the building. Certain set of rules were designed in order to control the user interaction with the facade. So the degree of openness of the facade will be governed by the function, the number of viewers looking at the facade, and the proximity of the user to the facade. For instance, lower degree of openness means the building is a private function, less crowded, and the proximity of the user to the facade should be far away. And a higher degree of openness means a public building with a larger crowd and a proximity of the users. Further set of rules were designed, such as whether it should be a one-sided opening or a two-sided opening. This will be governed by the crowd simulation and the heat map generated based on the crowd simulation. For instance, where we have a larger crowd, we have formed a connection on our raised Laplacian roads connecting with the buildings for the user to enter. On the other hand, if it's a private function, the dynamizing happens on the upper levels, where the user can't enter and has a lesser degree of interaction with the facade. Here are some of the scenarios created based on the rule sets of the user-responsive facade interaction, which will be further explained in the video. So it's moving to the scenario 1, it's a private space with no direct access road, lesser number of people, and the dynamizing happens from a distance to ensure privacy. And we move towards the scenario 2, which is a retail space with a larger opening and a connection to allow people to enter the space. The facade morphs itself to open as the user moves closer to the facade. Then we further go down towards scenario 3, which is the office building. The degree of openness is less as it's more of a private space, and also the dynamizing happens on the upper level to keep the minimum user interaction. As we move towards scenario 4, the degree of openness is high as it's a public space hosting a large number of people interacting with it. The next scenario is from one of the buildings on an upper level where the user can see the dynamizing happening from inside the building and how the facade responds to each other.
A huge chunk of users have now begun to look at the metaverse as a platform for work opportunities and exchange. We envision an office within the metaverse to be dynamic in nature and highly adaptable to user needs and requirements within a certain hierarchical framework. We will now look at a couple of dynamizing scenarios within the office prototype. In scenario 1, an employee is endowed with opportunities to customize his environment from segregated workstations to gathered conferencing stations with additional provisions of privacy screens. A user also has the ability to trigger the activation of solo virtual physical connectivity zones at his disposal, endowing him with a private, adaptable environment for him to freely connect with audience. In the next scenario, a guest in the office has the ability to transform the lounge from points of individual formal pods to informal hubs to enhance interactivity and connectivity within the space.
So moving on to the retail prototype, we have designed a user interface to enhance the experience of shopping in the metaverse. We have designed an interface where the user can customize the space of what all he wants to shop or see in the store. The second is a real-time interaction with the displays where the user can click and try different products on the mannequin. The third system is the interaction with the product and the information regarding the product. And the fourth system involves setting up a digital collection in the store. This is an overall view of the retail prototype. The user enters the space, chooses the bag option, and the other products disappear from the display. Then he chooses the bag he wants to buy, interacts with the bag, which gets scaled up, and the user gets teleported into the space where he have all the information about the product, like different colors, etc. The user also interacts in real time with the display objects, rotate them, choose different colors which get displayed on the mannequin. There's also a digital library where the user can select the catalog, and that gets zoomed in and choose the product that gets zoomed in and comes closer so that he or she can look at the details.
Moving on to the coastal development. Responding to our site, the coastal development was further detailed to house the main public activities of the city. The velocity flow fields were simulated three-dimensionally as a medium of form finding for the coastal development. The simulation comprises of a porous nature and varied spatial configurations. The unidirectional flow of the simulation and its response to the coastal conditions leads to a formation of floating islands. The unidirectional flow was used to divide the coast into 3 zones based on the semiology. The final image of the coast with respect to the semiological programmatic distribution would comprise of NFT gallery, design museum, conference center, while the floating islands at the coast would be event centers to complete the picture.
The NFT gallery within the metaverse serves as a hub for the display of iterative variations of art. It is envisioned as a space where users interact and experience art before they purchase it. The NFT gallery has been designed as a space for seamless user movement while housing various forms of two-dimensional art as well as sound NFTs and post-purchase congregation zones. The NFT gallery is positioned at the edge of the coastal development, thereby drawing users into this immersive space. A user has the ability to interact with sound through the creation of these sound portals that behave like immersive sound waves. A user will eventually have a choice to select his preferred sound NFT and then visualize it in the form of varying particle movements that react and resemble sound movement and sound waves. Another interactive display is the tracking of size variations of iterative displays of art according to user proximity to the display, thereby providing an engaging experience. And finally, we look at the formation of NFT swarms or bubbles that form intermingling pockets of surrounding NFTs. These swarms react to human behavior and motion with the ability to interact with the displays or further join another user's NFT bubble, thereby enhancing the experience of interaction within this space. And then these are some of the stills of how these displays sit within our free-flowing geometry.
The design museum in the metaverse would be a platform for users to experience and interact with certain objects or exhibits which would be different from the physical world. It also comprises of features of dynamic displays and serves as a platform for users to generate 3D objects. The design museum comprises of multiple shell morphologies that mainly house multimedia zones, exhibition spaces, and discussion zones. The overview of the design museum shows the scalability of displays interacting with the nature of spaces in terms of height. It also comprises of features of dynamic displays and serves as a platform for users to generate 3D art. Moving on to the first display that serves as a platform to interact and generate 3D objects, where multiple users can generate 3D objects in real time. These objects provoke various interpretations with respect to its scalability as they could be also perceived as space or enclosed spaces. And the second display basically speaks about how a static object in the virtual space is also interactive, where the users could split its parts or scale them to interact with the exhibit better. And the third scenario in the design museum speaks about a multi-layered interaction which takes us to the multimedia space of the design museum that comprises of dynamic displays that create an immersive environment on the basis of exhibit, thereby using the structure as a source of display. The conference center would serve as an informative platform for Vortex City, responding to its semiological placement. The conference center comprises of multiple event centers, private, semi-private meeting areas, and public spaces connecting the event centers. The overview of the conference center shows the placement of the event centers as shells, and this is how the entrance of the conference center would be. The entrance is basically an informative platform that shows the happenings in the city as well as events in the conference center, creating an information-rich experience for the user, where the user basically understands what are the latest happenings in the city, as well as an interface which shows what is the latest trending event at the conference center. The second scenario of the conference center consists of event centers that are connected by a public stretch that comprise of an informal meeting area for users to interact in between events. It mainly serves as a platform for hosting multiple formal and informal events between the meeting areas to cater the demands of the users in terms of adaptability and customization. The last scenario of the conference center speaks about the formal meeting area, which houses multiple meetings at the same time, as it consists of several clusters. The meeting clusters are adaptive to user demands in terms of privacy, where the screens serve as enclosed barriers to indicate an ongoing meeting, an occupancy of a particular cluster.
Next, we move on to
These are some of the, and this is an overview of the conference center with some of the visuals of the same.
Next, we move on to the event in the conference center, where we have designed a car product launch. The presenter can show various design features in the real time, for instance, changing the car color. There's also a screen displaying the real time changes happening in the car at the same time. There have been portals designed for the audience where the user can go to the portal and the product shows up, where he can have a closer look of the product and the changes happening. The user will have the option to teleport and customize his own car if he's interested in buying the car. He can also customize the internal configurations in real time.
This is an overview of the entire coastal development, comprising of the NFT gallery, the design museum, and the conference center. The three structures basically are connected by public pockets, where the functions of these pockets are dependent upon the users and could be dynamized with change in demand, as they are all citizen-centric. Basically the pockets that are connecting the entire plaza. And this is how the coastal development connects with the urban fabric, and here are some of the visuals of the same. Within the metaverse, we are endowing the users to author their own space, and to facilitate this, we have developed an in-world configurator.
We studied various aggregation simulations to form the configurator by adjusting similarity parameters of different functions, the weight of the functions, and the number of the voids. We can form a combination of functions with different density levels to meet the organization of functions in different buildings.
On taking our understandings of aggregations forward, we stressed on creating cluster formations on the basis of functionality groups, wherein voxels of similar functional groups would be amalgamated together within the larger aggregation. Users will then have an ability to either purchase a single voxel or a combination of voxels within a functional cluster. For this prototype of the in-world configurator, we positioned it in close proximity to the coastal development and endowed it with three main functionality groups, namely social typology, comprising of discussion zones and lounge areas, the media typology, comprising of multimedia spaces and entertainment spaces, and the retail typology, comprising of retail units. By adjusting various parameters, our algorithm generates various cluster formations with varying void ratios that the user, through common consensus, could eventually choose.
The circulation framework of the in-world configurator challenges the one in the physical world, where the void ratio of the voxels is utilized for the vertical movement through the usage of navigational disks. The circulation framework comprises of open funnels, where the users maintain a visual connection with the context while transitioning upwards. Multiple funnels across the configurator connect at the top level, creating a social space at the rooftop to boost public activity. The in-world builder comprises of voxel sizes of 5 by 5 by 5, in which the catalog shows the geometry specific to its type. We have identified three main conditions, which is edge condition, a rooftop condition, and an infill condition. And the cluster catalog shows the three conditions stated above. The cluster formations comprise of different geometry typologies specific to the voxel type, combining into a unified cluster. And this is basically an entire overview of the configurator, which shows the aggregation and also the circulation framework completing the picture.
For the interface of the urban configurator, the user approaches the plot where there is a display of the aggregation of the site model. The user chooses the aggregation he wants to buy, which gets enlarged, and the cluster gets highlighted in the real-time scale as well. The geometry suited to the cluster appears as a catalog and as display models, which the user can click and teleport into, scale itself down, and experience the geometry before configuring it into the cluster. There's been a drag and drop system. The user drags and drops the geometry into the model, which gets configured in the model as well as in real-time scale simultaneously. In the similar manner, the user can configure the model and the geometry gets built in the same time. There's also an interface design which shows multiple owners configuring their clusters in real time. Similarly, there's a drag and drop system to configure the internal layout and furniture options for the geometry. This is an overall view after the in-world configurator has been configured. We have also designed a navigational platform which acts as a circulation system for configurator. The user enters the location he wants to go to, and the platform takes the user to the destination. In this case, the user comes to the rooftop, which is a social space, and this is the overall view of the rooftop. Here we are going to present an experiential design of how a day in the metaverse for the users look like. So as a conclusion to our project, we'll now be presenting a day in Vortexity. The user spawns into the Vortex Center, which has the entrance lobby for the VR login. The user logs into the metaverse and sees the 3D model of the entire city and a screen displaying about all the events happening in the city and the user information. Then he chooses to teleport to the office. In the office, the user wants to see the event happening on the upper level. The user experiences the space customization. The floor plate rotates and morphs itself into an amphitheater to hold an event. The screens drop down and the space gets divided to host another event simultaneously. The user then teleports to the urban block where he wants to go to the retail. He sees the facade dynamizing. The user enters the retail, interacts with the bag, which scales up and teleports the user into a space where there's a display of product information. The user goes back to the social pod in the urban block where he sees the dynamizing in the public pocket, and he chooses to call the pod and the flying pod to go to the destination. On the way, there's a screen on the vehicle displaying information about the areas the user is passing along the route. On reaching the plaza, the user scales itself up. A screen appears where the user can vote on which scenario to build. User 1 votes for scenario 1. Similarly, the other users in the space vote as well. Second user votes for scenario 2. Now the third user votes for scenario 2 as well. In this case, the majority chooses scenario 2, and the plaza pocket dynamizes itself into scenario 2, which the user can experience happening in the real time. Now the user can scale itself back to normal and experience the space. And after this, the user decides to walk towards the design museum, which is close to the public pocket, and experience the real-time interactions happening in the space.
We have tested two of the internal space in a VR headset. Left one is the design museum, right is the retail.
It is open for the guests to test the spaces we have in the VR headset. And now we'll leave you with some of the stills of our project and open up the conversation. We encourage the audience to please test the VR. Thank you.
Projected what she's saying in this.
Thank you so very much for this.
Okay, everybody. We're going to do demos in silence. Anybody who wants to try, they can come up, and after the presentation, generally, anybody, please have a chance to experience. Molly, you've been a special guest of Metaverse on. I'm going to give this to you. I just would like to. There's two of them. This one is yours.
There's another one.
My only point is to start a conversation.
Thank you, and thank you for giving me a 1-minute view into the metaverse that you've designed, or your vision of the metaverse. So this is I think a particularly sophisticated take on the design, the mobility, and the ways that might best. I'm sorry, I'm trying to situate myself so I don't set off the feedback. And how that operates back upon the design of the space. So I saw you being kind of a round trip. I saw you being fully consequential in your approach. This being later in the couple of days and having a longer conversation, I do want to take up a question that was in my mind when I was in the shower this morning and thinking about the NFT market. So it seems to me that the projects in this studio have all had to show an NFT gallery. What happened to NFT a couple months ago? What happened to the market for NFTs? Do you know? It lost 97% of its value. And so, where you are over the course of a year working on something, you might start out and it's up here and it's really frothy. And then, it's later in the year and crypto has crashed and NFT market has crashed. So there's a question here about where NFT goes from there, right? And it's not going to be just art and art trading, but utilitarian purposes. And then the question becomes, in your metaverse, in Vortexity, what might that become? What do you design for? So I want to put that here as something we think about with all of these things, because they're not permanent. These are digital artistic responses. I mean, NFTs are invented by Anil Dash, who's himself a really interesting person, but they're a response to certain digital conditions. Your city is a response to a certain digital condition. So what becomes next? And that's an opportunity that, since you did so much articulation in your work, you have an opportunity to take that up. That's one thing. I also find myself, well, maybe, yeah. Then the other thing I wanted to say is, again, the voting mechanisms we've seen in all of the projects, and yours as well, are the least considered. I don't know if you are familiar with the word skeuomorph. A skeuomorph in design is something that looks like something from a previous iteration. So that's a word that got picked up a lot around 2010 or so in the iOS designs of things like a leather bar on an Apple OS calendar, so that it would look like something that users were familiar with. And I see these voter things that look alarmingly like what I see on my iPhone, but in the experience here, that logic makes no sense, because this is so fully embodied that I believe I'm in there. So why would I have this skeuomorphic interface being my voting? What I begin to wonder is, just as you started to do and made really clear with your voxels and the way that you'd created these different modules, how would you hack the interface, or what we think of as being the interfaces, the selection processes? And similarly, how would you hack retail environments, the automotive display environment that you are using? Because you have so many tools in place in what you designed for the architecture and the urbanism of your project. You could then begin to scale that down and think, well, what does it feel like to go shopping? I have a digital twin, and they're in there with me. So what can I put on their body? How can I embellish it? How can I, why only 4 colors for that car, or 5? Shouldn't there be, non-stop numbers? I can use an eyedropper in Instagram. Why can't I do that in the metaverse? But I think that that's where the possibilities begin to emerge, and it's the round trip around the other way that we see in these different kinds of projects.
also the possibilities to respond to the market conditions and interact upon the market conditions, so that ultimately you don't just create a city, but you create a world and a financial system, a new way of seeing and a new way of being as a part of your project. But again, my response comes because of you having articulated something really well and giving something to respond to and suggest ways for growth.
Thank you.
One thought I wanted to propose is actually, we talked about the micro scale and sort of transformation there, but actually the macro scale and its evolution and transformation. You have an engine which has some principles which has given you the form of the macro scale of the landscape of the city. There's a thought to consider a model where there's an organic growth of that. And actually, the amount of data that can get harvested in terms of how the city is gradually being used and how that would create a model for transformation and evolution of it to constantly and perpetually change based on the data of the usage of this metaverse. And then to consider in that, and more of the macro scale, how do you play with the interplay of the users having governance over that, or your engine autonomously based on the data giving form to this landscape? Yeah.
It's a it's really, yeah, thank you very much. It's really an amazing project that has touched on many points, and I think we're all maybe talking about similar things, looking at it from different angles. But the first thing that strikes me in this future is that urban design has such a sad story somehow. It was kind of once it was taken out of the architecture schools or the art schools, and there was so little innovation, there was so little change, in the way we design cities, over the last 50 years. And now this comes along where, it's such a leap into such a different world of, simulating future scenarios. And so everything from, your dynamic kind of parcel allocation logic to the kind of world configurator, I feel like the way you started also talking about the relationship between those virtual worlds and the physical world that we live in, I think there's really a lot to come, from that feeds back into our planning systems and the way we actually build the physical world. So I think I just want to mark this as, really an amazing point in history, especially when it comes to urban design and urban planning, I think. But then from there, going into the virtual world, you like everybody else, I think, we're all struggling to figure out what the added value is. What is the reason? Why do I go there? What is actually the experiential value? What's the monetary value? And again, you started, knocking on these doors, but there's a bunch of things I think one can easily illustrate the value, and one that I'm very fascinated with is education. When you think about the way we learn and the way we memorize, just that alone, is often a very kind of spatial process in a sense that we're building memory palaces in our minds, or there's visualizations I have in my mind to remind me of something, to learn something, and to use virtual worlds to share those mental mind maps, spatial mind maps. I think there's such an amazing potential. If you can not only experience, so I'm a landscape architect, I would teach architects about landscape architecture, and the ability to just go into those spaces and virtually experience them and understand those concepts on a kind of physical level, I think is one thing which is amazing. But also the ability to almost co-design those memory palaces by you seeing my thoughts almost that are kind of physicalized and adding to it, and then others coming and open sourcing your mental palace, if that makes sense. I think education seems to me like maybe one of the most interesting places where we can easily demonstrate value. And then every university wants to triple or 100-fold in size. That helps. So I have a lot of conversations with universities today all over the world, who are very interested in that topic also. So I feel like the value, in addition to NFTs and digital value, I think there's a real value in the physical world, and that's definitely one strand that one could explore a bit more. Is like what does this actually add to my in the physical world. The other thing, you also touched on that just now, but the other thing is that we have seen such an amazing progress when it comes to AI-generated, natural language processing. I mean, we're working on projects with companies who are very in the kind of AAA gaming world, developing avatar systems where you can have conversations with virtual characters. They're way beyond what's even possible kind of until last year. It's crazy how fast that also goes. But we're still not 100% there, and it's a lot. And who knows when the next AI winter comes? But but there is progress in that space, and to use this data, which is in the end right, to make recommendations. I really very strongly believe that we are all becoming curators, and we have these tools that can generate options based on our input. But it's not linear input. It's basically just picking up my movement in that space. It's picking up what I look at, how long I look at stuff, who I interact with, what I talk about. All that data influences the recommendation system, if you like, and then enables me to, cobble together my world. And the beautiful thing about that is that it is really opening up. I think many people are not able to describe the space that they want to be in, but we can all feel it. And we can all use our body and our senses to test the spatial condition. And so what I'm really most excited about in that area is the fact that what this curation actually means is that the act of designing becomes an act of testing physical conditions through kind of experiencing them. And therefore, it's a kind of an iterative loop. As I'm experiencing things, I'm also designing them. So I think that, you can go on, but it's a lot of interesting stuff.
Well, it's all very exciting, of course, and it's so comprehensive what you've made. As a scientist, one looks at the metaverse and says, whoa, we get so much data for free. We have to be able to use this environment to study human behavior that we hope will be generalizable or extrapolate onto human behavior inside the physical built environment. And so in the context of that, I have this general question. How much do the micro attributes of individual environments, how relevant are those? So, you look at the assumptions that have been made to generate that macro scale environment, and the surfaces are all highly reflective. There's no texture, well, there's texture, but there's no materials, there's no this, there's no that, there's no what would a real retail space, a real retail space that you want to go into and you want to try the clothing on, and you don't want to get past this environment in order to get to the clothing. You like it, it's Prada, you really like it. They paid a lot for that environment. So people right now, understandably, are building urban scale environments and great structures that are adaptive. But really, what happens if the behavior at the micro scale is different when it's rich? And we can't generalize on the basis of the behavior in the thin environment, because the macro is built out of the micro behavior. So we're assuming that the micro behavior is representative. The performance in this little space is representative when we try to make navigation decisions, when we try to take how long is somebody going to stay here, all the data you're going to capture, I don't believe it's representative yet. And so we can do some macro studies
like manipulate the shape of the space, and I had specific questions about why were you using, flow models? Was that like in response to the topology of the topography of the area? Is that why they were using vortexes and flow models as a basis for contouring the city and the layout of the city? I mean, well, okay. Now tell me, what is the legibility? Tell me what the intelligibility using space syntax manipulations analysis would look like. Now tell me what the behavior is looking like. But the behavior, well, if they can teleport, I can't, do it the same way. I think it's an interesting question, how people behave when they can be 20 feet above the ground. We can maybe use that as interesting, evaluations for how people navigate. But at ground level, so I'll just summarize it again to the main point. What happens when those microenvironments are rich and satisfying? Now, can we scale up to macro environments, or must we get that right? Because I think the future will be people are selling highly resolved micro environments for specific activities. And it'll be, whether it's a retail activity.
Absolutely, that's a key point, but also I think I truly believe that these microenvironments will not be isolated, and then you have to go into Web 2 and scroll down lists of keywords to then find up or just hop between them, but that they will aggregate, that you have co-location synergies and you want to quickly overview them, select, move from one to the other. So I believe the city, the virtual city, and there's another discussion as to how this integrates with physical cities and so on. We had that last year, but I think that's number one. I think and what is interesting is that dynamization, which is happening here on the urban scale, on the architectural, and then on the individual environment scale. And I can see the desire of that, and it's beautiful what happens, but it's not strong enough coming across. I mean, just as a message, it's too subtle, perhaps. And so we can do more and make these fluctuations more intense. That's one point I wanted to make, and I do like this idea what you're talking about, growth. So this is meant to be. We filled it up as a default, but I think there should also be, visceral growth, not only up and down, but expansion of the city and so on. So part of the dynamism. And I do think one thing was very important that what's that about the interfaces and the mimicry of iPhone interfaces and so on, that has to go. I think that's really redundant, I realize and reflecting on it. Because you can, instead of making choices on the screen, you make these choices in the direct pulsation of the environment. But there is this element when you're talking about tailoring and recommendations and so on, and personal customization, and you started to think through that. Some things will be personally customized. You only change it for you as you experience. Some of those for change for the group, or you change for the public. And this whole dialectic of individualized, also what we discussed when we had, political process where you get all individualized messages might not cohere. And this kind of idea of shared experiences and sharing with subgroups, sharing universally or tailoring individually is a very interesting dilemma and discourse. And so this is also how you deal data. Even recommendations, you only want the recommendations to feed out of your own choices or your peer choices and so on. And finally, I have to say, I mean, this idea of individual customization and control, and we had that even when we discussed responsive environment, at a certain point, you don't want to be having too many choices, to make too many buttons, to make too many lists and voting. It needs to be much more intuitive. It needs much more a spontaneous offering and fluctuation, and then a kind of yes, or move towards it more. So it needs to be much, much more intuitive, the interfacing with gestures and so on. So text disappears, and panels and screens disappears.
It's much more inverse. Yeah, I'm having a big problem with the scale because I feel no intimacy. It's like I've entered a space that nothing is touchable. I mean, it's all over there. I'm already exhausted, like somebody's told me to live in an airport, and go and buy a cake over there. I mean, where's the toilets? It's like it's so vast. And I don't think it's about that at all. And it leads me back to the idea, again, you pull it back to a biological position where it's direct human real-time response. So you use the mind of the person entering that metaverse, real-time respond for what they want, for their needs and their desires. And it reacts. So it's almost like what's been created is a fixed architecture, which is a condition now in the real world. But you want to animate it. You almost want to be an agent of change, a vector of change for that condition. And it only grows when you need it.
That's why it has to be much more violent. But every single environment fluctuates in response, but it's to be some.
But this is where it's going, right? I mean, we're already having the first kind of prototypes where, you can generate those environments by typing words, right? And the next thing will be to just, pick up my emotions. I mean, we're working on a research project at the moment where it's very much about that, using your emotions as an input, to generate experiences, of some sort. And I feel like this is, the next step after this is for us to explore, is there a future in which we can almost, co-create spaces by feeling them? It sounds esoteric, but it's not at all, right? If you look at what people are doing and kind of picking up your emotions, and we are at this point now where, I mean, there's many technologies out there, but we are quite simple to monitor. I mean, us humans, we're not super complex. I mean, yes, we're all individuals or whatever, but it's easy to pick up your emotions, and we can interpret them and we can use them as input for design.
Indeed, we're at a point where brain-computer interfaces are not just something to talk about as they were a bit futzy 20 years ago, but they're reality. You have someone here who studies embodied cognition. And so all of these things are very real. I also wanted to throw something else into here. This is theoretically on a seaside, and we've talked about the destructive powers of salt and things like that. And so I begin to wonder what decay looks like here. We've talked about the crash of the NFT market. I think of the market opportunities even 20 years ago with QQ in China and buying clothing for your avatar that expires and leaves you in white underwear. There are so many different market opportunities with commerce in a virtual world. What does a decay look like? How does that become an incitement for someone to actually participate in and build? The fear of things falling apart, making people maintain them. These are some real world things to consider. But I do get quite curious about that. And again, to the point of, gestural interfaces, which we've had for computers for 40 years, and were the stuff of interaction design theses 20 years ago, you're really in a place here where you could be developing your own novel interfaces, your own ways of interacting with these worlds that maybe that take what we know and what you know as architects and push it back on the world of interaction designers and interface designers and challenging them to think differently.
Gives the illusion that it works. There's also an illusion of choice in a lot of things that we do. And I think that there's a certain kind of thing where I think there's a lot of things that are being discussed that make a lot of sense. And at the same time, I think that there's also this thing that I can just unplug myself. Like literally just turn it off. And one of the things that I think the students and this place has to kind of consider is the aspects that we're talking about, connecting emotively, connecting to all of those things. I think those are important keys in somehow maintaining not only novelty, but seeing this as an extension of people's everyday. Otherwise, we can make market case analysis and value and education, and these are the same people that are usually talking about, like, we don't need to do this, this isn't necessary, we could do everything in Zoom. And I'm pretty sure that there are very different exchanges, communication scenarios that mandate that this contributes some aspect, that will contribute other aspects. And to be honest with you, we are so hybrid about it, and I think it's important to say, well, okay, do I really need to communicate with another human in a literal sense? You know, is my AI not my avatar, not trying to really understand me literally the way that we're doing now? Because to be honest with you, it's like the most lowest common interpretation about who we are. And it's true that people have metrics for emotive things, but they're usually happy, sad, we have some index for this or that. It kind of devalues the humanity in this, and I think that that's where you have to somehow plug it back in. How you do that, I think, is important. Like, we have a lot of people that get really excited about AI. All of a sudden, it's like 50 plus years of AI discourse, but many architects see Mid-Journey and DALI and Stable Diffusion, and I'm like, wow, this looks good. And I don't need any skills to do it. The power of that is for everybody else, not for us. The power of that, I think, is important because that allows people then not having to have the burden of creating something, but could potentially start to educate themselves about possibilities, right? It's like a training exercise for architects, but we're really shit at communicating what we do to the public. These kind of things, I think, become important. It's not just about our avatars, but, you know, watching Molly interact at the moment, it was just like this. But you could talk to the machine. Like, you could use your voice. We can not just talk about sound as a kind of effect, like in a new media installation. We can talk about, like, how do we want to interface with these kind of world-building exercises. And I think that that's kind of very important, and I agree with Molly. It's important to consider our interfaces that interface with things, but I think in some way we've been doing that for 25 years. The issue is that this has surfaced because it was cheap and it was easy, you know, the goggle stuff. And there were other things that were much more tangible and sensorial and much more haptic that didn't kind of go to market. My only point about market is not always good things go to market and are successful. And I think you're going to have to push forward with your thoughts about how the physical, the cyber-physical aspect of the studio contributes to this. And that's why I think, like, GPT-3, all of this kind of stuff is really powerful if you don't see it from, I'm a designer using it, but that's an enabler to understand design. For the general public to customize things, for behaviors to be interpreted. But behaviors, if they're so tied to emotion, I'm happy now, I'm sad 2 minutes later, that experience is a little bit too extreme if it's just amplified in this way, right? And we have to somehow build the mechanisms to understand that. But your point, David, about how much influence do I have on others? Maybe it's a generational thing, I have no idea. But I have a feeling like growing up, I like scenes, I like to be different, I like to do things with other people that had common interests. I didn't look for validation online, because online, to be honest with you, is a vile place, the way that it is right now. Because it's structured with Facebook and these kind of other ways of commenting that have no accountability. But if we do have some influence that's legible, I think that this becomes very, very interesting. That's why I think the demonstration aspect of the project moving forward is really important, because you can test the assumptions with people and you can kind of build strategies that I think can challenge, and I think Molly's right, to think about different ways that people are engaging with things. Because I do think you can take the goggles off and you can turn the computer off and you can close the screen. But that experience should kind of live on and influence in some way, and that will encourage you to engage again. It's not gaming, it's not entertainment, but even those create cultures around it. And I think the cultural aspect, I think, is something that has to be discussed as much as information, because I don't think it's really about information and data. It's about mining and making it meaningful and personal which is not really the same as what I want. What I want can be super boring. And sometimes I need that, and sometimes I need something different, but the influence of others, I think, is the thing that makes things quite rich, and the reason for the collective and the shared and this kind of stuff.
So I'm writing a paper on atmospheres. And, you know, what you worry is that, like the joke goes, what's the matter with this? No atmosphere. So then I'm thinking, and I hear you say, well, we've got these measures of emotion, and we'll use the measure of emotion to adapt the environment until it tunes in to, you didn't say tunes in.
No, I said you're curating. You are the curator.
Okay, so, all right, so that's complex. But in thinking about that, I'm thinking that I'm too narrowly conceptualizing what an atmosphere is. So a requirement on an atmosphere, it's got some descriptive content. You say, oh, it's cozy, it's this and that. You've got these words. These words can be mapped into an affect space. Now, what's an affect space? So affect space, the simple ones are two-dimensional, sort of like level of arousal and like-dislike. And everything gets plotted on that. But there's other ones that have a third or a fourth dimension that have to do with sort of your appraisal, like I should be happy about this, and yes, I am, but actually I didn't deserve that promotion. And so that appraisal can alter you've got to accommodate that extra factor. Now, all of that still puts it in a point cloud for what that emotion is, even though it's in 3 or 4 dimensions now. What I'm thinking is, we of course are very momentary creatures who move through this emotion space too. And what an atmosphere might very well be is a cluster of small trajectories in emotion space. And it's not static. And what I want when I come into a space is I walk from there to there. You know, I want the fluctuation and the change through my emotion space, even though I don't have descriptive words to characterize all those emotions. And that's a different, like, conceptual entity. It's a trajectory in emotion space.
Well, the 2 things is in terms of the online world is the wild world and so on. I think what we're building in the metaverse is very much more continuous with face-to-face, real-time interaction, local interaction. You're not broadcasting as an anonymous, you know, to a kind of abstraction. You're talking in situations, and that can also degrees of scaling there. And I think, you know, when you feel kind of strange masses, it's true. It is also quite large, and because they're very open spaces, maybe there's less degree of intimacy. But I think the idea of atmosphere is interesting, and maybe it's too generic in this. There's not enough kind of difference, and in the range of atmospheres. And I see 2 points of atmosphere. One is part of the recognition, navigation, orientation, finding the situations, so semiology. But the another thing is a kind of let's move a deep psychological, social psychological semiology, which is then priming you, putting you into the right mood, to be receptive, to be engaging, to let your guard off, relax, or understand the situation viscerally. That's the other part. And I find this interesting, and my question is then to some extent, the second one is something where there's a tendency of maybe naturalizing this, or anyway, it's not hardwired, but kind of deeply learned. How much arbitrariness is in that second in semiology, or how quickly can you relearn, and which atmospheres mean you need to be more formal, you need to be more circumspect, or you can be kind of more direct, and can that be because do we have to import all the familiarity atmospheres, or or can we artificially recreate them, and how quickly can they be viral and spread? That's always been an interesting question about this, the semiological question in terms of working with familiar languages or abstractly recreating them.
We'll sort out the microphone for next year. It was nice to have the ability to step into, fly into, teleport into the metaverse here while starting this conversation, because one thing I'm reminded of is every time I'm in a VR environment, how it's not that it's convincing, it's that it is. It is visceral. And as soon as I figure out what the controls are, I mean, the controls get in the way. If I could just act gesturally, it would be much easier. But when you are in it, you are in it. And when you leave it, you are just like, oh, but I was there, right? There's an actual there. And that's part of the interesting thing about it, is that it acts on the human faculties that we already have, right? It's how we come to understand space, and it isn't even necessarily a matter of semiology. It's haptic vision. It's my internal sparrow gyroscope or something, you know. And that's really the interesting possibility here that I think we're swirling about as we talk about atmospheres, and the possibilities and shortcomings and the bigness and the littleness, is that there's a real sense of yeah, immersion doesn't get it right. Immersion isn't the right word, but it's a real sense of within. And yeah, it is embodiment, and embodiment now made possible in a way that it couldn't in, you know, like Howard Rheingold's writings about virtual reality in 1987, because of the fidelity and the speed and the mobility of it.
I mean, how can't you construct an historical universe as semi-natural, and how can the science of psychology actually cope with something which is actually historical and socially constructed?
There's a I mean, it's a side, all of this is super interesting, but it's also potentially, you know, I don't have the answers, you know, to those questions. No, I think nobody has at this moment in time, really. But you know, one of the things that I'm interested in exploring as an experiment, at least, is this question. You know, it came up last year, where I had like 4 professors asking me within like 1 month, 4 friends, right, from different disciplines, where can we find a data set that's large enough to train an algorithm to understand how humans perceive space, how we perceive, yeah, spatial conditions, yeah. So, and then, you know, we all met and whatever, but the idea, you know, when we taught the machine to understand images, we created a reference database, yeah, like ImageNet, and can we create a reference database for human perception of space? Can we tag the real world with human emotions? And can this be a dynamic model that we feed into a machine? So,
but the Department of Defense has probably already figured that out based on non-emotions, but...
Yes, they have. And Paul Zak is one of the people who has benefited from that research at DARPA. But yeah, there is definitely ways in which, you know, we can go. But then if you would take that, you know, ability to determine some emotional state, you know, maybe not in all its complexity and whatever.
But I'm with you. I mean, the emotional state is overestimated. We need to talk about kind of affordances, capacities, achievements, performance potentials, and that's not, although an emotional element is with this, because if you kind of it's part of it, but it's maybe a secondary signal that something isn't performing. It's not because I don't like it, that's why I don't want to do anything here. I don't like it because I can't do anything here.
Yeah.
One word. So the field of an active cognition or an active perception takes as its point of departure the idea that every person is going to select what they look at through saccades, through gaze, through how long they stay on something. And so you don't really see all of this. You see a tiny fraction of this and you fill in the rest through expectations. So if we have different predictions, that's the field of predictive coding, the modern theory of perception, then we're going to fill it in differently. And we could be wrong. You think you're in front of the wall of Marylands with 25 Marylands, and in fact you only look at 15, and you assume that the other 10 are also Marylands. And you're wrong sometimes if someone wants to fool you. Well, that's called an active perception, and it's very sensitive to your task, your goals, the kind of activity, your expertise, all of those are all of those are idiosyncratic personal factors. And so when you plug that into a person and they say, what does that mean in the context of an atmosphere? People get individual renderings because they have at different times. In the middle of a conversation, I suddenly change it. My emotions can go all over the place depending upon the objective of the conversation. So it doesn't have to be narrow reductions.
Absolutely, and that's the problem with all these kind of feel-good spaces.
About some lunch.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us in today. My name is Arya Gupta, and these are my teammates Hemant Chindal, Muna Abbas, and Zainab Munyam, and we are Team Skin Machine. So the rise of industrialization in the early 1900s deployed, The rise of industrialization in the early 1900s deployed many new technologies in various industries, including the building industry, that are still being used today. These new artificial materials and technologies helped construction achieve new heights at a faster rate. However, this system of mining and manufacturing artificial materials, transporting them, proved to be toxic and a threat to sustaining life on Earth. At the same time, the architecture generated using these required energy-expensive systems of artificial ventilation and air conditioning. While artificial systems may be toxic, biological systems have been sustaining and sheltering themselves on Earth since millions of years without harming the environment. They are able to locally source, manufacture, and excrete without creating waste in a sense of unusable, persisting, and toxic residue of their activity and consumption. This brought up the question that can we now explore a potential collaboration with different species and a possible use of biological responsive systems to sustain life. We are looking at aspects of the elemental as a form of technology to help improve the inefficiencies in the building industry. Within biological systems, we decided to look at a strain of bacteria that produces bacterial cellulose as a natural material, exploring its material contingency and augmenting it on existing architecture as a performative skin to improve its efficiency. The project consists of two parts. First is the material research in terms of its properties, behavior, and control, and then is the application of this material. The environmental cycle of bacterial cellulose works in 4 stages: the production stage, the modification stage, the application stage, and lastly, the recycling stage, where the material is completely biodegradable and does not leave any toxic traces in the environment. The production stage is a fermentation process where one can mix tea, water, and sugar as a growth medium. We then add bacteria culture to this growth medium. As a culture in the form of liquid or a SCOBY is added to the growth medium, the bacteria travels to the surface of the liquid, where with the help of air, it feeds and reproduces. During this process, it moves and excretes fibers which entangle and form a sheet of bacterial cellulose on the air-liquid interface. And this is the sheet that is formed out. This sheet is then harvested after the cellulose is grown to the required thickness. The growing conditions of bacterial cellulose are similar to that of a human in sheltered conditions that allows it to be grown locally wherever it needs to be used. Within the production stage, we first started testing the effect of growing conditions on the pace and quality of growth for bacterial cellulose. We started exploring the modification stage where we are growing cellulose as composites with glass fibers, cotton, and plant roots. We even tested scaffolding systems as a way to shape bacterial cellulose during the growth phase. We placed volumetric scaffolds that did not have much effect. However, during the drying phase, the cellulose shrink wrapped around the volumetric scaffold to take its shape. Then this is the testing of vertical growth on cellulose using a mesh and cotton. This is the test of the vertical growth using a mesh and cotton, so that it soaks in the growth medium to find out if the cellulose can climb up the cotton. Then these are experiments with different types of volumetric meshes. We then tested post-growing techniques to treat cellulose to mimic leather. And then there was another technique of blending cellulose and reshaping it back into a sheet. We started testing different drying and post-drying treatments to produce different qualities of bacterial cellulose. Then the color of bacterial cellulose depends on the growth medium it was grown in. This image shows us that using different bases for sugar and nutrients in the growth medium would color the cellulose differently. We tested the material properties of cellulose in individual experiments. Bacterial cellulose has a tendency to shrink and harden when it dries, as it lets out a lot of water. This picture shows a thick sheet that was harvested and how it shrank after 7 and 14 days at the right. These pictures show the translucency of bacterial cellulose in its wet state that depends on its thickness, among many other factors. And these images show the transparency of cellulose in its dry state. So as a small test, we mixed different bacteria cultures to grow a sheet of bacterial cellulose, which created this natural three-dimensional pattern. To further control the patterning during growth, a 3D obstacle was placed in the growth medium, which allowed us to form a pattern with different openings and different thicknesses. As a live material, we tested the self-binding properties of bacterial cellulose by placing 2 sheets at different distances on the surface of the growth medium. So a third sheet of cellulose grew and self-binded these 2 sheets. And this shows the nature of self-binding in bacterial cellulose and that it is very strong as a binding technique. This property allows us the possibility to customize the material in terms of its scalability, thickness, three-dimensionality, and the strength. Now, as we know that cellulose shrinks and hardens when it dries, we tested what happens if we were able to rehydrate it. So we found out that the hardened sheet becomes like a wet paper as it expands when rehydrated. This rehydrated sheet can shrink and harden when dried again. This video shows the rehydration of 2 cellulose sheets, one air-dried while the other coated with oil bags. Here we have digitally started exploring these properties of cellulose that I just spoke about. And we started analyzing these properties of cellulose to get control of it in the digital world. So as a material that is constrained to the size of the tub in which it grows, there comes a concern of the size of the sheet that can be grown. So this is actually just a reference of an artist named Bianca who has grown a large sheet of bacterial cellulose just to show the possibility of scaling up the sheet depending on the size of the tub. And to answer any questions about the strength of bacterial cellulose, many different researchers have had different outcomes regarding its strength, as have we. However, the tensile strength depends on various factors such as culture conditions, bacteria strains, thicknesses, and has been in the range of 70 to 300 megapascals. And just for reference, ETFE is between 38 to 48 megapascals. And so the strength can be achieved when cellulose is grown in controlled conditions such as labs. And this is just showing that some researchers are growing these to manufacture shoes.
Our research on scaffolding system can be divided into 2 categories. One is with the active material, that is when the bacterial cellulose is still alive, and the other is inactive material, when the bacteria has been harvested from the growth medium. We started with the cell-binding property of the active material. After the first layer of cellulose was formed, we pulled up the parts of cellulose, leaving the bits to touch it on the surface of the growth medium. Then the second layer formed and they created the pockets in between. We continued this process with the third layer to get the model shown in the right image. The video shows us the lifting. Lifting of the bacterial cellulose to form the pockets in between. From the photos above, we can see the growth process of the 2 layers binding together. In the duration of 2 months, we can see the multiple layers have grown and cell-binded, forming the cavities in between the layers. As tensile structures, we tested the material ability to take the natural form during the drying process, as we tensile it on the metal ring. As previously mentioned, different materials treatments achieves different drying outcomes. We tested on tensile 2 different stitches patterns, and the piece on the right is oil wax and the piece on the left is the non-treated one. And we can clearly see the different tension forces created between them. Developing the same logic, we tried the tensile material on the kinetic structures. As we can see from the physical test, the forces on the shrinking and the tensile can lead the movement in the structure through the free hinges between the frames. We tested also the deformation of a single frame by varying the stiffness and the thickness of the frame, that is, the material tested on. We can see the test affect the shrinkage of the two rings attached together with the free hinge in between. We also tested the cell binding two rings together before drying, and the result wasn't strong because of the interaction of the material and the metal. Another further experiment was testing the tensile stitch geometry inside a frame, and we can see the natural form of it after the drying, on the right side. We tried also to change the direction of the stitch pattern and then anchoring it with the elastic threads to allow the material to dry and move in the direction of the natural stitch patterns. After this, we started another experiment for the scaffolding system using the 3D geometry using inflation. As the air pressure dries the material through the time, material hardens and takes the form of the inflation without any structural support inside. The process opened a new door in challenging the flatness of the material by creating spatial geometries. From the samples above, we can see the difference in the treatment affecting the final outcome. Material can be shaped using air as a driver with the 2 directions or 3 directions. Further test was done on how to control the inflation and the shaping process, to which we tried to collide the material with the another geometry through the inflation process. We used 3 rings to connect it to each other with a free hinge in between to allow the movement. In the 2 presented photos, we can see the before and after of the inflation.
So as a 2D flat material that is mainly known as replacement for fabric, we stitched the material using multiple techniques and treatments. Stitching at treated or an untreated material can play a huge role in the behavior of the material. We started scaling up by stitching 5 pieces together, and by changing the direction of the stitching. Further on, patterning the stitched pieces. Then we moved on to multiple pieces that are stitched in different patterns, and here we can see that the drying up process and the change in behavior and form through time. The diagram above shows that the pattern that we stitched on the material and how it affected the deformation. Here we can see the deformation from multiple angles. Smoking patterns are basically used to create patterns by snapping 2 points on the material to create pockets or patterns.
this type of pattern was also tested on the material by inflating it after stitching to form stiff geometry. The same tests were done on semi-open geometries as well.
So we looked into the self-binding property as a technique to pattern and customize the material. We did several digital iterations on how can we pattern the process through analysis of the minimum required surface area to bind. Patterning, stitching, and anchoring points can create different tension points and behavior. We can clearly see the difference on a bigger scale of material. These iterations showed multiple pieces stitched or anchored together and how that can affect the behavior. Patterning a surface of attached elements can be done with different types of connections between the pieces. Here we try to connect multiple elements together, stitched and patterned, and we can see the difference in behavior between non-treated and treated material. Also, we tried to generate patterns from grids using stitching technique. We learned from the stitching pattern that we did earlier that we can inflate later to form sort of a 2.5D geometries. Moving forward with a material that can be locally grown, environmentally friendly, and self-generated, we started looking into the deployment of bacterial cellulose in architecture as augmented performative skin on the facades of existing glass buildings to replace the traditional building materials of performative skin, like EFT, into self-generated, biodegradable, and customizable material that can be basically locally grown. These performative skins are able to be augmented on building facades to improve the performance of the building in terms of heat gaining and energy consumption. Looking into case study of performative skins using the properties of bacterial cellulose as a material to develop a facade system that focuses on the material's ability to augment buildings. We looked into the material in terms of performance as shading material or inflatable material by providing air cavity that can create air cavity as a thermal insulator or as a humidity controller due to its ability to retain water. So we started some tests on how can we inflate two pieces stitched in different patterns as a first test to have a facade system. Then we scaled up the test into a 1 meter long piece that also is patterned in different ways to create sort of pockets to hold air inside. As we know that the material interact with the environmental conditions, so we tested after inflation if we can rehydrate the material and inflate it again. And here we can see the experiment succeeded. Here we can see the difference in stages, first before inflation, during inflation, and after drying. And also from drying to rehydrated, then inflated again. We did this experiment again with mixing parts of that can be inflatable and parts only shrink in between. These two layers are patterned differently. One of the layers is all wax treated and one just raw material. We inflated this piece. It took us around 5 hours to fully dry. And as soon as it dried, it shrinked while the process. So from this experiment, we learned that we need a structure inside any inflatable so it can collide with the material so it doesn't shrink and flatten back. As a general concept, we thought of the idea of wrapping the building as a strategy towards achieving performative skin. From wrapping the building completely with an elastic mesh, we started experimenting with a physical model by creating tension by pull and push points on the skin in a way to start shaping and evaluating the performance. From the previous process, we started extracting parameters that can be potentially affect the performance of the skin, as shown in the diagram, like openings and deviation, rotation, and distribution. We started evaluating our previous parameters on a generic glass office building, in London. The first parameter is opening and deviation from the existing facade, as its effect in terms of radiation analysis. The higher the percentage shown below is the less performance achieved. As the material inherently translucent, we also translucent and allows views, we did views analysis for the unobstructed views through the tensioning points and radiation analysis. Then we analyzed the distribution, numbering, and size of the Then we analyzed the distribution, numbering, and size of the tensioning points on the facade, which showed a balance between the size and numbering is required to achieve optimal performance. Another parameter we tested, which is rotation, Another parameter was tested, which is rotation. We can see air as the volume between the building and the facade. Angles and radiation analysis were done, and we can see there is 8% improvement in the performance of the skin, as rotation is important to adapt with the environmental change throughout the year. Oh, this cannot be played. 1 second. Overlapping the mentioned parameters in design, we reached the optimal iteration for this scenario. However, each scenario will have its own parameters and different unique design for each different scenario. From our previous analysis, we decided to introduce movement to the system, which could be linear movement, or going inward and outward, or it could be rotational, and it could be two types of rotation, Euler rotation or geodesic rotation. We tested the different potentials of rotation multiple tension points on a skin. As the material is inherently not elastic, we decided to use an elastic mesh as a structure to maintain the flexible system, especially on rotation and expanding points. From that, we started looking into different meshes topologies, hexagonal, quad, and triangulated. Mesh scale can create a difference in the maximum distance of expansion. As we can see, the bigger the scale, the more expansion we can achieve. And rotation. As shown in our previous exploration in stitching discrete elements, we thought of the idea of attaching bacterial cellulose to the mesh by anchoring or stitching it directly to the mesh. As we tested different meshes topologies, and we decided to move forward with the hexagonal mesh, as it provides the most intersections to attach bacterial cellulose to it. We studied the different types of rings movement, showing the consolidation and the separation of material on the mesh, mapping a series of overlaps and separation, which can directly affect the performance of the skin. From that, we did tensioned and relaxed surface analysis for these movements, as curvature correlates back to the performance of the skin by either provides separation or consolidation of the material. Then we did the same tension analysis for the iterations, for our last iteration, to see the potential points of separation and consolidation in the material on the skin. Then we did a physical model to represent the joint movement of the circle by controlling 3 points that is equally distributed on a circle that can rotate in multiple directions. From our previous analysis, we noticed that the tensioning points on the lower part are not performing due to the surrounding environment as they are going outwards. So from that, to enhance the performance of the skin, we decided to introduce inflation as a strategy to use the air cavity as a thermal insulator on the pull points that is attached to the building. We patterned the material in a linear pattern to optimize the inflation process. As we showed in the overall behavior and movement of the skin, here we can clearly see the micro movement of the skin of the material as interacts with the environment. Here we can see an exploded diagram for the system as a whole between the inflatable skin, the structure in between, the mesh, and the push-pull ring on the top, and the bacterial cellulose that is attached to it. And in between, we can have sort of a water-air piping system that can either inflate the inflatable parts or rehydrate parts where is needed. And we decided based on that we can use the rotation for some weather and environmental scenario. On the other hand, other rings could be static and not movable. So we use the most useful ring to move them from winter to summer according to where it's needed to interact with the sun angles. So the skin created a space between it and the building. And in that, we saw a potential of expanding the building to create a semi-outdoor open space to use the space between the skin and the facade of the existing building. And here we can see some atmospheric renders of how the skin shows from the exterior. To the interior part. As we can see here, if we have the skin fully on the facade, this can introduce a new resolution to the views outside of the building. Color was introduced through, as you saw in the research, to enhance the aesthetics of the material and the atmospheric sensation inside the building. Also, we can create different gradations of colors by self-binding these colors or change what's feeling from to get that atmospheric feeling inside the building. We can see here it looks like more an aquarium. And this render shows us, even when there is no ring that is moving, but the overall movement of the skin, it shows like the skin is breathing on the facade and constantly moving, even when there is no ring that is literally tensioning it in that view. Okay. And this is an exterior render. This is one of maybe the kind of aesthetic that we can get if we have a translucent material white with semi-color. Here we can see the inflatable part that is attached directly to the building. And yeah, that's it. Thank you very much for listening. this material inside our lab. We had tons of tubs that we were growing the material in. This is what we literally used twice than this material. This is what's left over. This is our first experiment on some small samples with composites test. How can we water it, flip it, what kind of shrinkage we can achieve. This piece, what we did recently for the inflatable part that is directly attached to the facade with a structure inside it. These are the samples that we showed in the presentation of basically studying the behavior of the material while stitching. This piece was the inflatable one that we did our first experiments with big scale of inflatables. Some pieces, tensile pieces here that we did. This one with the different types of treatment, we can see the translucency of the material and the tension on it. Surprisingly, sometimes the thickness, even when it's not treated, these two pieces are not treated, but this kept in water more and still somehow more flexible than that piece. So literally each piece of the material is unique in its own, even when they are in the same environment and the same thickness. Some inflatables also. This is the smoking pattern that we inflated, and this one is the interior of our cover image. This is our first composite test with fiberglass, our smallest self-binded model, and our biggest self-binded model. Some facades explorations that we did on the analysis to know what is the parameter that we can introduce into our system. The model that we tested on the push and pull points, rotation, one of our aggregations, and this is a sample of completely clear bacterial cellulose wet. Here we have also another colored material, white material for our facade for the outgrowing cones, colored material, and also our hinge study for our mechanism for the rotation, and our first study on paper just to see how it's going to look like. And that's it. Thank you very much.
Okay. So, congratulations for this absolutely amazing amount of work. It's a very beautiful project, I have to say. I very much, I mean, there's many things I enjoy. I really enjoy the rigor of the research, the amazing amount of simulations, all extremely beautiful, well done. I mean, we really feel like you understood, in a sense, what's a scientific method of investigation regarding the material. So I would say, globally speaking, I think it's really an outstanding project and really, really beautiful. I would like to make a couple of constructive comments. Let's say I have 3 quick remarks. The first one is just extremely basic. When you say that there are different things that have the same thicknesses, I think here we are speaking of such thin films that I really wonder, except if you have some extremely precise measuring instrument, I really wonder if it's really the same thickness, you know?
No, so the thickness, it depends on how much you leave it in the growth medium. So some pieces can get to 5 centimeters, but that means you should leave them for a long time, and some pieces are very thin.
Yeah, but here you compare thicknesses that are almost similar, and at some point
I believe because these are, let's say, lab equipment that are not that expensive. I think it could have been interesting to develop a more rigorous testing method for measuring the thickness of your thing, and tensile strength, exactly. I mean, because if you don't have a good measurement method, in a sense you can't also infer anything relevant regarding the tensile strength. So that's the first remark. The second one is that there is something I don't really understand here, is that why do you have this disk? We see that, can you freeze the image here? Yeah. Why do you have this disk here, you know, of material? Because they bump into each other. So this is something I don't completely understand, is that you have a first, let's say, structure, or let's say a first mesh, which is the hexagonal mesh, and then on top of that, you have a second layer of material.
This is our material. The second layer is our material.
Yes, but they bump into each other, you know? They are a bit like the Jean Nouvel project in Doha, where you have this set of disks who cross, you know? But physically speaking, it's not doable here. So, I mean, here there is something that I really don't get, let's say. And the third thing, I mean, why not using just the hexagonal mesh and having your materials that would perfectly follow the boundary of this hexagonal mesh? You know, that's, I think it would have been. Yeah, but it shrinks, right? But it's flexible, you know. So, I mean, it's flexible. So, in a sense. Yeah, but in any case, even if they put this, in any case, it cannot cross. You know, I mean, they bump into each other. In your renderings, they bump into each other. Yeah. So this is not, I think for me, this is not solved, let's say. And finally, I believe that in terms of pure architecture and tectonics, you could have been much more ambitious. Why having this international style office building behind your skin? I mean, I think you could have been, yeah, I mean, more ambitious, especially in this studio. If you look at the whole work of Patrick and that has been done in DRL for more than 20 years. It's really about trying to go beyond the box, beyond the superposition of flat slabs, you know, and let's say beyond the issue of skin. So you have a beautiful skin, it's fine, but I believe it's a pity that we have this international style building behind it.
The clarification is only one point. I'm not making any commentary. My clarification is only those are existing buildings in the environment and they're trying to augment it with their skin. So they're not designing that international style box. Those are existing conditions that are so generic and so everywhere. It could be anywhere and everywhere. Their position is basically to create this kind of textile shroud over that. So I'm only mentioning that because all of the other things, I think, are open for conversation. This one is just a misunderstanding, which I'm clarifying.
Maybe I go next. I have to say, I'm blown away by the amount of work that you've done and experimentation. I think it's particularly interesting that you have a certain emergent aesthetic coming out of this material, and looking at your patterning studies, I think that's presenting something really novel that you kind of literally materialized out of liquid. So congratulations, I'm quite impressed. Also seeing just the amount of work that you've done. Very impressive. I think I would have a question, which is primarily, did you compare the primary energy consumption in generating this material or parameters like land use compared to other organic materials such as wood, for example? Do you have any idea how this all adds up when you generate the sugar that you need first for the liquid that it grows in, and how the overall energy balance looks like when you produce it?
Actually, we didn't compare exactly, but it doesn't require like that much energy because it's like anyone can grow this material inside their homes. Basically, they use it to drink. It's kombucha originally. So in terms of energy consumption, it's not consumption any energy. It's basically the nutrients that it feed on to grow. But yeah, in terms like of water, it's only consume that a small amount of water to grow. But you see, the liquid is still here. The sugar we add depends on every like 15 days, for example. It depends when we harvest the sheet. So yeah, but a clear differentiation between another material that we look into. Yeah.
And maybe to that application example, I think you could probably try to aim higher with that. Have you considered using the material as a structural envelope of sorts, perhaps like a tensile skin that would not require to double up the building skin, but that could become the central component to it?
It could be, but this type of research, it needs a lab. We need to test how can we make the material much stronger. And for that, for our research and the equipment that we have, we didn't see it as a structural material. We already have enough structural materials, and we already have enough buildings that is already built that is not performing. So maybe augmenting these buildings, enhancing their performance is better than doing a structural material that will build only new buildings.
I'm going with this because I think you have a lot of experimentation that kind of suggests that this could be something that starts to define architecture. Because you have a lot of experiments that show the structural potential of the material, and also how that then relates to an emergent set of forms or language of forms that you create. And I think that it's perhaps a very interesting expansion of this project in then seeing how this would translate into a language that defines a building rather than just wrapping an existing structure. But I think that's probably a choice you did for a whole number of reasons. But I think you may have an opportunity to even aim higher with the translation into a build project. But I have to say, fantastic project.
I just want to follow on from that. I mean, I agree. Somehow I feel, I mean, although I think it's a beautiful application and sensible, and some of the renderings make it very seductive from the inside, I don't think you've thought it through in terms of, you somehow didn't distinguish between making a model and designing a build form to scale. That's my feeling, and also detailing, and so that's why these paillettes, they're just glued onto a mesh, and you haven't gone beyond that. And I think there's something you need to work on. And I thought that, for instance, one thing is these things probably need to be framed. I love these kind of potato chips forms, and you know, and the idea of working with, they will become, of course, wet. This idea of drying out and rehydrating, to think that through. Where's the sun hitting first? Where's it the rain blowing against? To have something more integrated and organic, and also, yeah, the size of these sheets. I mean, it was interesting when you showed the artist that there could be very large sheets, that you can have thick sheets. You talked about this is the strength of ETF. I wasn't sure if I misunderstood that, or it needs to be even, the range is even going way beyond ETF. I was very surprised. ETF is a very, very strong material. So, and whether, I didn't fully understand also whether it is elastic. I mean, later when it dries, of course it's not, but in its wet state, is it elastic or also not? Is it stiff like ETF? So these explorations, I think what happened, my analysis, I mean, this relentless and amazing research and experimentation, which took a lot of time and energy and thinking and so on. And you came to the application discourse relatively late, and therefore this is to some extent unresolved, underexploited. Although I believe in the thesis, absolutely believe in it.
Just to add to that point, I think there's so much learning in this amazing work you've done on the experimentation, with the stitching, with the form. And it was fantastic to see how you brought in the inflation part of it, as the air as insulation, into the design. There's so much more that could be achieved if you start considering the passive transformation and the active, and how one interacts with the other, and actually giving more, pushing how far you can get the design of the actual facade to be able to have that passive transformation be more performative.
I was just looking up not interactions, but composites. And it seems that the automotive industry is curious right now about the use of cellular, you probably know all this stuff, and glass fibers and various sorts of things can change various forms of strength. So if this is an underexplored area, then there's a whole lot to possibly explore, transforming it into quite a viable material that would maybe resolve some of the cracking or gapping or some of the issues that you get. I mean, it would become a big product design inquiry, I guess, but maybe you're at the forefront.
Yeah, I think, again, just to pick up on what Patrick was saying, like a phenomenal amount of material experimentation, but maybe it also benefits from situating it in a kind of lineage of building material research, because of all the projects in Theo Studio, this one is trying to address a building scale application, right? Or kind of trying to fit in with how it fits with existing buildings and so on. So in that sense, maybe you could borrow some of the tectonics and detailing techniques from other similar materials. So in other words, for a while, just suspend the very specifics of this particular material, think of it as a more proxy for a generic class of materials, right? What else comes similar to this? It could be geotextiles and or ETFE that you already compared. But once you make that comparison, you could then begin to borrow some of the detailing techniques, which will, address both the concerns that Philippe raised and in terms of that, and also Patrick raised, that it looks like a model that is just scaled up without the kind of building systems taken fully into consideration. And the second aspect, that if this is a prototypical application, then it could, you could have taken much more of a different base conditions, it's not just one generic cube, but what if there's various found conditions, right? Because right now the way it is coming across that this is the only thing that you did. It's not addressing multiple found conditions. So, I mean, it doesn't detract at all from all the amount of work that you've done, the beautiful tectonics or the kind of material textures, the lighting qualities, the lighting properties of these. But just to take it to the next level, maybe you can borrow from existing techniques, both for material detailing, but also geometric detailing, right? Tailoring of the patchwork or detailing of the frame, etc. So, well, congratulations.
Just to add to this, I mean, I'm also impressed, like everybody else, with the work that you have done. Another question I think that I have is very much around our perception of those materials and the aesthetics, if you like, that go with it. And so if we believe that we have to find alternative solutions which maybe are more regenerative, or they are biological or based and rooted in biology, then this also will come with different shapes and forms, and this kind of irregular, maybe more spontaneous, different to the kind of existing standardized systems that we're dealing with. And I think it's almost a philosophical question. It's kind of how our perception will change with what we perceive as beautiful, or and so I feel very much like we're at the beginning of almost like a step change in this kind of research, because it really feels like you're doing fundamental research, really trying to discover those new properties and testing it, and this is the beginning of something that like all the other projects, I think has a massive potential to then go and really go into the next step and figure out, okay, from a experiential point of view, what are the potentials of the material, in addition to the structural stuff that was mentioned and all that. But yeah, I think it's a much bigger question around those materials in the future.
I mean, it's absolutely true, because this wasn't started by the intention to develop a facade or skin, although I do like it, it's a good application, interesting application. But the aesthetic question is very, very important. And what you can see in the model, there's a lot of things which weren't anticipating this kind of facade. And I mean, it's interesting that I'm quite challenged by the supposed beauty of some of this. I mean, in terms of, that's why I'm gravitating to things I understand, and the total amorphousness of this. And that's why I do like where it kind of stretched or it gets inflated, and then I can tolerate the patina and the kind of mid-translucency and so on. But although there's some, even this one has, this stretch. The things where we get a sense of very, very kind of irregular or amorphous or unprincipled morphogenesis and formation, I find it hard. But there was obviously this discourse on the all form, on the amorphous, and as an anti-aesthetic and as something we can see. But I believe quite deeply into that there's some kind of sense of complex order, which without that it's hard to trust an artifact or product, because there's this randomness. Randomness is for me associated with something menacing and with ugliness. So, but if you want ugliness, yeah.
Just a quick response to that notion of ugliness. I think when you have a material which itself has a dynamic behavior, it is an interesting exercise to see what the aesthetic is if you take it to optimize its function as how it's going to keep transforming and behaving and changing in itself, and actually optimizing the structure that's going to allow its functional envelope to be expanded to its maximum. And that might actually inform a particular aesthetic.
It won't be long. So I mean, one of the properties of a growing thing is that it's growing. And it might be that one of the benefits of this is that if you find a scaffold for it to grow on that dissolves after it's grown on it, you could maybe just drape the kind of cloth with the cutouts that you already want over the edge of the structure and drip this thing on it, and over time it will form the skin over it, and then it'll still have the properties, and the fabric will be gone. That would be used. I'm not saying that's a good idea. That's a possible idea of using the organic growing nature of it, because if you've got something that can grow, then it's an attribute that could be exploited.
I think it's important to somehow state a couple of things. On the one hand, I mean, like all materials have a life cycle. we like it or not, they're going to change. It's a question about how they change, and the reality about if we like it or dislike it, the aesthetics, if we're comfortable with it or not, I think is interesting to discuss, because I think seeing the project and actually living with the bats, you know, is a very different experience, like being in the factory, but the bio factory with everything that's associated with it. And then seeing the ways that the students are actually working with it, and also industries. Because they do somehow are trying to work with these kind of things in a sense to become new leathers, pleathers, whatever you want to call it. There's a lot of things, but they're always kind of domesticated in something that's very small, mostly because of the quality of the material and the product that's being sold, not because of the performance and the capacity of the material itself. So to Felipe's point, the issues around some of the things like how much tensile strength and so forth, they tried to read as much scientific papers around the subject. I think that's why they were trying to make that thing. The numbers that they're going in terms of the relationship with ETFE, I think is a very meaningful kind of attempt on their part. It seems like a little kind of like fun fact, but the reality of the application, I think, is also a very important thing. They took a leap, you're right, it came late. It came late because in some sense, it's the nature of this kind of work. And I think what's interesting about the conversation, or at least what I would like, is a bit to echo what Sajid was saying, is to be able to look at some of these things as all being in play. You know, the choices that you made, let's say for the last version, some people will like it. I like the overlap. I like the overlap mostly because these are like pedals. I don't like the frame because the edge conditions then make them into drums. I can imagine the rain hitting these things and just becoming something that would just amplify stuff. We talked about atmosphere. I like this ability that some of these things, when they're illuminated naturally by these glass boxes that we make, those wrinkles and all of those kind of things give it this living characteristic. That's a choice as well, I think. And the students have, I think, listened to a lot of the feedback, which I also think is super important. So the issue of color is not a minor point. Most of the stuff was basically fed with tea, hence the brown color. And then there was a moment that people felt really uncomfortable with brown. I think Peter Cook says that he would die if he had to wear a brown suit or something like that. But the reality of the things is that color and all of these other things are part of that, you know, research as well. So even to see the materials that are completely white, like this milky white, V-ray rendered or whatever, I think all of those kind of things speak to this form of digital materiality. And I mean, I found the research profound, mostly because of the commitment to do stuff like this. People will do one or two things, but like to just be like so militant about it, I think is what this kind of work demands. And I do think all the comments are really well-meaning, and I think you should take them on board as, you know, this was one version, but I think there are many versions of this. The questions attached to the decisions around that, I think, are not necessarily only technical. And I think that that's also part of the discussion, right? When you say micro movements change this kind of skin, this textile, when you see a series of buildings next to each other and how they would sort of operate, I think take those plausible scenarios now and see how would they be different? How would you address those differences in a meaningful way? And I think that then that just sort of opens up a new territory. But from this kind of living skin stuff that a lot of people have been talking about since the 90s, I think that this is a very serious piece of work, and I think it is commendable on a lot of levels, but I think the determination to kind of make it work matters, because it was all the reason not to do it. And you've heard the comments, I think, throughout, from some critics that are just like, what? I'm not going to live with this shit. It's like, you took that on board in a very personal way, and I think that that's kind of important. You actually lived your architecture in a strange way, but I wouldn't separate the performance and all of that stuff from also, you know, that vat of stuff there that can be grown anywhere. is also really profound. The fact that the factory can be really distributed in some ways is very poetic, but at the same time then can be an industrialized process that can really push these things forward. So long story short, I think, congratulations. We have another 4 teams to go. So I'm being mindful on the time and the amount of models we have to move. But I think the spirit of the things is really positive, so you should be happy with what you got. But there's a lot of future, so I think this shall not be the end, but the beginning. Thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is India, and we're going to be presenting with my teammates Karim, Noah, Behije, and Yuji our thesis project, Transcend, from Anja Studio. The proposal revolves around the exploration of a hybrid design space at the intersection of mobility and livability, favoring a multidisciplinary approach across the fields of architecture, automotive, and aerospace. It is contextualized on a projection of a near future of emergent concerns around humanity's ecological footprints, where population is very rapidly expanding and cities are becoming oversaturated, raising the need for new strategies towards provision of space and resources. We tackle those concerns by looking at mobile livability as a means of detachment from the traditional rigid urban infrastructure. With that, the goal is to achieve an adaptive architecture as a self-sufficient system of a soft infrastructure. Our explorations start from the notion of minimal spatiality with a particular attention to proxemics and ergonomics and the dialogue between the human body and its immediate surroundings. Those ideas translate spatially by looking at programmatic overlays, reactive surfaces, and transformable functionalities within the minimal space. This minimal space is encompassed at the scale of a macro suit or a microarchitecture as an apparatus that extends from the human body, able to shapeshift in response to different environmental and functional conditions, enabled by the actuation of deployable structural system and flexible materiality. The goal of this transformational capability is the adaptation to hybrid environments within which the system is contextualized. The units engaged in on-ground and in-air mobility as an emphasis on the notion of a resilient, off-grid, and migratory form of living. With that said, we look at gliding as an energy-efficient medium of a passive mobility through which energy harvesting is enabled as the system is directed by the dynamic rhythms and flows of nature. The aim of mobility in this context is not limited only to achieving resilient living, but also to open new horizons of opportunities in transportation that allows temporary settlements in desirable uninhabited locations, augmenting the relationship between humanity and nature. Architecture, in that sense, becomes ephemeral, engaging in an interplay between human presence and the intact natural environment. Our initial studies were inspired by the concept of lab annotation and motion tracking. Those allowed us to conceive a minimal essential space driven from the choreography of the human body. Lab annotation is a structured method of analysis and tracking of bodily movement through symbols. Our understanding is that the minimal space will be influenced by directionality, daily routine, symmetry, and different postures the human body can take. So this space, tailored around the human body, will be as efficient and adaptive as possible. So we extracted the volumetric footprints and the utility space of different postures and basic facilities, which are sleeping, eating, private facilities, and working space. The minimal space can be reconfigured according to the different numbers of users by the same principles. So we got inspired by Werner Penton's interior designs from the 60s and the 70s when he came up with this undulating organic furniture. The idea was that houses did not need separate rooms with individual furnitures, but rather you could lounge on almost any surface. So what we took from this reference is the way the furniture are tailored around the human body. The furniture we implemented ourselves in our designs are multipotent, meaning that they are first designed to hold different postures, but are mostly holding different functions rather than having one use assigned to them. For example, the bed that is illustrated in the middle column is not only designed to be a bed, but holds a horizontal usable surface implemented in the design of the furniture, covering the knees and below, as this specific area of the body stays horizontal both in sleeping and in working.
Furthering these experiments, we've looked at transformational capacities of the interior, how to combine it with our strategy of shape-shifting. And these experiments turned into three-dimensional space, and furthering this, we explored programmatic overlays that can reveal themselves upon interaction and varying conditions of the mobility that we are dealing with. And the interior space opens itself up as the exterior surfaces are rotating. This strategy can be used to come up with multiple configurations in the living space by just changing the rotational mechanism and how it will rotate towards the ends. Furthering this, we've divided our footprints in two halves. First half is the living area, and the different necessities of mobility created the diagrammatical assessment of these interior configurations. These interior configurations are designed to be multipotent elements, combining chair, storage, table, and bed programs into one, revealing themselves upon rotation. Our means of mobility is flight, and softness and lightness is very important to us. So we come up with a strategy, not just filling these surfaces with elements, but soft infrastructural membranes.
Now, zooming out into the unit itself as a space, as an apparatus or a macro suit or microarchitecture, we look at it and its components that are necessary for what it's supposed to be doing. We spoke that it's supposed to glide, using gliding as a passive medium of flight for energy self-sufficiency. So wings are a necessity to this unit. We have the unit itself and its chassis, and we will talk about its performance in terms of shape-shifting in the beginning. It needs to be compressed in mobile mode for minimum spatial occupancy and center of mass within the wings, and it expands when it's stationary to allow an expanded mode of living. Now, these modes are happening through two main expansion movements. The first one is the vertical expansion on the z-axis, and the second one is lateral rotation. And how these happen is by dividing the unit, the smooth version of it, into a main structural diagram that runs on the top and through the chassis through the bottom, allowing space on the sides for the secondary structure to rotate outwards. Now, the expansion on the z-axis happens through a vertical actuator that links the structure together three-dimensionally within a network, and the rotation is happening through around nodes that are positioned at the corners of the chassis. This is a model that shows the expansion on the z direction and showing the joints that are flexible at the ends, at the bottom and the front. What's happening here that the faces, the surfaces here, shown in the first diagram are rigid, always rigid. What's deforming are the joints at the corners. So these are the surfaces on the sides and the front and the floor plates. But however, we have flexible surfaces that are happening because of the rotation. So we're creating planes between those rotating structure. So we looked at treating those surfaces with curved pleating that are coming from a flexible membrane that we've actuated to see how they perform symmetrically, how they expand, and they can underlay between each other under the structure. So in mobile living, we have the compact version of the unit that has the functions adjacent together to close proximity. Everything is close within the reach of the person. And when it's expanded, it allows circulation in between, highlighted in green, the use of space that allows the entrance from the back as well.
So we're looking here at the plan of the expanded version. And as a comparison to that, while the unit is flying, it compresses from all axes, including the vertical one. And so the functions rotate all together inwards with an angle of 30 degrees to come closer to each other and to the user. So the occupant will remain seated during the duration of the flight, but can still reach the necessary functions without having the need to actually move in the space. The hierarchy of the unit components goes from the main outer structure to the flexible membrane in between, to the functions, and then the furniture. The entrance unrolls to enable access to the living area, and the functions are arranged in a radial manner around the vertical actuator. So we can see the proximity of the different functions. Here specifically, we can see the cooking area next to the living area that we tried to minimize as much as possible, maintaining the ergonomic attributes to the spaces as a whole. And the upper part of the unit, the skylight, that maintains visual proximity to nature.
Yeah. Now, given the situation of the wings, how it needs to attach to the unit, well, the wings as well shapeshift in terms of which mode we're talking about. In flight mode, they obviously expand and they fold backwards when it's expanded on ground. Now, in order to find the optimal system for expansion, lightness, and aerodynamics, we looked at the beginning at curving patterns that allow this excessive stretchability of a surface, but it was an open pattern which was not sealed, which didn't allow aerodynamic capabilities. We looked at active surfaces actuated through pneumatics, which could be manipulated through gradient patterns, allowing different shapes to be actuated through the wings. We looked at pleating patterns as well for expansion and compression. Mainly the need is to have the optimal width of the wings in regards to the center of mass of the unit within it. So we looked at genetic algorithms to find the optimal dimensions, proportions in that sense, and evaluated these surfaces in terms of curvature, surface area, and cubic volumes. Then we looked at how to support it through the unit, support those volumes within the unit through structural optimization, which told us something about the hierarchy of structure within the wings and how could they be activated in terms of shape-shifting. For example, in this scenario, in this study, the main structural element is pulling back all the secondary elements in the wing. And the means to fabricate those, we thought we could segment them into flexible joints and straight segments, whereas the joints are flexible through the thickness of the material, thinness of the material. And then it becomes a matter of mass production and assembly, which gave us a volumetric wing, which we thought it could be better if the wings were not volumetric within the unit as an offset double-layered structure. It could be better if we look at it as a two-dimensional, 2.5D surface of triangulated folds. So we tested several patterns, which the evaluation criteria was what could be the most efficient in terms of differences in width and allowing certain angles around the unit that allows it to be coupled with a different unit radially.
And after that, we also use the physical model to verify the things that we mentioned above. And as you can see, we divide the joint into two parts, which is the rotating part and the shape-keeping part, and verify that we can use the structure to actually drive the outer skin. And after that, you can see this is our finest version of the wings, and it can do this kind of the movement easily. And this is another version that we used to have. And after that, we start to actually analyze the seat joints that we use. And it has a lot of different kind of the potential. As you can see, there are different kind of the joint system. And we can easily use them to make this kind of the 2D pattern and to see that how we can do with it, just like playing Lego. And this is the different patterns that we used to have. And we also find the way that we can make the shrinking stick and actually use it to change the shape. And to combine these two different kind of strategy, we easily create this kind of the foldable joints that we can apply on the foldable wings to be actually the most important part of the floating movement. And actually, if we change the red line's length, and you can change the angle of the folding.
These are some some of our descriptive visuals of what the full unit could look like, taking care of materials, translucency, allowing vision from the top through the skylight. And this could be a means of clustering several units together according to the angle of the folding.
Following to mobility, flight is a mode of mobility actualizes the idea of detachment from ground, enabling the deployment of soft and flexible infrastructure. Gliding is a passive form of flight. It operates in accordance with natural rhythms, namely wind flow. In nature, passive flight is happening and people are already flying using lightweight gliders. We introduce different environments that are optimal for gliding in the form of cliffs and valleys due to the unique wind condition and flat area for potential settings. The goal is to use boundaries where two air masses meet, for example, in a sea. For example, in a seafront, cold air from the sea meets the warmer air from the lands, and the condition creates lift. The glider can trade potential energy difference from a higher altitude to a lower altitude, produce kinetic energies, enhancing natural assets. As you can see here, the optimal wind condition is using thermals, while using the wind to create passive flight in accordance to the typology of the topography itself. So the environment we will emphasize is the ability that our unit can take place in different kind of topology and to use natural asset as a integral part of our system. Our initial studies were related to 2D surfaces. We evaluated the difference between ratios of structure and surfaces to understand the basics. Sorry. As you can see here, the surfaces were influenced by a y vector that created a horizontal flight, not just influenced by gravity. Technology and references that were influenced by our self-sufficient flight, lightweight technologies of gliding, how we can look further into the future and design those. We looked at software that help us to use aerodynamics and proportions and to understand the aspect ratios between our unit and the wings. We applied it to our unit and we understood that this is an equation. As long as the glider is and the unit is higher, so the wings are wider. This type, we continued with it. The weight is around thousands of kilos. Wingspan varied from 18 to 25 meters, while creating a very slim wing and a low surface area. As you can see here, we simulated different types, taking those specific ratios, and we understood that different kind of performance can help different kind of specialities of units, and how they can function and how they are flying can be part of an ecology of units. Those are varied in different angles and performed in a different way, and we thought this is a potential to use those to design our unit. Here you can see a self-sufficient way of flight, while the glider, when it takes off from a cliff and using the height, rotates around the thermals and gain kinetic energies. The other way is while flying together, the units can bring more power to their neighbors and creating lift and using this typography condition as part of the system itself. The personal experience from inside, how we can live our life, how we can experience nature in a way from those perspectives, from air to ground. While moving on ground, the unit shrinks and folds in order to have the opportunity to connect. As you can see here, while changing the width and the altitude, the unit shape shift. The takeoff can use height or can be used by a motorized takeoff, propellering or wheeling, then gliding and passive flight and moving on ground to the wheeling system. Those systems can overlap, and propellering system and wheeling system can transform and use the same function and place in our unit. In the industry, there are many technologies that are already doing that, and we're trying to understand how it can be implied in our system. So horizontal propelling and wheeling can be shared as one and be as part of our surface. Different simulations were tested here, how those can overlap and create energy while using different kind of scenarios and environments. The chassis condition was elevated from ground and gave the opportunity of the unit to be part of different kind of environments.
We explored collective strategies for our units that are time-based, adaptive, and able to evolve with ever-changing conditions of the physical world. In order to achieve that, we first needed to build a brain for it. We started a generative neural network algorithm to predict optimal routes while passing above a terrain, and trained it on different terrain conditions, giving it a goal to find the most optimal path and locations to land. Location detection is based on detecting the height values of a terrain, avoiding very high and low areas to find flat surfaces. Then we took this into 3D space. We created our own AI pathfinding simulation called Atlas, Autonomous Tracking and Land Awareness System. We wanted to have an embedded intelligence for our collective strategies, an intelligence that can understand the data of natural energy and can make informed decisions according to it. The AI algorithm has 3 main objectives: to find the best possible paths according to the collision tracing, while analyzing wind vector data to find its way to land and land in an optimal location. The software system detects the optimal wind conditions and favors possible pathways that have better wind flows over others. It also detects the terrain to find the optimal landing conditions by looking at the vortex points sharing similar z-values. For the wind conditions, we created a global wind vector field inside of our simulation. In our system, we map the entire terrain of the Earth within the software. This means we can virtually simulate flight on the computer. We brought the real-world terrain data from OpenMaps into the Unreal Engine and built environment data from the OpenStreetMap with atmospheric wind data from NASA. We tested the simulation environment in multiple locations to evaluate how the pathfinding system responds to different conditions. Here, the algorithm is detecting the area to find landing locations while responding to the winds and creating solutions that it faces while going over a terrain. We further explored the behaviors of this to understand how it sees the physical environment and produces solutions according to our rule set. Our physical environments are constantly mutating with layers of information that are not explicit to us at first glance. This state of transformation is enhanced by a network of information connections. Volumetric occupation flows of natural energy and built environment becomes different layer of a whole system, constantly moving and ever evolving. And we wanted to decipher this multi-layered information space. We took a point cloud data and embedded the intelligence of our AI to respond to it. It reads the point cloud data as a volumetric occupation. This gives the AI a understanding of depth, which is creating a possibility to fly without needing of a technology like LiDAR, shooting lasers around. In our AI pathfinding system, we explored mechanisms of control in intelligence that we built. But we also wanted our collective intelligence to have a degree of emergence so that it will be responsive enough to challenges that we can't foresee beforehand. To achieve that, we explored swarm behavior using Boy's algorithm. We defined 3 distinct behaviors: survey, assist, and track, to assign task-dependent roles later on to the algorithm as we develop our system further. We gave ourselves a task to achieve an adaptive, self-sufficient soft infrastructure system that can appear and disappear at will of their inhabitants and their means of mobility. When we think it in a bigger scale, in a scale of migration, suddenly we're faced with the consequences of our means of inhabiting the land. When we're mobile, everywhere we go, we leave a mark. We wanted to instrumentalize this inevitable occurrence, taking it as a design tool to guide the collective assembly, aiming to invite nature cycles to the life cycle of our nomadic community by minimizing the disruption of the land and maximizing the potential of the contact paths to use them to connect. So how we did that is we created different combination strategies, very diagrammatically, and assembled them in winter and summer conditions. The winter condition creates a clustered assembly that is closer to, gets closer to each unit. What we end up with, following this rule set of units going after each other's paths and turning to connect through their wings, is the community that can adapt and change according to the patterns of nature. This is the summer assembly. As you can see, the seasons changes and the collective assembly adapts to it. In here, you see our cluster ecology. This is a projection where the systems that we're building can create different life cycles that are not just small, short time periods. In this ecology, we have a connection unit, living unit, and provider unit. The provider unit connects different living spaces and inflates in between them to give them space for programmatical charging. And here you're seeing the winter assembly. And this is the summer assembly. Our units are operating between two opposite domains, the ground and the sky. Our collective strategy deals with how these different domains are carving into one or merging into each other, with a life cycle that is shaped by wind and paralleling the rhythms of nature.
Thank you.
Thank you.
This is our final version of the floating wings, and you can easily see the pattern from here. And after that, this is our detailed drawings, which allow us to actually drive the floating part of the wing. Away from. Sorry for that. Sorry for that. And after that, this is our final unit. You can see the actually the scale that of the doors units can be easily open and closed and create a larger space at the center of it. And this is the another model that shows our height changing. And we use this type of the units actually the Lego system to test the best way to make it perform like what we expect. It is our strategy that we can easily go back to the digital model and try to correct the space that we want to. And those are the phase 1 models that shows the shape-shifting ability using this kind of the laser cut system 2.5D. And after that, this is the lattice system, also 2D, but we can easily let it go to this kind of the unit. And this is our lattice models that we use it in the furniture. I'm not sure what has and I think that's all. Thank you so much.
Wow, for 2 reasons. It's a breathtakingly beautiful project, congratulations. But the other wow is that I have to admit I struggle with some of the storytelling. There's a lot of talking about simulations and optimization in there. It's great looking stuff, but I'm not sure whether you have 700 guys in development having solved autonomous flying. Fantastic storytelling, blown away by the aesthetics. I think you did very beautiful mechanical design. Also, it has some very nice, almost effortless biological analogies. Also in the way you solve your joints, you deal with elasticity and rigor and some of the flexibilities. Really well considered, fantastically built. I take a lot of the other stuff as storytelling elements that are also very beautifully visualized, but I have slight concerns about the rigor of some of the stuff that you have visualized as simulations, and I assume I might be onto something. Then we don't need to go into depth because I think a lot of the other stuff that you're showing well overcompensates for that. Amazing. I think the only thing, looking at the quality and the beauty of your models, I think the only thing that you could have added there is perhaps also elaborating a bit on the elastic skins that you need to do that. But I have to say your mechanical studies, your spatial studies, your take on a microenvironment, very convincing, and I have to say also the consistency of the aesthetics in both models, design and presentation, quite outstanding. Yeah, broad range of impressions. Anyone else?
Yeah, I also congratulate you for this project. Extremely beautiful, I totally agree with what was just said. I'm missing just a few quantitative information. If you want to reduce the amount of energy you are using in a flight, I mean, at some point, what you need to optimize is the weight. So we obviously see here that you are definitely looking for an extremely lightweight module. It's kind of obvious. But at the same time, when we look at some images, at some renders, for example, this one here with the interior design, it gives us the feeling that you are kind of recreating almost what happens in a private jet, you know, where some people even put marbles and extremely heavy stuff. So obviously it's clear that you are not putting marble or a bathroom here in your module. But the thing is that since you don't bring any information regarding the material you are using for the body, if I'm right, I mean maybe you talked about this and I missed it, but I think you didn't bring information about the material for the body, and you also don't bring quantitative information regarding the weight of this module, how long it can stay in the air, how much energy you need when there's no wind, for example, or let's say not no wind, but no favorable current, airflow, airstream, sorry. So basically, I think this is the weak point of the project, but for everything else, I absolutely love it as well.
Well, I think the comments are more than fair. I guess there are a few things that actually do not appear in the presentation, and they were part of the discussion, materiality, and I think it was more like a problem of editing the presentation, maybe with strategic information. I think in terms of let's say the weight of the unit, you discussed that. The ratios were discussed as well. And I have to say, it's not easy to design like a flying living unit, which is something that I think it was an interesting challenge, though. And as you are saying, like the idea of lightweight materials is crucial. They worked a lot on pneumatics. They worked a lot on topology optimization. And I think the intentions were actually there, but I think I agree, like some numbers, some more kind of contingent information would have been helpful. But saying that, I am super, let's say, I'm thrilled by this project and the idea of like really challenging ourselves as architects and try to approach other disciplines as in a way that potentially can be constructive for future collaboration with more technical, let's say, support in the future. But in general, like the project is research, like the physical models, all the active, linear and curvilinear actuators. These joints were actually invented by the team in a way that were allowing for this flexibility and transformation capabilities. The idea also like of working with the wings and try to deliver like a principle, geometrical principle for the folding, but also like looking at the proper ratio for the gliding. I think that kind of technical effort that you made, for me, it's absolutely exceptional. And even if there are missing bits, I still want to dream about this project when I come back.
I just want to say it's gorgeous. And I loved your images of people too, wrapped in that little chrysalis. It's all gorgeous.
Yeah, I think we all are blown away by the quality of the presentation, and maybe my comment is more about the narrative. The only moment, yes, let's assume there's a lot of leeway when it comes to simulating autonomous flight and all that, but what I struggled more with was the very first bit of the presentation, where the context in which you are presenting it, when you're starting to talk about the environmental challenges and the challenges that we have through migration. And these are like big topics. I'm wondering whether it would kind of benefit from stripping some of these very big questions out or going deeper into it. Maybe it's like an editing issue, maybe, where, but that was the only moment where I thought maybe it's just trying to address too many things, but it's absolutely beautiful, and there's so much you can, work with and work on going forward.
Just to continue in a way that, of course, like the presentation and the storytelling and the kind of designerly intuitions and qualities, like amazingly well articulated and represented. But one of the things that I find like that difficult to, on that basis, kind of abandon all skepticism, and like I find it difficult that like every step along the way, like we have to make another leap of faith. Like, so first we can make one leap of faith to say like, okay, this flies, but then we have to then make a leap of faith to say that, okay, this solves like housing problem, and then we have to make a leap of faith that like this kind of, there's a communal arrangement possible, communal living possible, and so on. So I do think that like, like I agree with what Jan was saying, like maybe it's trying to claim or trying to solve too many things, whilst it can be part of the outlook for sure, and I have no doubt that as as skilled students like or skilled designers, you will be able to solve it. But like I would have expect, or I would have kind of wanted to know a bit more on like the technical aspects to build up on the credibility, because I think by the end of the presentation it was quite thinly stretched. You know, when you say things like AI, but not really give details of what is objective function, what is the AI, you know, and so things like that, are some things that like maybe you should consider as part of the editing, but again, it doesn't detract from like your designerly skills. Like everything that is represented is very beautiful, as including these drawings and studies and so on. But like maybe a bit more technical, credibility building, but also like in terms of the thesis, more credibility building would, you know, will be helpful.
I think some of this has to do with, again, this kind of an open research project, and the way you start with what you're starting here, the ergonomic enveloping of movement of body, of situation, incomes, shape-shifting, income, certain model-making technique of stretching and so on. At that point, it maybe arrives as joint, etc. And to somehow, I think that when then finally the idea arrives, which is of these gliders, and I think there's an incredible beauty in that and interest. There is, let's say, it's difficult to then kind of restart or re-question some things. And that's where might be some, and of course, obviously, you have models to show. So, but I think it's important in the presentation not to kind of cover these gaps and realize, for instance, that maybe this kind of joint, which was a lot to do with kinetic shape-shifting and so on, isn't going to work in a glider, which is about super lightness and simultaneous rigidity on many levels, and then re-problematize whether, for instance, these wings can or cannot fold. Probably they can, but probably not with this thing anymore. And I do appreciate a lot that you since the last year, you actually went in and had aerodynamic software and investigated, and you suddenly get totally different proportions, and that comes through. So I think, and then you need to kind of clarify the status of an open research investigation and questioning, and of course we want to see all the process. But you can't pretend, make it too much appear as if it was a coherent, logical evolution, which everything feeds into it, because then you're relying on too much just the love for it, not raising those questions. So that's what I feel. So it's still strong. It's interesting. What I do actually quite like these interiors, but yes, so super lightness, and I actually remember, I mean, Ross would have loved that project, but he would have caught you out on these interiors. Because what I've loved, I'm not sure if you've seen the car he's done for Citroën, and these kind of, these tensile skeletal interior, the chairs. I mean, a car chair usually is this heavy, kind of bulky thing, and him it's just the kind of stretched membrane, you understand? So that's the kind of attitude of then, I think once you hit ruthlessly brutal with your own, with some of the things you had, which were open. Anyway, so I think that's the way the things comes to that adding element. I never thought that of solving any housing problem, but it's another form of, it is a form of living, or this kind of escape, this exodus thing. It's another version of the exodus spirit, and it's not necessarily solving huge problems, but it's offering something. And so that's what I would say. So that's, I do feel it's good to have a kind of open discussion about the status of the things, and of course once it's out online, it's going to be super popular. And these kind of the probing questions will not come. But here we have to put them.
I think. Just picking up a little bit about what Patrick said. We've had lots of conversations around the project, and I think one metric, sorry, my silence is to make sure other people are silent. One metric, I think, about how to kind of evolve a thesis is has that conversation sustained? And you guys have always been, I think, part of leading conversations, a lot of debate. I think, we sometimes generalize that beauty is easy to achieve, and sometimes it seems effortless, but this is a very difficult thing to do. So I think there's always something where sometimes we fall in love, sometimes it breaks our heart and all this other kind of jazz. I'm not going to fall into a love song, but I definitely do want to think about what Patrick suggested about the seamlessness, the appearance of things. I think one of the things about the way that you guys are presenting the project is it seems effortless. And let's say everybody that's involved in the DRL knows completely the other, and so do you, first and foremost. And I think that tension about what it means to actually project an idea and try to build it, try to revise things, the failures and how that informs decision-making, I think is a process which I think is important to somehow keep somehow. And it's difficult to communicate, especially when you approach it from this kind of design perspective, where it is a piece of product design. Ross would love it because he understands it in a way, and he would criticize it because he's approaching it from a very particular perspective. I think Philippe's points are very important because it's not just about bringing in metrics, it's not just about material specification, it's trying to understand how those technologies really start to create a very different dialogue. You're not designing a glider, it's glider-like. You're not designing a house, because there's a very different world of domesticity that you're talking about, but that kind of complexity, I think, is something that you will, moving forward, I think, have to actively seek. It's not easy to do when you do this kind of work, because I think you rely a lot on the things that you're intuitively very good at. I've kept telling you, try to do the things that you are bad at. The models, I think, are really great. Still would love to see the skin on the exoskeleton, really basic stuff. But it doesn't take away, I think, from the richness of the project, right? But it does specify a certain kind of determination that you will have to have if you want to realize it. And I think as soon as you start to take those decisions, it basically takes a lot of other options off the table, and that's okay. So not everything needs to, in some sense, find resolution. So I think the more that you kind of use the process of how you worked on the project and somehow embrace that moving forward, I think the better you're going to be as designers, whatever path you guys are doing. You guys do complement each other in a strange family way. You're amazing together, but you also fall apart. You're on this kind of roller coaster of things. That's life. So I'm sort of saying that instead of that being something that creates tension, I think you're going to try to find that as a very honest and creative way of making things, doing stuff. And you're going to need each other, not just you as a team, but people in this room. Because in a very, very strange sense, this conversation, which is a conversation about possibilities, you would like to think happens in schools, you would like to think it happens in this school and everywhere else. It's not that easy to do. So I'm just saying that in terms of the context of the project has opened up a lot of discussions. I don't think you need our faculty to sort of readdress those things. But I think moving forward and so forth, I think you owe it to yourselves to just keep pushing this kind of stuff forward. I think when you release it, like Patrick says, into the world, I'm sure a lot of people are going to like it. I'm sure it's going to have insta love. But I think the other issue is that it's not an image. You want to make it. This is not just a representation. You want to build it. You know what I'm saying? The objectives are going to be very different because we live in an image culture. And that's why this stuff, I think, is a very important complement. You could have stayed in Unreal. And I think the issue of narrative needs to be qualified. There's a difference between narrative and scenario. Scenarios, you've kept one scenario. Narrative, when people say storytelling and all of these things, treat that with some form of suspicion. Not that they're suspicious, but that you need to try to communicate like 2 or 3 different real use cases for yourselves about what this thing could be. And they can be radically different. Some may be much more successful than others. But it's important to do that. I know you've done it in conversations and maybe you've debated about it, but I think it's not legible. And that goes to the effortless aspect again. So I think when you're introducing this work to the world and all of that stuff, you need to control the conversation, but allow the conversation to give you meaningful feedback. This presentation is seamless, and I think that's the success of it, but it's also its limitation. We don't have a lot to say. We could say, well, maybe it's not technical, or maybe this is the limit of architecture, or maybe there's a lot of maybes, but that's for every project. I'm just stating this because at the end of the day, you should be commended. I think the visualization is great. I mean, it's up there, but I don't want to see it like that. Does that make sense? Like the visualization part, like if I'm watching a movie, it's like, that would remove, I think, a lot of the real hard work that you guys have done that doesn't always come across when you're kind of seduced by the first time seeing an image. So these kind of examples, even these early models, all of the stuff on the table are your resource. And I think the book is going to tell a very different story than a 20-minute presentation. And you should figure out how you can kind of make the fact that nobody's got attention for anything into something that takes complex issues and makes it accessible. It's not for engineers to figure it out. We're not going to partner up with somebody that's going to sort all of these things. You're going to do that by instrumentalizing your capacity to work together. This is my opinion. Of course, everybody and tutors who are leading the project will be the first one to debate.
I think I need to also commend you for, an amazing, really amazing year of work and experiments. And I agree, like, really the presentation doesn't really show and give the right, kind of extension of, how much you worked hard on very complex tasks.
Everything I said was positive.
And no. What I'm trying to say is that I believe we need to rely actually on people that help us to solve some problems that are complex problems, such as flying is already something that took 100 years to really be developed to this point. Gliding is even more complex. And I think, they took on like a very complex challenge because they wanted to demonstrate that somehow the proposal was actually trying to deal with the rhythms of nature, which is really a challenge for us. Oh, but it's a complex, very complex task. Yes. But I mean,
My point is slightly different. Please take this from the place where I'm coming from.
Yeah.
This work happened here with no help other than the people that are in this room. And my point is that is a very important thing.
Yeah.
Then you can seek out, when you have the clear motivation of what you're doing, the resources, the experience, the techniques to push it further.
Yeah.
But I'm just stating that and see it from a good place.
Absolutely.
Work with nothing, do everything. See your limitations, understand them. Because I'm not saying that we can do everything. I'm just saying, as a project, it puts on the table a lot of things that help guide that conversation outside.
Yeah.
And that's it.
Absolutely.
Nothing more,
I agree.
A lot of love. But I'm just saying we got another 3 teams.
Yes, let's go for it. But anyway, thank you so much, guys.
Thank you.
What? At least reply. एटलीस्ट रिप्लाई तो फिर ग्रुप पे तो डाल
Guys up next. Should we test your presentation quickly? Make sure it's all working.
Sure. Okay.
You got any audio in your presentation?
No.
No audio?
No
Amazing. So if you don't mind, yeah, full screening it and make sure the videos play smoothly.
Video, right?
Perfect. Fantastic. Thank you. Is that set to? Okay, but it is plugged. Are you plugged into the? Let's get you on the HDMI. Let's just make sure that.
Is that okay? Thank you.
Who's going to tell us to start? Who's going to tell us to start? Can you ask Ariadna? No, I think Theo has to be here. He's not here. A very good evening, everyone. We are Team Infill Density from the studio Citizen-Centric Cities. I am Suman Sharma, and my teammates are Huining Cheng, Chichang Chung, and Yu Shong. Our thesis revolves around the densification of London by virtue of infill developments that are supported by novel spatial and governance technologies. So why densification? In the City of London, there is currently a considerable disparity between the number of residents and the number of commuters on a daily basis. This indicates that a lot more people work than live here. Can we densify the Central Mile? Over the last 200 years, London has expanded more like a sprawl, with the population increasing tenfold. However, we see that 100 years ago, Victorian London witnessed a density that was double of what is seen in the Central Mile today, proving that the Central Mile is in fact capable of densification. However, despite the need for densification, there is negligible space in the square mile for new development and construction. And we see that only 8% of the Central Mile consists of residential properties. Therefore, we resolved to create infill developments. An infill takes up space between buildings, increases the building's usable area by extending a spatial program. And so, what are the current issues and how can they become opportunities for design? Currently, users are forced to choose from what the developers are selling to them. Our interface allows users to choose and configure the programs they want and promote engaging spaces. The decision-making process is typically confidential, made by sellers for buyers. Through GovTech, we enable all stakeholders to vote and maximize social welfare. Planning procedures can be extremely time-consuming, with approvals alone taking 8 to 26 weeks. Infill density establishes a real-time, transparent interface for fast and efficient decision-making. The methodology that we have developed to address the design opportunities include governance technologies to finance the project and help to arrive at a community consensus, and novel spatial tech that allows users to configure and customize the spaces they need. And finally, we densify London by virtue of infill developments. Coming to our site selection, in this map, we can see that between 15 to 29% of residential properties in and around the Central Mile are vacant, which is a possible indication of unaffordable property value. We also see that the percentage rate of people per room is relatively low in the City of London in comparison to Barking, Dagenham, Hounslow, and Hillingdon. The City of London also has a population of high income and low density. When we overlap income by density, we see that the Central Mile is one of the areas of high income and low density, making it further suitable for densification. Our prototypical site is bound by Millennium Bridge on one end, with Cannon Street Station on the other, facing important buildings such as the Tate Modern and the Shard.
space syntax analysis of City of London reveals a lack of spatial accessibility and integration on both the waterfront and urban roads within the sites. So the game grid is generated according to the purpose of activating area lacking accessibility and density of utilization. We use the unused area in between the existing building and extend the riverbank to obtain more available waterfront space. And the renewal waterfront is generated according to the position of cross-gathering area and infill size, getting people to place with good views. And the initial grid is developed following the tendency that directs the crowds towards the riverbank. And the architects provide a proposal to replan the circulation according to the existing urban fabric and alignment of initial grids. The site is divided into several plots and will be used for auction. And it is architects' responsibility to provide an attractive waterfront landscape that serves as the host point area for the site.
Okay, so based on the grid we generated, we started to simulate the gradient of the land cost, which will define the value of different plots and help the non-expert players easy to make decisions. And grid price is influenced by two factors, location and the area. So the dark green plots enjoy more riverfront view, while yellow plots are infill spaces, which can reach less view. And then we combine these two factors to the comprehensive gradient cost. So as for the developers game, there are three characters, DAO and two other player groups, developer and the end user. So DAO put the plots for auction and trying to maximize the society welfare. And in this participatory game, a developer can choose the plot they are interested in and bid with other developers, do the circulation when the grid is subdivided, and choose the anchor point as a game starting point, attract other end user to add function unit. For end user, they need to customize the functional massing, share the co-living spaces with other end users who have the same well, customize the structure module and interior module, and then evaluate the space through experiencing the interior space, and then incubate the spatial NFT. So, sorry. So, sorry. Hmm?
Let's just try escaping the PowerPoint for a second and just playing it not in full screen. Can you try that?
Full screen.
Escape for a second.
So when the game starts, a player can first So when the game starts, a player can first choose the player role in developer mode or end user mode. And DAO entrusts the architects to create the master plan, and then DAO put the plots for auction. And then the developer can click on the plot they're interested in. And developers can see the grades, starting price, and then also bid the plot. So highest price win and pay the second price. And then the grade will be subdivided for the developers to customize. So this is the bidding procedure. Okay, so for the in-between side, First, the developer needs to choose an anchor point which can be mainly co-working or co-living, and then based on the functional indicators and the infill goal, end user can then customize the function unit. So there are three mainly functions can be chosen, commercial, public, and co-living. So when one functional mapping is settled by an end user, another end user can get the news and add another voxel next to the existing one. However, public mapping cannot directly attaching to the residential to protect the privacy. There should be leisure spaces between co-working and co-living. And residential and office users customize spatial interior modules based on sharing incentives and collective decision-making. Each module has their own profit. Column height is divided in 3 meters and 6 meters. Also, the length is variable, so it's easy for non-architects to aggregate, create reasonable and double height space. Finally, is customizing the facade module. Residence facade modules are differentiated with the public and commercial spaces, but they are in the same languages. So in this way, they can create a densified housing and mixed programs. And during the customizing progress, game mechanism can provide smart structure, which can adjust the shape according to location and enable the structure conform to the force. Here's the different situations for the intelligent structure. And we also have a category of interior modules for the end user to customize by simple aggregation. And so users can create multiple possibilities. Yeah, and architects can also customize the anchor points through this way of combination. So for the river side, infill side, so for the riverside infill side, the phenotype will flow it to the shape corresponding to the curve grid. And river-facing spaces can attract the employees and residents, which can benefit the buildings nearby. And residents will be residentials will be put on the top, which can have public at the bottom to relax and social, while more tourists and people stream will bring to the commercial. At the same time, one balcony shape can smartly fit into different sizes of curve grid. So here is the process of riverside infilling game grow. And each plus will be byted by the end users, and the site will get densified in this sequence until reach the developed instructions. So after customization, players can rate the building space quality by clicking and go through the interior space, experiencing and socializing in space. It is an intuitive way for the users to feel the interior space. So, and then they can evaluate the space quality by like or dislike. And end user can also negotiate with the players in game whether they want to share the housing with them. So if yes, he can get a profit for sharing from the DAO.
Coming to spatial technology, our spatial technology is designed to cater the following categories of users: the local residents, employees, and tourists. As per data, the average office space in London covers 11.3 square meters per person, and the average living space can go up to 25 square meters per person. Based on standard measurements, we arrived at the high density criteria for offices, which comes up to 9.5 square meters per person, and a high density criterion for living spaces goes up to 15 square meters per person. Our spatial technologies comprise of ruled surface geometries, which are fabricated by hot wire cutting, a technique that results in a net zero material wastage, as both negative and positive fragments can either be reinforced externally or casted in.
Our spatial tech is mainly divided into three parts: facade, and structure, and interior. And we studied Second Home, a sharing office project in London. It has open plan layout which could have better spatial experience compared to the same area of traditional office space. So in here, each employee could have 9.8 square meter space, while the average in London is 11.4. First is the interior part. Based on our scenario, we started to develop furnitures from the standard interior voxel, a 4x4 meters square. A user can freely connect the modules in different directions according to their needs. And these are the residential modules assembled from the furniture assets. In order to meet the needs of different group of users, we designed living space of different sizes. We have single, double, and larger dormitories. And these are co-working spaces. Here, office furniture are more flexible than traditional office spaces. People can connect the assets through different orientations. At the same time, we provide users with flexible meeting space with different sizes. As the customized area increased, more and more types of shared space can be provided for users to choose from, such as gyms, laundry rooms, cinemas, study rooms, swimming pools, and other entertainment facilities. And the next part is the structure and facade. So based on the 12 by 12 meter structural voxel, the user will first select the main structure according to their needs. Some structures have opening that allows users to add staircase or higher interior modules. And these structures can be defined as genotypes, as they could change length and height according to the location. Here, the users choose the residential modules first, and then they can choose the facade components, whether they want to have balconies or not. And the size of the facade will be adjusted according to the size of the interior modules. So when the indoor modules is sharing space, users can customize balconies for diverse size. And for public space, users can choose double height structure modules and add substructures under the main one to improve space utilization. We also have different facade options for the double height space. And when the user builds upper floor, stairs will be built next to structures if do not contain circulations inside. At the same time, the footing points of the columns can be aligned with each other, and they can be increased or decreased according to the user's programs. Oh, sorry. And so with the structural modules and the interior modules, we have different sizes of combinations for users to choose. Here's the co-working space with hot desk seat and digital display device inside. And for larger options, users could have reading rooms and resting lounge. And here are the co-living modules. Users could have sharing kitchen and laundry here, with the staircase at the middle of the structure. And here's the larger aggregation. You can see it has study room and bars upstairs. And with the bigger aggregation, here the gym is added comparing to the aggregation in the previous one. And here's the daytime and nighttime view of the building in front of the river. And here's the cinema. And here's the entrance of the living area.
And we also developed another category of modules for riverfront area. The single voxel aggregation is composed of modular structure, river-facing and city-facing facade module, and interior program. The river-facing component is designed to provide users with public open space, while the city-facing components will house indoor activities and residential functions. The setback and tolerance of the aggregation facing the river is capable of hosting many public activities, enable the riverfront area be attractive to citizens. And in order to provide users with maximum possible level of customization, we try to develop an intelligent facade system. The facade module are able to change the interface to accommodate the stitching relationship with the adjacent modules. The facade module can be changed in height to accommodate different functions and spatial scales. And in this aggregation, the entrance module are able to replace a combination of the ground floor and stand floor facade module while matching the adjacent modules. And co-living space of double height. And the facade can accommodate different spatial scale of housing, and the users can freely expand their housing and only choose one facade the outlook they like, and the facade will expand freely according to the expanding. And the customization process are expected to produce a wide variety of aggregation outcomes and consulting a diverse space on the urban waterfront. The co-living space of double-height residence and the cafeteria can be accommodated under the similar aggregation, and on the larger scale, functions can be replaced with the retail and gym. Roof modules are able to change to match the facade modules of higher level. And this is the river-facing side of the aggregation. And this is the city-facing side. Shows the more privacy and residence space. And this is several aggregation infill on the plot. And that's it.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. It's a really super interesting topic. I feel like this whole concept, very heavily depends on pre-engineered, componentized construction. So I guess, if we're talking about things, next steps or stuff that could be shown more, is that off-site, on-site construction logic, and a little bit about the fact that this all makes sense at scale, and also the kind of opportunities that come with that. If there is pre-engineered componentized construction, then this, in theory, could also be already approved from a planning perspective and can speed up stuff. And so, I guess what I'm missing a tiny bit is that I really think you did a great job in kind of showing all the flexibility and how many options there are, and that it can be adapted. And I love the processes, and there's a lot of. I love the whole approach, but if you wanted to kind of go deeper, I think there's that bit on construction, and the other bit, I'm always skeptical when someone builds in the river. It's because it's such a simple solution somehow, and I think if you make this step, then why not go all the way and also build under the bridges? Take more use of the space that you have at the river. It is a valid question of how much you can reduce that for the river still to be viable. But yeah, when you look at the square mile, I think building these elements under the existing bridges and finding plots within the square mile where you don't have to encroach into the river, would be maybe more challenging from a site constraints perspective, but it's kind of something I would have enjoyed seeing. And then in terms of the financing model, I feel like if you have such a beautiful mechanism and it's all regulated in this decentralized way, why not also introduce other financing options other than just there's a developer and then there's a end customer, if you like. I feel there's definitely space to explore other means to finance those projects, which are much more communal or in some way kind of crowd-based. I think in general, I'm super excited about this direction, and I feel this is 100% where things are going, and it's good to kind of start thinking about the next steps.
Thank you.
So I too applaud the area, and it's in the same spirit of social betterment. I'm wondering if there are two things that would be useful to consider that might increase density. One is, I presume that the density per person, per capita, is a function of the social unit. So, studio apartments are very wasteful. One-bedroom apartments are probably even worse. But families, they're not so bad. And people living together, like students, they're pretty good. So we could just say, everybody over there, you have to share. And we'll increase the density really simply. But it's an opportunity, obviously, to design specifically for social units and social groups. But another idea, maybe more provocative, and perhaps more to your taste for bidding, is that why not really buy or rent space? We should buy or rent time space. So if I live in a house with somebody else, why don't we agree that I will use the living room for a certain period of time, and they use the living room for a certain period of time, and I own it, and maybe we can have a flexible arrangement in the modern world that if I'm not using it, they, okay. So now suddenly I can increase the density because there's more time space available. And so maybe I should be living with somebody who is a night owl or has nighttime work, and the other people have daytime work. And so we can increase it by just changing the organizational rules without changing anything. And I'm wondering what's the trade-off on that? I mean, it's not very architectural, so I apologize for that. But it's a factor that could be taken into account. And then you could implement various architectural solutions which optimize with respect to these criteria, like time-space use. There could be clever ways of making time-space use when you treat time as a factor that should be architecturally influenced.
I think sharing resource is a really interesting potential of a gamified environment and negotiating it. I had to smile a little when you said time share because that was a thing 150 years ago. But a really interesting aspect of this, and I think this is where some of the potential is, and I would maybe have it in there, and I didn't catch it, but I would love to hear more about it, is negotiating conditions with neighbors, right? Because obviously what you can do is you can not only build your own environment and then get a forecast on what it costs, you can also see what your neighbors do, and you might be able to establish a marketplace for conditions like you agree that you want to have a courtyard in your building, everyone sacrifices a bit of space, but everyone then shares that volume. And I think that's something that really gives participatory models the edge over what a developer can preconceive. And that also goes for planning because it has to do a lot of with consensus. And I think that's the real potential of particularly doing that in existing environments. So I think you're really onto something here. I have to come back to the river thing though as well, because I think in a way you are then taking what is a huge potential and not use it, because the real cause for London being of low density is that there are a lot of badly utilized sites and that there's a very bad density mix. Like you have roads like City Road where you have two-story Georgian housing, and then on the other end you have 150-meter towers, right? And that's you only ever find that in cities in London. Makes it very different from other cities. And I think by going into the river, you kind of ignore the problem and just not deal with it, and you kind of broadening out a bit more. So I think the real way of dealing with this is actually doing the hard work and looking at existing structures. But then with the technology you've chosen, you have a really great tool to then negotiate consent of neighbors, of participating stakeholders in the process. So I think you're onto something there, and I think it's a very relevant platform and technology to leverage for the future debate of city. But I think there is, particularly in the example of London that you've chosen, there's much more that you can do with it, and perhaps being a bit more aggressive and speculative about the sites that you can occupy, and perhaps even tackle existing structures on existing plots and add to them. So there's a lot of stuff that you can do and also visualize with this technology. So it's a very exciting field that you've picked there. Congratulations.
Well, I think what David and Niels just said is precisely the foundation of the whole brief. That you use this participatory model and that pre-sale, pre-let through a 3D environment where you see not only make your choice, but you see exactly who else has chosen what, where am I locating relative to this, what can I share with us. The sharing of the space is particularly interesting. Yes, the time element is additionally interesting. So I think this project does a very good job at showing that and showing, as Jan said, the flexibility. So I really like the way you have that one structure module and you keep sliding in things from left to right, adding things in. And I did like that it was residential as well as co-working, co-living. The co-living is the thing where actually, but a model which is, I believe, a lot in, where you have both the individuality of a very small unit, and then you share larger things like living rooms and maybe shared kitchens and so on. So I do believe in that a lot, and that's a particular group which isn't properly catered for in London. So I really commend you for what you've done. I have one feel, and I like the fact that you can distinguish residential from office spaces and retail spaces to some extent, and that you showed the mixity in the system. When you finally come to the final result, it seems a bit too ordered, you know, in terms of all residentials in this one block here. And then interestingly, in the other building, you put every workspace to the front and the residences to the back. It's maybe that's an outcome, but it looks when I look at the final result, although I think it's beautifully designed and I like the tectonic elements and the visuals are very, very kind of professional and convincing and compelling, but I feel it doesn't show in the still rendered final buildings. It doesn't give you the sense of that inbuilt flexibility, which could be more mixed up, and the hybridization of live work and so on. You don't sense it, so it's only in the animations you have it. In the final result, it looks like as if it was following a preconceived a priori, pretty standard sorting of things. That's a slight shame in the project. Otherwise, it's one of the best projects on this theme. I really congratulate you.
I think this project is extremely homogeneous. That's probably, according to me, the main quality of your work. It really goes through each single step in the design process. Obviously, the game part is extremely well done. I also appreciate what Patrick just mentioned, the fact that you have a kind of almost extreme rationality in this project, but that's also the limit of it. I totally agree. It really lacks fantasy at some point in terms of architectural design. It reminds me of the Brunswick building nearby, which it could be a kind of updated version of the Brunswick. So I'm not totally convinced by that, I have to say. It could quite easily become a kind of welfare state, technocratic entity. That's what the Brunswick here. Here, obviously, you put a bit more liberal ideology into it, but I'm not sure that the difference ultimately will be that big. But still, I believe it's a very good work, so I congratulate you for that. Now, two other remarks, a bit more technical. One is that it's not really clear what the construction system is about. It's clear what the geometry of the construction system is, how we make this component in a factory, etc. But then what happens? Is it a kind of negative shape so that we can create a formwork, and then we can pour in concrete in? Are we going to keep this and maybe lay some metal sheets on top of it? More or less what happens with a boat, you know. But in both, with boat construction. But the problem is that in both cases, you will have a lot of thermal bridges in this, with this construction system, with a direct connection between the slabs and the columns. They are not really columns, as you know. So at some point on that level, on that really basic level, and probably because the project is also, according to me, extremely applied, you know, it's very pragmatic and very real. I think you should have made the effort of pushing the logic really until the end, so that you really propose the material and you solve some of these problems like thermal bridges. So yeah, this is what I wanted to say. It's the last, not the least, is the big question, a slightly bigger question. Why do you want to densify London? Why do you want to densify a city? But then it's a question for Shajay. Why do you want to densify a city at the age of remote work, So in a sense, I agree with you that commuting is an issue. I totally agree. But I don't believe that densification is a solution. I believe that on the other, I mean, in a completely different way, the complete opposite is a solution. We should just colonize the Earth, I mean, completely, and we just work at home. When we want to meet some friends and colleagues, okay, we just commute, maybe once a week, every 2 weeks. We got a garden, we can have fruit trees, etc. We are completely autonomous, we have solar cells. So, I mean, honestly, in terms of pure urban thinking, I very much disagree with this solution.
Yeah. I think that's a luxury of somebody who lives in Paris can say, which is 5 times London's density.
I've been always critical of
Well, I mean, yeah, fair enough. Like the criticism, the aspects about density, I think, like is not so much number of people per square meter. It's the ratio of number of people's activities that can be supported by public investment, right? Like the common facilities should be used by more. The riverfront should be used by as many people as possible, and as throughout the day as possible. Because one of the things of London's riverfront, like unlike Parisian riverfront, is that it's not that active. Like, you know, particularly during the winter and during nighttime, it's like pretty much like only few pockets of activity. So in that sense, like I would, somewhat support occupation of the river, but not with like houses or buildings, but like more with activity. Like, so in a way, like our approach to densification is more intensification and like also maximizing utility, right? Like it's not that we need to pack people in rabbit hutches and like that kind of attitude of like extra compactness, although that comes from serving as many people as reasonably feasible, right? Like and across time as well. So that's our attitude to densification, and I do agree with having chosen like a riverfront site. Like maybe there is some dramatic aspect or like more public program is missing. Like, I mean, it's maybe a bit too much of co-living and co-working, and like there's not a singular anchor program like that will activate the riverfront even more. Like that criticism, I think, is very valid, something to be addressed, and the homogeneity in some of these renders is also well received, I think. But in terms of contributions to the kind of like evolving project, like I think this team should be commended for the extraordinary amount of like design work in these spatial modules. Because this project has been evolving at least for 3-4 years. Like this is one team that like really upped the bar for us, like in terms of like really credibly looking at all of these modules and the combination. So in that sense, I genuinely commend you. And as Patrick said, it is very professionally credible. Like it invites questions like where is the thermal bridge, like, which I think is a great question. Like and in terms of materiality, like again, it's a very valid question, and we deliberately left it in not generic, but into a group of materials that are possible because the surfaces are ruled. So it can be timber, it can be metal, sheets, but it's not like any material can go. It has to be developable. It has to be supported by this geometric class of ruled surfaces and developable surfaces. So in that sense, like I do think like the material explorations or the tectonic articulatory explorations could have been even furthermore, like not just timber and concrete, but like other material combinations and tectonic detailing that could have further enhanced the project. But all in all, I think like it's extremely competent and well-articulated thesis and execution. So I definitely want to congratulate the team and commend them for sticking through it. And one of the things that last thing that I would say, like as a contribution, as a glimpse that you can see that the grids are no longer only squares, and whilst we need a quad-based grid for computational reasons, there's no particular reason why like the geometry has to exactly fit within that cube, and like the fact that it goes over 2 or 3 modules and sometimes it sticks out, sometimes there's a cutout, like all of those are great ways to break the grid, so to speak. And also like one of the subtle things that this team did was this combinatory aspects like A plus B, and like suddenly both of those can be replaced by an entrance. So those are things that like I definitely think like the studio will continue like these discoveries, like the spatial modules and these combinatory possibilities. In terms of where it is lacking, I think is like the kind of governance aspects, like the tokenization, like how exactly is this funded? What are the various path-dependent possibilities? Like what happens if I first place a cafe and then instead if I place a nursery, what would have been the outcome? Those are simulations that like I think we should pick up in the next generation of projects.
Just very briefly, I mean, I do think the colossal order, these double structures are beautiful. The combination of these hollowed out columns with circulation and then reappears as a lighter V in the facade. So I see a lot of subtlety and variation which harmonizes. This shell I can't find it anymore. It was at one point in the project had this kind of atrium cover of a commercial zone sort of. Maybe it was dropped off because it maybe wasn't fully fitting into, but I do think it's sophisticated level. I wish you had rendered out more the existing to see how the grain and articulation of facade and functions is there, etc., etc. But yeah, I mean, and by the way, I think I would push the density argument. I mean, I wouldn't retract from this. Even if the pressure is slightly off with respect to partial home working, I think it's still a major issue for sustaining urbanity and reducing commute and allowing more participation in a place like London to develop careers, to develop education, develop networks, and bring prices down. And that's only through densification.
I have a question about this project and all of the projects in which we see various agents and individuals depicted. Just picking up on these unusual choices, these kind of cyborgy figures, and I'm wondering how you chose what to use. Did you think they were neutral, or did you think they were doing something? Because people act on space, and agents act on space, and gender acts on space, and gender constructs are changing, but across all of the projects that I've seen, I can't quite figure out what the strategies have been. And I know in real life people live in the spaces. So could you say a little bit, okay, yeah, they're the green guys again. So in some places I've seen stormtroopers, and that's in previous projects, the white stormtroopers. And in some places I've seen these kind of buxom cyborgs, and you've got green guys and then some brown guys. And then that guy with the beard. And then in your riverfront renderings, in your riverfront video, you've got all sorts of different kinds of people. Could you say a little bit about the choices you made about how to include these figures, these figures that stand for people or agents in your different parts of your project? Or was it a choice? Pardon? Well, that's nice, but you can't. The point here.
They're representational, actually.
Pardon?
They're just representational.
Okay, but nothing is just a representation. And I'll say the same thing I've been saying to everybody, that I'm able to have this conversation because you've done really good work. And so I can ask a question that you didn't anticipate. because your work is solid. It gives us an opportunity to ask a question, which is that when you have representations of agents, nothing is just a representation. It acts on the space, it molds the space. So if you have a space that has a certain function, if you have bodies of a certain type moving through that space, they can act on it. If you have bodies of different kinds of ability or disability, they act on it. And if you imagine how different kinds of bodies and different kinds of spaces act against each other in forces, then I begin to wonder the next iteration, the next iteration, the next iteration that comes. You can't take it for granted that it's just a template, just like you don't take for granted any other element of your architecture. So it's something that after a couple of days of being in this, I wanted to bring up.
It's very a good one to which you just add to the library.
But I mean, seriously, there have been very interesting political, but projects motivated that try to create avatars of different skin colors, of different body types, and I've seen this across some of the projects today, earlier this afternoon, for instance. So there are projects. But there were bodies with head coverings. There was not a single Caucasian face in some of the choices made, and so those things are not just choices. And the more we get to digitally represented images created by our interactions with DALL-E 3 or Midjourney, the more we are having a conversation with those representations, and the more opportunity there is from an architectural perspective to have those representations and those bodies in dialogue with each other. It just is more architecture at the level of the body.
I think that's a very good point, Molly. And I think we're going to bring this project to a close. It's something for you guys to consider as part of the overall consideration of everything else that you guys are doing. We have 2 more teams, and I'm mindful of stamina, I'm mindful of buildings closing, and I'm mindful of dinner as well. So if we can make a very quick changeover. Thanks so much to the team.
Good evening, everybody. We present Studio Spiropolis. Our project is called Tayolan, which means shaped by the wind. The research addressed the process of desertification, particularly the degradation of land and transformation of fertile earth into the dead dirt, terraforming the land into the environment where life is unable to survive. In our planet, 30% of surface is land, and 30% of land is a desert. Deserts are always expanding. For example, Sahara Desert has expanded by more than 10% during the last century. And climate change is expected to further accelerate the desertification in neighboring areas. Desertification happens by the soil erosion process, which is caused and driven by activity of wind and rain. This is caused by variations in climate and contributed by human activity. Dunes are constantly moving with the speeds from 5 to 95 meters per year. Desertification is generally associated with groundwater depletion, land essential elements decrease, amplification of floods, and biodiversity loss. It also affects productivity of agricultural lands, which causes mass displacement of people. The research addresses the process of desertification by utilizing the desert's on-site materiality and investigating its material contingency. The project focuses on a literal meaning of desertification, the physical spread of a desert over living ecosystems. In order to operate within the desertified environment, we were researching the desert's dynamic fields, interpreting it as a particle system. By trying to replicate the emergence of fulgurites, instant glass formations created by lightning striking the desert surface, we explored the opportunity to bind sand particles by welding sand surface. By implementing models which force the material transformation of sand, the research is looking into the fusion of sand into the glass under high temperatures. The process has revealed the opportunity for the on-site fabrication of infrastructural formations, which addresses the primary goal, the intervention to the physical spread of the desert. The glass structures augment the existing landscape and act as an obstacle against particle movements and will grow together with dunes. Due to the harsh dynamic context and a big scale of implementation, the structures are going to be fabricated with a high population of robot agents, whose agency will let them to be autonomous in the ever-changing landscape where solutions cannot be pre-planned. By looking into the dynamics of dunes, we want to slow down and redirect certain particles in a way to shape new kind of boundary of a desert. We started our material system research by welding the sand with a regular welding station with the regular electrodes, metal electrodes. They were giving metal color to the pieces, glass pieces. Then we shifted to carbon electrodes and now have more glass-looking pieces. We tried different techniques, different variations of sand, and different thicknesses, different electrodes. And here we are not limited with the bounding box, so the system is scalable. And we try different geometries, layering different thicknesses of the sand. So here, the thicker layer of sand is, the more porous structure, meaning it's less strong, and the thinner layer of sand makes the piece to be solid and strong. So then we started exploring surfaces. Here is a panel. We tried concave and flat shape with the 40 centimeters in size. Then we are using sand as a mold for fabrication of these glass pieces, and sometimes removing this sand it may cause the breaks or cracks in the model, but the benefit of the approach is that there is a possibility of refusion without loss of the structural properties. Here you can see the close-up video, how the process is happening, the patterning, how the particles are binding and fusing into the glass. So we tried minimal surfaces, different cantilevering variations to test the limits of the material. And here you can see our kind of collection of models to see the scale of the glass fabrication research.
From our research about the dunes, there is a direct relationship between the wind direction and speed and type of the dunes. In order to understand the desert behavior, we tested different dunes formation strategies. So we were researching the possibilities of simulating dunes and made a couple of physical dunes models. We also created an experiment about the angle of repose to understand how the dunes shapes in the desert. To investigate the desert as a particle system, we conducted various experiments with sand and obstacles. And ability of wind to move the objects on the sand, shaping the desert in a new way. In the landscape, dunes are continuous surfaces and aside on that geography. These simulations were split into 3 options: front face, joint face, and back face against the wind, in order to show which side is the base structure for sand gathering and redirecting capabilities. This side with the fewest particles will be the most suitable face for the agents to fill the sand, as determined by counting the number of particles passing through. After running the simulations, it was discovered that the back face structure performed the best at preventing sand from penetrating this area by about 5% compared to the other face. As a result, agents are instructed to fuse on the rear surface when creating structures. And sand penetration can be limited by the number of layers also. These simulations demonstrate that even though there are more sand particles on the side, each setting has the same structure shape and the same sand flowing behavior from the simulation. Layers with a higher number of layers can control the sand more effectively than layers with a lower number.
And we put our structure with 4 types of angles on the sand dune. and experiment with 3 collecting boxes flowing with a specific way of sand to see how our structure diverges sand particles. From the experiment, if the structure faces dunes in the front, like the picture on the right, the sand will flow through on top of the structure. And when the structure is on the back of the dune, like the second picture on the left, it will divert more sand. When the structure faces diagonally on the sand dunes, more sand will divert it into left corner. And we put more structures on the sand dunes and experiment with 2 layers of sand. The first and second one on the left shows that the most of sand still go through on top of the structure. The third one shows sand diverting from the dunes side, both with first and second layer. The fourth one shows sand diverting from the side of dunes for the first layer, but some of the sand go through on top of the structure without diverting.
Moving on to our collective behavior chapter, we're proposing a high population of agents that can be deployed on site, whose agency would be to self-organize in a swarm-like behavior across the dunescape, moving across with the agency of fusing the sand into glass. And the potential of this bottom-up approach is that it's much more potent to scalability. Moving forward, we're proposing an agent-based system with 3 main categories. We're looking at studying pathfinding algorithm to define how agents are moving throughout the site. They have interactive behaviors with how they interact with each other, and finally, how they decide how much to print on site. This is a cybernetic system with a closed loop. There's a constant feedback and conversation between the machine ecology and the landscape, which is ever dynamic and changing. We're proposing this data gathering through global weather networking stations, satellite imaging, and on-site data imaging. For the pathfinding, we have 2 different states of the agents. There's the first one where they're just moving on the landscape and not fusing. And then there's the one where they are moving on the landscape and they are fusing. When they're not fusing, which is on the purple one over here, they're moving in between dunes, finding the easiest way possible to move in the dunescape. Whereas on the right, they're trying to move on the slopes and fusing the slopes. We can see how the difference in behavior is over here with how agents are interacting with that data. The purple one, they're moving in between, and on the right one, they're trying their best to climb the dune. We attempted different parameter variations with these 2 to see what kind of parameters were best across these analyses. So when they're trying to move in between the dune, we found it was best to have stronger cohesion strength for them to move together in between. But when they're trying to fuse, they want to create larger structures. So the one with higher separation between them was more optimum for us. And here's how the simulation looks in a much more global scale. We can see how the patterning changes as we change the parameters. The directionality of the field of how they're moving is also an important factor. It's not really a really symmetrical thing, as the directionality of the dynamic dunes kind of changes the patterning and how the agents are moving, especially with the different types of states of movement. So when we combine this, we can see how the agents are kind of moving on site, moving along the slopes of the dune, fusing the landscape, and when they're done with that, they kind of go in between and try to find the easiest way possible to the next location. Another important fact is how agents can move to specified locations using 2 different modes, low energy mode and high energy mode. When it's low energy mode, they're trying to find the easiest way in between the dunes and generate a flow field to reach that point. But when they're trying to reach a point as fast as possible, they're able to find the shortest path and create the flow field data and then use that to navigate to the site. And here's how that would look in a much more global setting when we have 3 different points. The agents move between them, finding the shortest path and fusing as they go. And here's how that would look as the path. An important aspect of the project is how the agents are able to interact with each other and the landscape. So there's 3 different types of properties of dunes which we analyzed: the height maps, the slope maps, and finally the curvature of the dunescape. The importance of the colors is that parametrically and in real time changes how the agents are able to interact with the landscape. So when it's orange, the agents are trying to come together to create a thicker, denser foundation for the structure. But as they're climbing the dunes, they're trying to get larger structures. We then attempted to simulate how the agents are just able to respond to each individual analysis of the site. And you can see with the height map, they kind of spread apart as they interact with the height of the dune. With the slope map, they kind of spread apart as they interact with the slope. And with the curvature, they kind of wriggle in place as they interact with the curvature of the dune. We then combine this, and this kind of completes the analysis of the landscape and how they read it. And this is how it would look and how the agents are moving. So you can see how it's much more dense, and the orange parts, and then when it's in the blue ones, they kind of spread apart to create bigger structures. The time aspect of the project is an important one, as the dunescape is ever-changing. So as the agents are moving and fusing in a period of time, the dunescape itself is also moving. Eventually, as the agents are moving throughout, in this example, a 1 kilometer distance, you can see how the dunes are eventually covering the landscape. And you can also see how, even though the dunescape is changing, the way the agents are reading the site through the analysis even changes through time. So this is a constant cybernetic conversation between the agents and the landscape. The number of agents that should be deployed on site is also a big aspect for us. So we looked at 3 different sizes to look at of a dunescape. Red generated the topographical analysis of it and deployed different numbers of agents and tried to see how each of them would react towards this. And you can kind of see how, with a higher number of agents, it kind of creates these much more denser structures. And you can see how it kind of covers the landscape. The more the agents, the more performative the structure is, but of course there's some technicalities there. Layering is a very important part of our project. You can kind of see how the agents are moving throughout the site and taking decisions on where to fuse. However, in time, it will eventually get covered by the dunescape. So this kind of allows the agents to kind of move across that and create a multi-layered structure. You can see a section over here of how the multi-layered structure could look like in a section. Something important to notice is how much the agents need to print. So how far do they need to go and how many layers? And we wanted to test the performance of that. So what was interesting for us over here was how a small structure with just about 300 meters with 3 layers was as performative as just a long 1 kilometer long structure with just 1 layer. And you can kind of see how the numbers of the penetration is almost the exact same. We wanted to create a proof of concept of this. So we used 3D scanners to look at handcrafted models, scan that to create a digital environment of it where we can deploy the agents in that digital environment. So you can see how we have this handcrafted model, generated a point cloud from there. Using this point cloud, we were able to even get the texture of the model. And using that, we looked at the landscape, generated our analysis of the landscape for the agents to move throughout the site, fusing the structure. We 3D printed that, and then experimented with sand blowing, and wanted to see how it would perform. And you can kind of already see how the sand is getting redirected to a specific side. Over here, towards the left side. You can kind of see how it's piling towards a specific direction. This is how the environment looks like when we're scanning the sites. So we're doing this, gathering the point cloud, and then reiterating the processes by taking it to the digital realm. So this is just 2 and 3 iterations with 2 and 3 different layers. Here's the point cloud. We eventually get the texture of the map, and then eventually we deploy the agents, and we get structures. And here's how it looks like, and you can kind of see how when we add more layers, it's proving our concept by getting more performative. You can kind of see how towards the end, how the sand is piling up towards the right more and more.
We also explored the sand as a structural material for these glass models. So this is, for example, a sectional model where the sand was captured inside kind of 2 dunes, and then these 2 dunes were blown away. And this one was where sand was piled between 4 dunes. You can see the layers, and the sand works here as a structural material, keeping the loads from the glass and passing it to below. This model is the big one there in the table. Here it was done following the logic of the strategy. So firstly, the specific sides of the terrain were fused into the glass, and then a layer of sand was blown on top of that, and then this process repeated, like we're fusing the specific sides of the slopes of the terrain. You can see it here. And eventually the structure resulted in a integrated glass and sand model, which you cannot take apart.
To determine whether the digital simulation can accurately represent natural phenomena. These simulations compare how the physical and digital models behave with sand. After each structure layering, the sand was pulled and blown to create the physical model. The digital model replicated the physical model and ran sand flow simulations to examine how the structure and wind affected the behavior of the sand.
For the prototype of the collective behavior, we divided our prototypes functions into following drawing and color data. We employed Arduino robots to draw lines with the marker, they will do it with the welder. To differentiate between sand and glass, the robot employs IR sensor to sense the differences in light reflection. Besides reflection, glass can be recognized by the differences between the color and temperature. And this is we have developed to the iteration of the robots. Here are their family photos. And the robot's exploded drawing shows the components which we used for the prototype. These are distance sensors for sensing obstacles and each other, a reflective sensor and pen structure for the light drawing, and the color sensor for the reading the color map. We use different refraction material and brightness sensors to imitate the difference between sand and glass. We utilize this property of glass surface to prototype fusion with light drawing. The light drawn by the robots represents the printed structure. The agent communicates through the structure. Here, we can see the robot sense the light and follow it. The robot is able to follow the line. At the same time, the robot draws the offset one for the next robot to follow. The robot employs the distance sensor to sense the obstacles. With the sensors, robot can detect each other and react in a way to move without collisions. The first iteration of the collective behavior based on the light drawing. On the second iteration, the robot draws a line for another one to follow. This is the robot's demonstration of the collective behavior found in stigmagy. Here are robots' collective paintings to display the images of the stigmagy patterns in drawings. And we execute the robots' collaboration test outside on the bigger scale. Robots start from different locations to test the behavior and the reaction between them and draw the lines. This is the drawing on the larger scale. Based on the data from the analysis, the printing structure covers a specific area of the dunes. We use color sensors to react on the color map, representing how robots react to the data from the landscape analysis. The printing paper is the representation of the landscape. The robot draws the line when it moves on the red area. If it's green, the robot elevates the marker without drawing a line. Eventually, the red color representing the specific slope of the dune is covered with the marker.
To test the strategy performance and understand its behavior, we selected a specific site, a desert in Asia. It's called Taklamakan. It's the second biggest sand desert, which actually even can be seen from the space. The area is more than 300,000 square kilometers. It borders with the big city Hotan, which hosts around 500,000 people inside. And by the patterning and also global data, we found that the major wind direction is toward the city, so the sand from the desert is covering the city now. For the strategy, we divided the landscape into the grid of 1 square kilometer when one group of agents is working at a time.
We took that 1 kilometer and generated a digital mesh of it. Then we used that to analyze the different aspects of the landscapes, its orientation towards the wind, the height map, the slope map, the curvature map, and the flow field for how the agents will be moving throughout this landscape. They'll then be using that information to move and self-organize with each other as they're moving towards that 1 kilometer landscape, moving and making decisions in real time of where to fuse versus where not to fuse. Here we can see the iterations of after 3 different layers you can kind of see how with more layers over a period of time it's becoming more and more performative. With one iteration, you can see it getting covered almost immediately, but after we have 3 iterations, you can see it being less and less covered, being more successive in terms of redirecting the sand particles away.
To turn the entire landscape into a barrier. The first layer serves as a foundation by dividing the landscape into sections and checking the particle count and wind analysis. After the initial iteration, we were able to diagnose the specifics of sand movement. The structures becomes more effective as sand protections as more structural iterations are made. Sand particle accumulation increases the quantity of the sand structure can gather while also giving it more control over how the sand moves. After the third iteration, the relationship between the structure and sand flow causes the number of sand particles to increase and expand for the deeper landscape, leading to more complex movements. Each iterations of the structure eventually become more apparent because of its ability to redirect and collecting more particles. The terraforming process can be influenced by the structure that is built up over time. These global simulations, which took 27 hours and 10 million particles to complete, demonstrated how the glass structure affects the landscape in terms of dune shape and the direction in which sand moves and accumulates. According to the comparison, the structure can change the direction of sand motion to build up greater dunes. You can see that the sand's direction is shifting, which indicates that more layers of structure are more effective at augmenting the certification.
This is another simulation comparison of the performance of redirection of the particles. From the left, just the landscape, and then to the right, the increasing number of layers. You can see on the right that particles are redirected to the left. Agents receiving high data from the satellite are autonomous in the decision making on the landscape. Communicating together, they are fusing the specific parts of the dunes. Working in 1 kilometer at a time, they are fusing it with the layers until the structure is performative enough. With a new layer, robots will cover gaps and extend the surfaces. One robot welds 60 centimeter width structure in 5 minutes. 1 meter length and 6 centimeters width structure in 2.5 hours. And for one layer of a structure in 1 kilometer region, it would take 25 days. By the time parts of the structure would be covered with the sand, after that agents are coming to produce another layer, but already in a new landscape. The location of fusion and movement paths are always changing according to ever-changing landscape and dune dynamics. Parts of the structure would be covered again, but with every iteration, more of the structure is remaining clear, meaning that it's performing and redirecting sand. Where it's covered, there is a need for another iteration of refusion. After the structure has been fused, wind may blow away and shift certain particles from below the structure, revealing voids. And robots could continue fusing and reinforcing the glass structure in between the layers. The glass here is a sustainable and recyclable material. Over time, because of activity of wind erosion, the glass can come back to its original state of sand, as finely crushed sand is basically a very pure form of sand. Therefore, we are not bringing any new material to the environment, but changing the physical state of the sand. From the big scale, the whole geometry is not a continuous glass material, but rather a big number of separated, segmented pieces fabricated according to the landscape morphology. The agent itself employs a range of behaviors. It needs to locally analyze the landscape, communicate between agents, then to move on top of the desert landscape, fuse sand into the glass, and harness energy. Okay, so the robot has a primitive form of a sphere. It has multiple nodes connected to the core in a kind of a spring system, which makes it to be flexible and deform according to obstacles.
This is the prototype for our digital robot. We use springs for our robot to exhibit the bouncing behavior. The exploded drawing shows 2.5 sphere connect with ball bearing and servo in the center. We use Arduino and 9-volt batteries for the movement. On top of the sphere, a bouncing component with spring system. The prototype's movement is enabled by turning the center of the mass, forcing the agent to roll. And this is our physical prototype to display soft body behavior.
So the agent is a sphere with a 50 centimeters in radius. It can open up, revealing the core, where batteries, motors, and welder are stored. It also has sand collecting boxes, which will direct the sand to the welding nozzle. It has unfolding solar panels on the top, and the tubes on the side expanding, which drastically increase the photons capturing area. The welding nozzle shifts along the x-axis, fusing the line with a width up to 60 centimeters. So the same way, the robot can close itself down and roll to another direction. The scale of the robot is generated based on the energy required to be harnessed, together with unfolding solar panels, extending solar energy, capturing tubes on the sides reach 6.2 square meters, which is enough for almost a non-stop welding process. The geometry of them is developed according to the ability of robot to have them employed while it's moving. During the night or the sandstorm, it can hide them back for protection. Also, the robot has the ability to open up its blades on the nodes for the digging function, so while it's moving, it collects the sand particles, directs it to the sand collecting boxes, which pour it through the core to the nozzle to fuse other layers or other materials. For the bigger scale, we also took the height map, run the orientation analysis to take the specific backside slopes of the landscape, and then selected the specific site in front of the city. So here, what is happening now, the particles are blowing toward the city, and agents are fusing the structures over the years. You can see it slowly starting to perform and redirect particles away from the city. In this specific case, 10,000 agents can cover area of 1,500 square kilometers in 16 years. Okay, so this is an infrastructural project which architectural value unfolds in the ability to sustain life. Architecture in the traditional sense of a building cannot solve global planetary scale problems, and therefore we suggest another type of augmentation, architecture in the scale of infrastructure. Having the video on the background, we're finishing our presentation.
Before we walk you through the models, we wanted to just thank our studio master, director of DRL, Theo, for all of his help throughout the year. It's also important for us to recognize the other supporters and help, our studio assistants, Apo, Octavian, and Hanjun, and David Green, who's watching, and the helpers, and most importantly, Anastasia. Thank you.
Okay, there is this welder. It's dirty, an old one, but it's still working, survived all these experiments. So here are those first experiments where we try to simulate it, the desert landscape, the dunes. That is that Arduino agent. So here with the servo, it moves this weight in the center, which forces it to roll. Some glass models, shell structures. Another Arduino robot, it has here color sensors. We can rotate and check where to go on the old days. This is that concave shaped flat surface. Here we proved the ability of scalability of the system. The pattern is continuous everywhere. Then there's cantilevering model. It's breaking a lot of times before, but it was breaking because of the human factor. All the time someone was breaking it. Yeah, it was our model, like that one with the process. We fused first specific sites and went with a fan with a hairdryer, blew sand on top, and repeated the strategy. So those are, you see those robots with the markers which were drawing those amazing pictures. This one is the prototype of the soft body robot. So springs here are quite rigid, but still displace the approach. So those are those sectional models with the layers and sand stuck in between. Yeah. So here, these little guys, they represent the whole process of the development. We started with a metal piece, so just with a regular metal welder with a little bit of glazing, which is seen there. Then we tried the copper rods, and they were melting a little bit, but still they performed, and those are little glass guys. We couldn't make them bigger, and we tried to look for another opportunities. We found carbon electrodes, which started to really perform and result as a glass. So those little guys, they all are different because of the different type of sand. When we were traveling during our research, we were bringing sand from everywhere, so you can see like different types of sand from beaches in different countries. If you want, you can look. They are quite strong. The catalog of small pieces, and that one is where we try to imitate, let's say, our simulation where the sand is partially covered, the structure, we cannot separate it after. And here, I think, top those drawings. So the robot was following the line and drawing offsets on top of that. Another one also like that. You can see the kind of machinic movements of the line. And yeah, those are the drawings which are kind of representations of the stigmatic behaviors. You can see the patterns of the lines, they are kind of offsetting each other.
The artwork is for sale if you want to buy it. Find some of the models and the research
Okay, I start. It's like I said for the previous project. It represents an amazing amount of work. So, and I have to say, it's also very beautiful. It's a very beautiful project. It's a terraformation project, but paradoxically, I don't really believe in this project as a terraformation project. I much prefer to understand it as an architectural project, you know, because I'm still extremely skeptical on the not the welding but the fusing part of the project. I don't have a clear demonstration on the efficiency of what you are proposing here. First, if I look at the scale of the desert, I mean it's not thousands of these agents that you need. It's just like millions, in a sense, you know, of these agents. So I would say, according to me at least, and I didn't do the math, but it's an intuition, I believe that when you propose this kind of image, you don't propose something which is deeply convincing. Then you say that you can fuse the sand by making use of the solar energy. Did you compute how much watt you need for, let's say, for example, 1 square meter of
This question we even discussed with the engineering company AKTII, where We discussed the exact surface area which we need. Yeah. And like we propose.
What is the figure?
The figure? Well, look,
What's
I
the
don't
number?
have calculations with me.
Sorry?
And I don't have calculations with me to say how many watts and whatever. But like we did it according to the real calculations, what we did with them. So what I'm saying, it has 6.2 square meters of surface area for solar capturing.
Yeah.
And it's just for one nozzle. So that it was done for calculations of 120 amperes of the welder.
120 what? Sorry?
Amps.
Amps. Okay. Because if you look at the, I mean, it's you're going to use a laser, right, for the fusion. I mean, that's the most efficient light source. I mean, there's no way to use any other techniques because laser is the most optimal transformation of photon into heat. So let's imagine that you use a laser. I mean, if you look at the industrial cutting system, they use powers like 2,000 watts at least, or 4,000 watts in order to cut a tiny piece of metal. So if you make a very basic calculation about the amount of energy you need, I believe that what you are proposing here does not really work. But I love the idea. I'm not. I'm just trying to go into the project and to reach the limit of your proposal. Then ultimately, what I see is that you don't really make anything out of these new tectonics. I mean, you don't build anything on top of that, etc. So it seems to me that the ultimate goal of your proposal is to make sure that the direction of the sand will change. That's what I understood. But I believe that there could be much easier way to make the direction of the sand particle change. You could create turbulences, for example, just by putting a few big pylons or whatever, you know, that are strategically located, and then it will create turbulences in the wind. And since the sand is not really moving by itself, but it moves thanks to the wind, then you might definitely change the direction of the sand particle and solve the problem you are proposing. So I love the project in terms of tectonics, material quality. Also, I think the quality of all the simulations you have done, etc., is absolutely mesmerizing. It's a beautiful project, but according to me, it does not really fulfill its expectation in terms of terraformation.
Can I add also something here? That in terms of the easier way, what we're thinking here, that there cannot be one structure to be constructed and that's it. Because the landscape is always changing and everything what is going to be constructed will be over time covered with the sand and the process will be like before. So therefore, the process has to be always continuous.
No, I disagree with this. I mean, based on existing facts, when the wind turbine companies, when the large-scale energy companies install wind turbines in the ocean, for example, not too far from the shore, you know, they make simulations to make sure that the 200-meter high wind turbines, because they are so big, that they create amazing turbulences. So they make simulation to make sure that one wind turbine does not destroy the efficiency of the surrounding one, etc., etc. So and the landscape is not going to change, as far as I know, is not going to change here on a 200 or 300 meter high scale. You see what I mean? So I don't think it's really an argument.
You know, what one thing is that we can also ask that how many of these wind turbines would we need? And that's kind of another aspect of it. we're thinking of something as kind of using the on-site materiality to achieve this kind of scale, using a lot of these agents. Of course, it depends on what we're trying to kind of redirect towards. Depends on the scale of that as well. Yeah.
But still, the quality of the project is amazing. I mean, I really, that's what I think.
This is a hard one to follow. I mean, I'm going to also start with just saying how impressed I am by the rigor of you exploring this question and the simulation, and just the sheer beauty of the result is very, very impressive. And it's kind of, there's some interesting. When you were presenting, I was wondering why, in some way, this is also a kind of natural, messy shape, but we have a different emotional reaction to it than we have to the bacteria, brown bacteria. And so again, it's kind of, if you look at it really as kind of fundamental research, in which I think this is to a big part, just to explore things at their core, then I think there's a lot of interesting things that could be followed on from here. And one of the things that a lot of people are thinking about is obviously how can you utilize sand as a building material, right? That's a common scheme we see every 5 years. There's someone who has an idea, it doesn't quite work, but it would be at some point, we're building so much in the desert, let's use the sand, a bit more efficiently than we do today. But the whole kind of welding exploration, I really like that you explored all the ones that you were able to access and compare them. And again, it's just this kind of rigor and sticking with this one topic, and also using what you have to work with to really go to the limit of that. I've a lot of respect and envy. It's really beautiful, I think, to go so deep into a topic like that. The other thing that I'm really impressed by is the kind of robotic part. I don't know if anybody ever saw the little film where for desert mine removal, there's this lovely artist who does a robot like this, but much bigger with paper tubes and springs, and they just are blown over the desert, a bit like tumbleweed. And then when they go over a mine, they basically disintegrate and you can put them back together again. And I mean, there's something extremely beautiful, I think, about this structure and the robotic component of it. And I also love the fact how much you went into detail to explain to us how this will work. And yeah, I mean, for sure, the calculations and all that, you can always go deeper. But in comparison to other projects, I think it feels like you are a bit closer to having something that would be fun to explore in the next level. And maybe what one would do now is to also think about what are there other ways in which we can use things that you are exploring, just to add value to the exploration. And yeah, I think it's a really good starting point to go deeper. That's my impression.
It's amazing, beautiful, and fantastic. And I mean, as an architect, I think that some of these shells and layered shells, and whether they're synclastic, anticlastic, there's a beautiful range. And I mean, for me, that could have been another utilization of building structures in the desert. It could also be close to cities, because there's cities in the desert. I was thinking of Saudi Arabia and so on. That there's an incredible poetics about it. And if you imagine destinations, cultural destinations, and working and settling in the landscape in a way which is truly congenial, and maybe enhancing like an artificial second nature landscape. That's what it also could be. I mean, because I understand the idea of the barrier, and I had a question about, I mean, whether actually stopping the sand is really stopping desertification. desertification, or it's probably a part of it, but probably it's other things, not which is about drought and so on, which make that maybe a losing battle. But so if that was I mean, that's again the way these researchers are open, and you branch out and take it a certain way, and I think it's a fantastic vision. But these things are so inviting, obviously, for becoming architecture, and you must have thought about them like this. That's what I find interesting. And I had one question though as well, in terms of some of the dunescapes you generate. They don't have that same look as those dunescapes which generate these ridges. Maybe the angle of repose is always adhered to, but I was wondering how these kind of synodal rich forms are generated, and you've shown them. So whether we just want to ask you about that, but yeah, that's my version of the project. It's these fantastic architectures and the strengths of this glass and the translucency of it, and the way it still has this kind of pixelation, pigmentation, and granularity, which is super robust, indestructible in the desert. When we build in the desert, we often give there's a huge cleaning budget, but this stuff is, and allowing that thing to blow over partly. But anyway, I love that project, and also the robotics and all of that. But that's would be my version of it. Then you don't have to, the scale isn't so absolutely overwhelming.
Just to the desertification, I mean, maybe that's also a next step where you can start thinking about other things those robots can do, and there's a lot of ideas around, how we can, reintroduce vegetation, certain types of vegetation, and, use them as planting robots as well as melting robots, and so I think, yeah, there's definitely, it's a multitude of issues, right, that constitute desertification, but they're, yeah, super.
We're talking, great project, by the way, and thank you for the amazing work you've done, and your wonderful robots as well, and their burgeoning art careers. I'm very proud of them. I find myself thinking a little bit about recent science fiction. So Annalee Newitz has a book coming out called The Terraformers, and she's looking at an emerging volcano city. She's written a lot about a number of things, including, Chettle Hayek and other historical old disappeared cities, from the last 10,000 years. But I point this out. I also point out writers like Stan Robinson, Kim Stanley Robinson, for the way that he has sought to write science fiction about climate, about landscape, about terraforming, but not in a dystopian sense. And I think that there's something interesting here. We're talking about material and robots and the energy that it takes to produce this and what you've done here. But if this becomes a backdrop for understanding futures and very wide-ranging futures in time, I think that there's some other ways to understand the work that you're doing, and I think it's really interesting, especially because it doesn't need to be negative and dark and terrible. And I don't think you're producing something negative, dark, and a dystopian future.
Well, little to add, fantastic project. If you accept the parameters that you set yourself, I think what is particularly outstanding is the rigor and the consistency, and I think that's not only the storytelling that you then establish on base of the parameters that you've chosen, but I think also the way that you come together as a group, because you have very different areas of exploration that all, I think, dovetail very, very well, and it's a very, very consistent and solid project. I think it also affords one or the other layer of humor, which I quite like, so well done.
Well, like the others, I find the aesthetic really interesting, and of course the presentation was just a delight, and I like all the science. I think there can be a little more inquiry at the beginning. For instance, I'd like to know the direction of wind, how much regularity there is in the direction of wind in these places. Is it all over the place, or is it coming from a particular orientation? And if it's coming from a particular orientation, which was simulated to some degree by your air dryer, then I wonder if you can exploit that, whether you can have it not by having a turbine, but by having some bend that causes the reflection of and the velocity. It would depend on the velocity. So if it's a high velocity, I guess we needed to know the velocity of sand to know the rate at which the sand piles. And how much, when it comes high velocity, can it just go right over these things? Like maybe the desert is such that, boom, and then all of a sudden it jumps forward. And if it's like that, a saltation, you know, all this cut glass, right? So I guess there's a lot of properties about, the complexity of the actual phenomena. You could get a little more out of that, and the story would go on a little bit. And not to take away anything that you've done. I just, you know, to sell it, you're going to have to.
Very briefly, you know, I love this project. Amazing work. And it's fantastic to see how you've considered the perpetual building capacity of your system. One question to think about is, you look at the layering of them coming back and putting more layers onto it, and your agents be able to distinguish between where they've built and where they haven't. It's interesting to start considering how can we look at embedding some intelligence about the quality, them being able to sense and to get some data on the quality of what has been built, to make decisions on where they need to support this structure and how, and basically be able to actually scan what has been built and qualify it based on its performance and its structure, and make more informed decisions of where it needs to build, rather than just layering where there's new sand. And also to that point that taking the opportunities of this being further than a barrier, Patrick, to your point of it being architecture, but maybe not for humans, architecture as a scaffold for growth of other organisms that wouldn't usually be able to grow because of the sun exposure. You've created areas of shading and areas that can potentially create opportunities for growth of new ecosystems. So to consider what could those be? So now.
I mean, I think there's a kind of like a moment in time when you do something and it's in front of people, you will always have skeptics. And I think it's really productive to have skeptics. But there's also a reliance to understand that actually this isn't a moment for validation. It's a moment for a kind of pushing forward. At least from my perspective, it's kind of like we could think about all of these other scenarios and it may make us feel comfortable. We could talk about world building and speculative design and talk about cinema and fiction. But science fiction has been completely, I think, thrown into a conversation of science fact. And the reality of certain things is that we don't really have a solution space for this. The reason that I'm putting that on the table is that, is it just a barrier? No. I mean, you could build Trump wall and make a barrier. This is more about trying to work with a landscape that's shifting, and I think the conceptualization of this whole kind of world of particles, and just thinking about the difference between accelerated particles, which is what we see there, the dust, and fusing them and changing that kind of time frame, I think, is fundamental. I don't think that we actually have a lot of solutions for planetary scalable problems. If you go to Starbucks and you get your paper straw and think that that's going to make a meaningful impact, I'm here to tell you without any scientific evidence that you're just fooling yourself. And my point is slightly different. I think that these are spaces to really problematize this. If this was a movie and we're just looking at some animations, I would have all the skepticism. There's something else to be said when you get the robots to do work. There's something else to be said when you're looking at materials and their life cycles, and that becomes complementary. And I think this moments where you start to play the digital analog, I mean, we've talked about this stuff for probably like 20 plus years since it's my anniversary. And let's put it this way, it's always in some sense, you know, there's a moment that one is very much outweighing the other. So I think the aspect that you guys have made the effort to try to really problematize this, I think is really good, and I think it has to continue. What you don't talk about is the kind of eggshell problem. The eggshell without the yolk is very fragile. The human factor of breaking all the models. The eggshell, super fine, super filamenty, carrying whatever yolk or whatever egg or whatever anybody wants to call it these days, quite strong. And that's where I think the sand and the landscape and the thoughts between the accelerated particles, the fused bits, I think that that conversation needs to be explored further. That's why your engineers can't really calculate it, because at some point it's a moving dynamic landscape. If you believe it or not, I think, to be honest with you, is really left to people's imagination. I don't think it's imagination. I think that the reality of these kind of projects is, you could question if it is only a barrier. I can say that I've made them purposefully suspend any idea of space for really the reasons of this conversation, where we feel like, of course that's possible when you get to a level, and there's probably ways, I mean, I made a joke about selling art, but I mean, if it is a system, you can sell it for all kinds of stuff, but the motivation behind that has to be something bigger than that. You know, somebody's gonna pay you to make some panels, maybe it's Frank Gehry, you're gonna put it in a wall. I think that that would be a fucking crime, honestly. Because I'm stating that because, I mean, I don't know, your generation sometimes feels like it needs to have like those likes and the clicks and all of this kind of crap. You don't need any of that stuff. You need a certain kind of clear intentionality about why you're doing this. And architecture is a space that should be exploratory. If it is, and we believe in experimentation, then we have to follow that to its conclusion and your limits. So the point that's been raised over the last 2 days, I think, is important. There's no limits here. You guys have done this, once again, with nothing. I'm saying that because the spirit of that is like people coming together. You have an audience here. This place has been completely dead for the last 5 years. I'm not talking just COVID. And I think that that's really important because people are here to see work. They're not here to see me, to see Patrick, to see anybody else, but to see the next generation of ideas that may have an influence. I don't think this is about like critical, happy, negative, sad, positive. It's just about a statement of purpose. So I think for all the students and all the people in this space, that intentionality is really important, and having the commitment to figure it out is also important. It also is like a little bit of an alarm bell that some of these questions, we don't have the answers for it, and they cannot be really superseded by other systems. If I took a bunch of windmills and put them in the desert, Philippe, I will beg to differ. If that was a solution, why aren't we doing it? It may be a solution, but the reality of the things is I don't believe in that either. So I think the question is not what I believe, what you believe. The question is what the work demands. I think that this is super important. It's not even if I like the thing or not. I may like some parts of it and some parts I don't, but that's not even really meaningful. It doesn't matter. What does matter is like, okay, what's next? I mean, this is the moment where this is coming to a conclusion. I really want to go to dinner. I think we've all earned it. I think the critics should get standing ovation for sitting, 10 or 12 hours a day. But before you guys take all of these models back to the studio and submit your book tonight. Yes, the school really loves us. I think that question is super important because as soon as this finishes, so-called real world and real life enters very strongly. Letters of reference, job, do I go home, what's my girlfriend gonna think, blah, 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 blah. You're not the same, and I think the reality of the stuff is that whatever is nurtured here should have a life beyond this. I'm not saying literally this project or any project, but the intentionality of things I think is super important. That's what makes this kind of work happen. Nobody has done this by themselves. Nobody. You're learning on literally 23 years of whatever. Some of us fossils here have been trying to contribute, and the process is like we're as good as the next generation. So for phase one, welcome to the DRL. The tourism part is over and the real work starts. But what happens after this? You know, we have conversations that have to figure out like what are we going to teach next week? And that conversation obviously has to be enabled by other people helping, meaning not only the conversations that we have today with critics, not only the work that the students are doing, but also the discussions that you're going to have at the bar, at the restaurant for the next 2 weeks. Those things matter because the intentionality that drives the influence of the kind of work we do also matters. When you come here just wanting to work for an office, it also matters. It's complicated. It's super complex, and I have to be honest with you, really difficult outside. So this is the last piece of advice, and that's pretty much it. We're going to call it a day because our reservation's already passed and I want to eat. I want to thank everybody for 2 days, which is a sustained kind of discussion, and the critics, obviously, they really do need applause because they have come here from far. And we'll most likely see you next year, same place, same time.